Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426, Sword Slashes Dan King's Palace. Seeing Dapin raising the magic sword to chop down, the people in the distance seemed to stop breathing and their hearts seemed to beat out. Even if he died after chopping down with the sword, the Denwang Palace would be nailed to the pillar of shame forever. This day would be recorded in the history of the Great Xia dynasty. Countless figures appeared in the Denwang Palace. Some of them came out from various places, and some walked out frantically from the towering palace. They all stared at the figure of Dapin in the void. It seemed that because of fear, their bodies were trembling slightly. Who? A roar! Suddenly, the sky appeared again above the sky. This time, the stars in the sky seemed to symbolize death. This was the death sky. Endless death starlight fell on Dapin, but Dapin's eyes were so persistent and unyielding. Dapin spread his wings and hated the sky for being so low, not to mention a Denwang Palace. Dapin let out a sad cry, and the sword also wailed sadly. The 1,000-meter-long giant sword, with the strongest sword intent, chopped down from the sky. This sword, even the celestial powerhouses did not dare to face and resist it directly. Luo He looked at the sword falling, her face ashen. She suddenly wondered if what she did was really right. If she had fought with her father to prevent Mo Qingchang from becoming the ancestor's elixir body and not oppose her dating the young man who had transformed into a rock, would the history of Daxia have gone in another direction? She didn't know. Watching the sword fall, she was really shocked by it. Dragging the sword for 100,000 miles, feeding the demon sword with blood to the ladder to heaven, transforming into a rock in the clouds, feeding the sword with his body, and trying to split the Denwang Palace. What a heroic spirit this was, and all this was done by a young man in the Xiangang realm. He was so crazy that he didn't care about the consequences. He didn't want to live or die. What if he was the enemy of the entire Daxia? Luo He had never met such a crazy person in his life. His obsession could shake the sky. Of course, in addition to being shocked, Luo He was more angry and murderous. This matter was caused by her. Now, the Denwang Palace was humiliated because of it. If Qin Wentian didn't die today, the shame of the Denwang Palace would become a laughingstock of Daxia. The Dan King in front of her was also shocked. He had appeared when he felt the power of the demon sword before, but he did not expect what happened later. The demon god sacrifice, turning into a rock in the clouds, breaking open his body, and sacrificing blood to the demon sword, all of these scenes were beyond his imagination. If he had known this earlier, he, the Dan King, would have taken action in advance to subdue Qin Wentian, even if he was ridiculed and disregarded his status. But now, it was too late to subdue him. It even alarmed another old antique-level figure in his Dan King hall, who was practicing in seclusion on the top of the hall. Pucci. The demon sword fell down, and the vast hall released a dazzling light, as if there was a monstrous force to resist. However, the demon sword seemed to have turned into a rock in the clouds, with the spirit of breaking the sky, not to mention a Dan King hall. There was a crisp sound of crackling. The sword chopped down from the middle. The towering palace was cut in two. It was actually cut into two parts. From the clouds to the bottom, everything in it was destroyed. Many people standing around the heavenly palace looked at it in shock. Then a sword wind blew past. There was a light sound of puffing. One after another, the figures turned into dust under the sword wind and scattered with the wind. They didn't even know how they died. A sword split the Dan King Palace, and countless strong men fell. People in the distance seemed to be suffocated. They stared at the scene in front of them and forgot to move their eyes. The Dan King Palace was split in two. A sword was cut into pieces. In Jiutian city of the Great Xia dynasty, the Dan King Palace, which was ranked in the top 5 holy places, the Heavenly Palace, which symbolized the supreme status of the Dan King Palace, was split in one sword by a young man in the Xiangang realm who turned into a big rock in the clouds. I wonder how much wind and cloud this sword will stir up in Daxia. In the void, there are 2 constellations, one for Danwang and the other for the old antique-level figure in Danwang Palace. When they saw Danwang Palace being split open, the robes they were wearing fluttered and rustled. The killing intent in their eyes was extremely terrifying. Die? The old antique-level strong man made a palm print, and the terrible death seal fell from the sky. The constellations also cast a terrible death intent, but Qin Wentian seemed not to see it. He held the sword in front of him and resisted the opponent's attack. His body was burned by the flames of death, and he was extremely painful. However, he seemed not to feel it. He moved forward, dragging the demon sword, and slowly went towards the forbidden gate of Mo Qingchen. Wherever Dapin passed, the sword intent swept the world. The buildings and halls of Danwang Palace were all destroyed. Those who had not left were all killed by the sword. Today, Qin Wentian has already spared no effort. His huge eyes only focused on the front, and the surging sword power gathered together again. The bodies of the Pill King and the old antique warrior descended in front of Qin Wentian. Their eyes were filled with terrible coldness, and a mighty power that could destroy the world burst out from them. Dapin stared at the two people in front of him without any fear. His body moved towards the sword again, and his healed body seemed to be cut open again. Every drop of blood was boiling hot. Boom! Dapin's body seemed to be on fire. It was the power of his bloodline that was burning. The terrifying Dapin's aura was climbing madly, getting stronger and stronger. That aura entered the peak level of the Xiangang realm and even wanted to break through that realm. However, Xiangang is Xiangang after all. Without sufficient realm comprehension, how can one enter the celestial phenomena? Dapin's aura reached the peak, and his bloodline caused the demon sword to whistle even stronger. At the other end, two celestial figures gathered the power of the sky and stars. The Pill King was covered with 9 colored fires of destruction, and the other person condensed the true seal of life and death in front of him. The seal of life and death, one of the 9 great skills of Daksha, was lost in the Danwang Palace. Now, in the hands of this celestial being, the death energy is enough to destroy the world, and everything around it has turned into the black of death. The seal of life and death, life or death, can make life happen, and death or death happen. When the seal of death is released, it can take away the vitality of heaven and earth. Even the Dapin in the clouds will surely die if it is hit. People in the distance have become numb when they see Qin Wentian in the form of Dapin, facing the two great celestial beings. They will never forget what happened today. At this moment, they have an idea that they don't want Qin Wentian to die here. Now he has become the Dapin in the clouds. If he can escape this disaster, can he break the sky of Daksha in the future? However, it is too difficult for Qin Wentian to survive. The existence of the two great celestial beings is at the peak of the Daksha dynasty, and they strangled Qin Wentian. The seal of life and death and the 9-colored burning sky flame flew towards Qin Wentian, and the destructive power seemed to have drained the vitality of the space. However, at this moment, the great Pang cried out in sorrow, its wings flapped wildly, and its body spun wildly, turning into a tornado, and the sword danced with it. Buzz! The demon sword, with supreme power, was thrown out by Qin Wentian. Wherever it passed, no 1 inch of land grew, the earth was torn apart, and with a loud bang, the seal of life and death was shattered, and the 9-colored fire was extinguished. The two celestial phenomena of the Danwang Palace thought about their bodies and suddenly dodged away. The demon sword passed through them, and no one knew where it was going. Buzz! The wind howled, and the rock that turned into a hurricane disappeared directly, carrying the wind and the demon sword, and passed directly between the two powerful celestial beings. At the moment they dodged. Not good. The Dan King looked at the end of the demon sword, and his expression suddenly changed. Qin Wentian, this is heading for the Forbidden Land. Their footsteps took a step and disappeared in an instant, but it was too late. The speed of the demon sword was so fast that Qin Wentian threw it out with all his strength. Wherever it passed, the hall was destroyed and the ground was torn apart, until it collided with the gate of the Forbidden Land. It is rumored that the door is the Holy Land of the Dan King Palace. Only some of the more outstanding women in the Dan King Palace can step into the Holy Land. But at this moment, the gate of the Forbidden Land was broken. The demon sword directly shattered the gate of the Forbidden Land and continued to rush into it, breaking through the clouds and mist, tearing apart the outer Holy Land aura, and directly inserted into the wall of a mountain of death. The mountain peak continued to break, and huge rocks fell down and buried towards the sky below. A terrible breath permeated from under the cliff, tearing the falling boulders into pieces. 2 figures and the body of the big rock almost descended at the same time, and the speed was incredible. The big rock was suspended above the cliff, and its claws grabbed the demon sword again. His eyes looked at the sky below, the cliff. There were many skeletons, and corpses were everywhere, covering the entire canyon. There were some women there, they were all so beautiful, but like zombies, and a little bit of their breath was swallowed by a dead skeleton in the sky below. Mo Qingchen was also there. The moment the big rock saw Mo Qingchen, the chill on his body was so terrible. This is the Holy Land Dan Wang Palace. There are so many beautiful women with outstanding talents. Dan Wang Palace uses them to raise evil skeletons. Dapeng's mouth uttered an extremely cold voice. At this moment, he wished that this so-called Holy Land Dan Wang Palace would be reduced to ashes. Dapeng's voice drifted far away and reached the ears of the people outside Dan Wang Palace. When they heard this voice, their hearts trembled fiercely. Indeed, they also felt a somewhat evil breath spreading from there at this moment. Dan Wang Palace uses female disciples to raise evil skeletons? This discovery made many people's bodies tremble. It was too terrible. Looking at the magnificent palace in front of them, the hegemonic power that stood for thousands of years in the Great Xia dynasty, the holy land of alchemy, and the place respected by countless people, actually raised corpses? Moreover, Mo Qingchen was sent there. The reason why Qin Wentian rushed in at all costs was for Mo Qingchen. It turned out that Dan Wang Palace accepted Mo Qingchen as a disciple, and Luo He carefully cultivated Mo Qingchen for such an invisible purpose? People in the distance looked at Luo He as if they were looking at a vicious woman. Thinking of that beautiful figure that could overwhelm a country, they all felt a chill in their hearts. Such a force, dominating Wangzhou City, was respected by countless people and wanted to step into it. Was the truth behind it so cruel? Luo He naturally felt these gazes, and her face was ugly. From today on, the reputation of Dan Wang Palace was completely ruined by that young man and would be nailed to the pillar of shame. Chapter 427 A Sai. The Dan King and the old antique level warriors all descended on the edge of the cliff. Their faces looked extremely ugly. Qin Wentian actually disturbed the existence at the bottom of the cliff. Evil creature. A cold voice came directly from the bottom of the cliff, with the cold meaning, as if the temperature of the entire space dropped sharply. The Dan King and the other man looked down into the sky, with a deep respect in their eyes. They bowed and said, "Forgive me, ancestor. An evil beast actually disturbed my practice. How can you manage the Dan King Palace? Solve it quickly." The voice came out again, with an arrogant meaning. His voice spread throughout the void, and the people who were paying attention to this place in the distance also heard it, as if they understood something. The skeleton on the cliff was actually the ancestor of the Dan King Palace? Could it be that the fallen ancestor wanted to be resurrected through some taboo means? Resurrection is a taboo against heaven. If you go against heaven, you must do something against heaven. Therefore, Dan Wang Palace used Mo Qingchen and other talented disciples to raise him. It was too cruel to exchange his life for his resurrection. However, Dan Wang Palace would be willing to do anything for their ancestor. Once this ancestor revived, who knows what kind of storm will be set off in the Great Xia dynasty. The people of the Hui family, Chen family, and Zhaixing mansion were also trembling in their hearts. The secret of the cliff in Dan Wang Palace has never been known to outsiders. They have always wanted to find out the secret. However, the outstanding disciples of Dan Wang Palace do not know. Only those who are in the highest position know the secret. However, today, it was exposed. Qin Wentian's incarnation of Dapeng's eyes contained endless coldness. He drew out the magic sword, and then pressed the sword down, rushing to the bottom of the cliff. The whistling sword swept everything away, and the dodges on both sides shattered and exploded crazily. However, a dry skeleton in the air below seemed to move, with a pair of evil eyes, looking up at the sky. In an instant, dark chains suddenly appeared in the middle of the cliff, stretching across it. The demon's sword fell and slammed on the chains. There was a cracking sound, and the chains cracked, but did not break. Qin Wentian had consumed too much power, and even his blood was about to flow out. Now, the demon's sword he controlled could not shake this terrible skeleton at all. Wentian. Mo Qingchen raised her head and looked at Qin Wentian, who had transformed into Dapeng in the void. Tears kept falling. The skeleton was still absorbing the breath from her body. Mo Qingchen could not move at all. Above the void, Dan Wang and the other person walked down, and the nine-colored fire fell and burned on Qin Wentian's body. At the same time, a terrifying death seal slammed down and landed on Dapeng's huge body. Dapeng's body was shaking violently, and he kept coughing up blood, which dripped onto the demon's sword. Dapeng spread his wings to cover the sky, but he could not withstand such an attack from a strong man in the celestial realm. However, Qin Wentian could still endure such pain. He just couldn't stand it. Mo Qingchen was sucked by the skeleton. His cold eyes were filled with despair and seemed to be filled with tears. "Idiot, you have to be well, you must be well, and live. Mo Qingcheng's beautiful face suddenly showed a charming smile. Although her tears were dripping down, she was smiling brightly. I have no regrets in meeting you in this life. It's enough. Mo Qingcheng murmured, and her body was burning. In the ancient Suzaku formation, the secret method you got must be to transform a demon. I also got a secret method that can transform a pill with my life strength. Mo Qingcheng smiled lightly. I don't want to use it, because I know you will definitely not allow me to use it, but now, I have no choice. Mo Qingcheng's energy burned up, and the skeleton below seemed to move, swallowing her energy faster. But he still couldn't stop Mo Qingcheng. A skeleton climbed up from the ground and stretched out his arm towards Mo Qingcheng, trying to stop her. But Mo Qingcheng opened her mouth and spit out, and in an instant a dazzling pill broke through the air and went towards Qin Wentian in an instant. Fool, that's my heart. Mo Qingcheng was still smiling, and then her body slowly fell down. Qin Wentian looked at the pill floating in front of him. It was a heart-shaped pill. The skeleton's arm below came up to the sky. Qin Wentian opened his mouth and sucked it suddenly, holding it in his mouth, but he didn't swallow it, just held it in his mouth. Mo Qingcheng's body fell on the stone platform, lying there softly, very quietly, still smiling, as if she wanted to leave the most beautiful moment in Qin Wentian's memory. Her long hair was scattered on the stone platform, and tears were sliding down the corners of her smiling eyes. Although, she had no regrets in this life. But how could she bear to leave? Idiot. There seemed to be more thoughts in Mo Qingcheng's mind. Idiot, I don't want to leave. I really don't want to. But you have to live well. These voices actually appeared directly in Qin Wentian's heart, as if through the elixir in his mouth. She didn't want to leave, she still wanted to be with him. But for him, she had no choice. Roar. Dapin screamed sadly to the sky, and a hissing sound came out. His body hit the sword body, and blood kept flowing into the sword, regardless of everything, regardless of his life. The wailing continued, and the flames on his body were still burning. The demon's sword seemed to be wailing as well, and the phantom of Dapin appeared in the clouds. The sharp claws grabbed the demon's sword. Qin Wentian didn't know where he got the strength from. As the wind passed, he pulled out the demon's sword. His figure disappeared in an instant. He went to the old antique-level strong man in the void and stabbed with a sword. The old antique-level strong man's expression changed drastically. Above the sky, the light of the stars fell down. His body retreated and blasted out endless life and death seals. However, at this time, Qin Wentian had no regard for his life, regardless of life and death, just asking for his life. Bang, bang, bang. The ancient seals kept breaking. The power of the giant sword was unknown. The endless sword intent strangled the opponent's body, and blood fell. Evil beast. The strong man roared, and a huge star seemed to appear in his palm, blasting forward. Boom. The demon's sword and the star collided, and the cliffs were constantly torn apart. The bodies of the two retreated all the way. The old antique-level strong man spit out blood and was injured by the shock. At this moment, the Pill King descended, and the 9-color fire wrapped around the void, wrapping the huge Dapin in the flames. Dapin cried miserably. He slashed with his sword, and the Dan King's body exploded backwards. He stood with the old antique-level strongman and stared at the burning Qin Wentian. Die? Dapin cried sadly, and stabbed his body directly with the demon's sword. It was stained with endless blood. He used the sword to stab into his body and feed the blood. Puff. Pulling out the demon's sword, Qin Wentian looked at the two people in front of him, his body spinning wildly, and the demon's sword suddenly swung out. The 1,000-meter demon's sword, with blood burning on it, turned into a long rainbow that shook the sky, and killed the two celestial beings. In an instant, it descended. The two people's expressions changed drastically, and they stepped on the ground. Suddenly, the ground of the Dan King Palace was rolling and flying towards the giant sword, but it couldn't stop it at all. The demon's sword destroyed everything. Endless star power flowed into their hands. They slapped their palms, and a bright star phenomenon appeared in front of them, turning into a starry sky wall, blocking in front of them, and colliding with the demon's sword. Crack! A crack appeared on the starry sky wall, and the demon's sword pierced into it. The sword's might swept out, and the bodies of the two were cut. With a loud bang, the starry sky wall was completely shattered, and the demon's sword continued to kill forward. Get out of the way. The Dan King and the other man did not even dare to separate, and simultaneously blasted out a palm print. Puff. The two were shocked and blood gushed out, spitting out, falling towards the distance, and fell heavily to the ground, but finally blocked the power of the demon sword. Boom! The demon sword pierced into the ground, and the sword's will tore their bodies apart, causing their blood to fly continuously, which was shocking. The two terrifying beings in the celestial realm were blasted so miserably that their breath was floating, and they were severely injured and could hardly get up. Their eyes looked at Qin Wentian again, only to see that Qin Wentian had now turned into a bloody man, still being burned by the flames. His 1,000-meter body was enduring pain that no one knew, but more of it was heartache. With a loud bang, Dapin fell to the ground. His huge eyes looked up at the sky. He spit out the pill, but he still refused to swallow it. How could he swallow King Cheng's life? How could he do this? Tears appeared in his huge eyes again. He hated that he didn't have the strength to save King Cheng. He hated that he couldn't kill Dan Wang and destroy Dan Wang Palace. Go kill him. Dan Wang lay on the ground, took a pill for himself, and spit out a cold voice. Many Dan Wang Palace masters in the distance reacted. They were extremely powerful figures in Daxia, but they were shocked by the battle just now and could only be stunned. At this moment, they heard Dan Wang's order and walked out one after another, heading towards the Dapin bird lying on the ground. Qin Wentian transformed into a Dapin bird in the cloud. If he didn't get rid of him today, Dan Wang Palace would be completely wiped out from Daxia's territory in the future. However, at this moment, a strong space fluctuation came. Buzz! A beautiful figure descended beside Dapin. This figure appeared suddenly like a fairy. She waved her palm and a cold snow lotus fell on Qin Wentian's body, extinguishing the flames on his body. She walked to Dapin's side and saw Dapin's eyes looking at her. She didn't know what she felt in her heart. Kinger. Qin Wentian whispered. Before he died, he saw Kinger again. Kinger didn't speak. Her hands formed an ancient seal. Then, a terrifying space wave spread from her body. Her long hair flew and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Unseal. A calm voice came out. Kinger's body trembled continuously. A terrible rumbling sound came out, as if a terrible existence directly pierced her body. Every time, she spit out a mouthful of blood. She spit out 9 mouthfuls of blood in a row. The strong men around rushed up, but were blocked there by an invisible space wave. Kinger walked in front of Qin Wentian and printed her palm on his body. Space, peel off. The terrifying power of space swept, and the flame seemed to be peeled off from Qin Wentian's body. She walked to the belly of Qin Wentian's huge body, outlined her body, and squatted down like a fairy. Then she carried the 1,000-meter-long Dapin on her back. This scene severely shocked everyone's mind. Unexpectedly, such a beautiful woman appeared again, carrying the dying Dapin on her back with a delicate body. Want to leave? A cold feeling came from the bottom of the cliff. The evil arms kept stretching out and grabbed Kinger. The space power around Kinger was shattered. She spit out blood again, but still carried the huge Dapin on her back. Hey! There was a sigh in the void, and then a cracking sound came out. The skeleton arm shattered directly. A figure stood with his hands behind his back, fell from the sky, and instantly floated above the cliff. Under the cliff, skeleton arms kept stretching out, but the man's footsteps were slightly stepped, and the sound of breaking continued. All the arms turned into dust, the cliffs and mountain walls were shaking, and the earth was shrouded by an unparalleled power. This figure had his hands behind his back, and his eyes were looking at Qin Wentian on Kinger's back. In his eyes, there was endless tenderness, as if he was looking at his closest relative. Drag the sword for 100,000 miles, go to the Dan Wang Palace alone, sacrifice the demon sword with blood, and transform into rock. This spirit is not inferior to yours in the past. This person looked at the sky and sighed in his heart, as if he had deep thoughts and memories. His eyes looked at the figure of the rock again, and the tenderness in his eyes seemed to be able to melt everything. P.S. I wrote it many times and revised it 4 or 5 times. It's easy to write, but it's really hard to write the picture I want to express. Chapter 428. Send her to the clouds. More than 20 years have passed. The baby who used to lie in his arms, now, for the obsession in his heart, he has come to the Dan Wang Palace at the cost of life and death, dragging his sword for 100,000 miles. What else can he ask for? Looking at the big demon Pang bird, the mysterious man's expression is still so gentle, with deep feelings. He really wants to take action, but he once promised him that he would never take action for him. He must go through his life by himself, so that one day, he can rely on his own strength to support this piece of sky. Growing up under their protection, when he was vulnerable, He always thought of the protection of others, rather than holding up the sky for others. What a peerless spirit he once had. How could his child be mediocre and grow up under the wings of others? Today, he heard that he dragged his sword for 100,000 miles to enter the Danyuan Palace, so he came here to see it. In the former baby, he finally saw the shadow of that person. He was happy and relieved. There are too many hardships waiting for this child ahead. He knows what kind of storm he will experience, so he has to face many things step by step, even if it means death. Life is a long journey. Going to the Danyuan Palace alone tonight almost made him fall, but it was also a beginning, the beginning of rebirth from the ashes. However, although this person stood there, it seemed that no one felt his presence. Everyone's eyes were attracted by Qin Wentian. He was like a passerby. The only one who noticed his existence was the skeleton under the cliff. More dry bones shattered the cliff and broke through the air directly from the ground on the cliff, grabbing towards the mysterious person. However, at this moment, he slowly turned his eyes and looked at the empty land below. With just one glance, he looked at one of the caves. His deep eyes revealed a cold flame. He walked out and walked towards the bottom of the cliff. Every step made the whole cliff tremble. It seemed that this cliff was shrouded in a wonderful rhythm. Bang! With a light sound, the cliff seemed to fall down, and all the dry bones turned into dust in the void. The figure still stood with his hands behind his back, staring at a cave, his eyes like a sharp sword, and the cave seemed to have a terrible rhythm. Bang! With another light sound, the entire cave shattered, and there appeared a looming figure. This figure was as handsome as a demon, and he was like a teenager, with crystal clear skin, but his eyes were extremely terrifying. He raised his head, stared at the figure in the void, and uttered a cold voice, "Who are you?" As his voice fell, terrifying chains appeared in the cliff and locked towards the figure. The terrifying chains directly wrapped around the mysterious figure, and the terrifying evil fire of death burned directly. However, the other party still slowly went down, standing with his hands behind his back, ignoring the burning of the flames. A crisp sound of crackling was heard, and the chains broke. The flames still burned on his body, but it could not shake his body at all. In the void, there are bright stars, covering not only the cliff, but also the entire Danyuan Palace. The vast Danyuan Palace seems to be isolated from the outside world. Those outside can't see what changes have taken place in the Danyuan Palace at this moment. What's going on? Another star and celestial phenomenon. Everyone looked up with horror. The two supreme figures of the Danyuan Palace, the Danyuan of the celestial realm and the old antique strong man, were already injured. Where did this celestial phenomenon come from? The people of the Chen family, the Hui family, and the Hexing mansion and other powerful forces have long fled the Danyuan Palace, but have been staring at everything that happened there, but now, they can't see it. Just now, there seemed to be a supreme power that seemed to be there and not there. They saw a mysterious figure floating above the cliff. He just stood there, as if he didn't exist. He stood with his hands behind his back, as if he was carrying the whole sky. Who is this person? Why did this person come? No one knew, not even Qin Wentian and Qin. That Qin Wentian's consciousness was already blurred at this moment. Qin still carried Qin Wentian on her back, her beautiful eyes looking at the sky in the void, the powerful space force wrapped around her and Qin Wentian's bodies. The void storm blew, and at this moment she only wanted to take Qin Wentian away from this dangerous place. Buzz! The strong space fluctuations were directly broken, and Qin found that this space had been imprisoned by the stars in the sky, and even if the space was moved, it could not get away. Looking at the void with cold eyes, she seemed very angry. "Girl, you are very good." A voice sounded and fell directly into Qin's eardrum, and only she could hear it. Qin frowned, and then she saw a lazy figure appearing in the stars in the void, casually looking at everything in the air below. He did nothing, but sealed the entire Danyuan Palace with the extremely powerful power of the stars. Who is it? The Dan King and the old antique level strongman looked livid. They all looked at the sky and the stars. The vague figure, at this moment, they were deeply injured, and the power of the stars was suppressed. They never thought that the Dan King's palace would be so full of storms today. In addition to them, there would be other terrifying figures of the celestial level coming. Why did they come? No one responded. The figure in the stars directly ignored the Dan King's question. On the other side of the cliff, the strange boy also saw the sky and the stars, and his face was ugly. He said, "Do you have helpers?" The figure slowly descended from the void and landed on the stone platform, just standing on the stone platform where Mo Qingcheng was. He looked at the figure of the boy in front of him, and his eyes were full of arrogance. Helpers? When you were in your prime, it was easy to kill you, not to mention that tonight, you are dying and resurrected. The mysterious figure slowly stretched out his palm, and the sky, the earth, and the cliff were all shaking wildly. An unparalleled power controlled the pulse of the entire world. The spiritual energy that sealed the 10-direction mountain has been absorbed by you. Once it is broken, it will be destroyed. He clenched his palms, and a shocking scene appeared. The entire cliff seemed to collapse in an instant. At the same moment, it exploded and turned into powder and dust. This scene made the young man's face pale. He looked into the distance and saw that there were 81 chains across the cliff, which kept making a crackling sound. Finally, a crisp sound came out, and the chains collapsed and shattered at the same time. Everything would turn into dust, and nothing could escape the power of this grip. If the Pill King had this kind of strength, with just one clench, even if Qin Wentian could control the demon sword, he would turn into dust in an instant. Qin Wentian could not resist this kind of power at all. The demon boy's face was livid. As soon as he stepped on the ground collapsed. Endless power rushed towards the opponent, but his body shot towards the void, trying to leave this place. Can you escape? The mysterious figure clenched his palm forward, and in an instant, the demon boy's body was directly shattered, the flesh split open, and turned into a dry skeleton. The dry skeleton still fled madly, containing terrible evil power. Destroy. The mysterious strong man waved his palm towards the void, and a crisp sound of cracking was heard, and screams were heard. The dry bones were shattered, but they were still alive and fled in all directions. In the void, there seemed to be a starry sky. The light of the bright stars fell down and landed on the fragments of the dry bones. Everything in that space was destroyed under the light of the stars. Everything, every inch of the dry bones, turned into dust and disappeared. The ancestor of the Danwon Palace had tried his best to revive with the dry bones, but now, because Qin Wentian walked into the Danwon Palace, he completely turned into dust and disappeared from the world. The figure killed the other party, but still did not leave. Looking around, his eyes were sharp, and his robe sleeves waved. In an instant, all the evil formations on this cliff were destroyed. After that, his body slowly turned around and looked at the beautiful figure lying on the ground. Child, you've suffered so much? Although this figure was an extremely powerful person, his eyes looking at Mo Qingcheng were also very gentle. He witnessed everything that happened here in the void. He knew that Qin Wentian dragged his sword thousands of miles to the Dan King Palace alone for this girl, and this girl could also do anything for him. Before she spit out the pill, who could know the deep attachment in her eyes? She didn't want to die, didn't want to leave, but she had no choice. The pill is here. The man raised his head and spoke calmly. In an instant, a strong wind blew past, and another figure walked over. It was the figure on the star. He was holding the pill and slowly landed in front of Mo Qingcheng. This was the pill that Mo Qingcheng transformed with her life's strength and energy, and it had her heart. They are all good girls. The descending figure sent the pill in front of Mo Qingcheng, and then fell down into Mo Qingcheng's mouth. He slapped his palm and the pill turned into endless spiritual energy, which was emitted into Mo Qingcheng's body. Since you treat him like this, we will not let you down. However, he will be a great man in his life. If you want to be his wife, you must rise to the top first. The mysterious figure standing there murmured, and then he turned his eyes to look at the figure who arrived later, and said, "You, send her to the top. This Danwon Palace is not worthy of this child." "Okay, but it's hard for the two children." The figure nodded gently, and then waved his hand, holding Mo Qingcheng's body, and stepped forward, and the figure rushed into the sky. Then, the mysterious strong man looked up at the void, and his body slowly floated up. After a moment, he was above the cliff again, looking forward, watching Kinger still carrying Dapin on his back. His eyes were still gentle. "Good guy, two such good children treat you like this, you are happier than your father. In the future, don't let the beauty down." The figure murmured, a gentle smile appeared on his face, and there seemed to be a trace of memories in his eyes. Smiling, he took a slight step forward. In an instant, the entire Danwon Palace was shaking. Chapter 429 Trial. As the mysterious figure walked, the Danwon Palace trembled endlessly, as if there was a strange rhythm. That was the whole world trembling, as if, as long as his mind moved slightly, a thought, he could make this overlord level 4 standing here a few years ago collapse and destroy. He walked slowly forward, and with every step he took, Cracks appeared on the ground, and the broken blue stone floated in the air, floating in front of the mysterious man. Every step was like this. At this moment, the heartbeats of everyone in the Danwang Palace also moved with his footsteps. It seemed that as long as he wanted, a step could make people's hearts break. This feeling was extremely wonderful, and it seemed incredible to hear that it would be unbelievable, and it would be unbelievable that it would be true, that there would be such a terrible person, but at this moment, everyone really had this feeling. This person must be a terrible existence in the Xiangxiang realm, more than a little stronger than the Danwang Palace's master Danwang, and as long as he wanted, he could easily kill Danwang. Such a person descended in the Danwang Palace and sealed this space. Who are you? The two Xiangxiang realm masters of Danwang calmed their breath, stood up, and stared at the figure in front of them. There was a strong sense of vigilance in their eyes. Even when facing Qin Wentian holding the demon sword, they only felt that Qin Wentian was like a demon, but they were still confident that they could deal with him. However, the person in front of them made them feel that it was impossible to compete with this person. If they collided, there would be no hope at all, and they would be easily crushed. Who am I, and you are qualified to ask? The figure continued to walk forward, and his palm suddenly waved. Danwang only felt a huge force directly hit him. With a muffled groan, he spit out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. He raised his head and stared at the other party, with a hint of anger in his eyes. He was the high and mighty Danwang. Seeing Danwang's expression, the figure raised his eyebrows slightly, took another step forward, and a stronger pulsating force pressed on the entire space. He took a step down, and it was like stepping on the heart of Danwang. With a loud bang, his face turned pale as paper, and he almost fell to his knees, coughing up blood. The figure didn't speak, but told Danwang with his heartbeat what arrogance was. Danwang, didn't deserve to show such an arrogant look in front of him. He took another step forward. Boom! Endless pulsating power fell on Danwang again, and his body was directly knocked out, spitting out continuously. He squatted on the ground, and there was no blood left, but his heart was tightly held, because he clearly felt that the pulsating power was coming again. He only needed the other party to take a step and he would be injured again. This feeling of powerlessness made him despair. He raised his head and looked at the mysterious figure. Since the fall of the ancient dynasty, why is there still such a terrible existence in the great Xia dynasty? Have they been hiding in the dynasty? The high and mighty Danwang had no intention of resisting at this moment. He didn't even dare to look at the other party's eyes. He was afraid that if he looked at the other party again, he would cause dissatisfaction and step on his heart. The high and mighty Danwang of Danwang Palace was so embarrassed, let alone the others. They couldn't describe how they felt at the moment. They just stared blankly at everything that happened. What happened today overturned their cognition. The Danwang, who was rarely seen on weekdays, was abused into scum and didn't even have the power to resist. Although it was because of the Danwang's injury, even if the Danwang was in his prime, the result would not have changed at all. They knew this very well. As for the other old antique-level Xiangxiang realm existence, he didn't even have the courage to resist. Such a person came to Danwang Palace. Who did he come for? Luohi breathed quickly, looking at her father Danwang with a dull face, and then looking at the mysterious and invincible existence. She found that the other party's footsteps stopped. Just then, it stopped beside the big rock transformed by Qin Wentian. The figure slowly turned his eyes and looked at Dapan. At this moment, the Dapan that Qin Wentian transformed into had already fallen into coma due to serious injuries. Kinger, from beginning to end, had his back to his figure and did not say a word. She did not like to talk, and had always been like this, but her actions were always more concise and powerful than her words. Although the strong man in front of her was very strong, Kinger's eyes were still cold, looking at the mysterious strong man coldly, as if no one could get close to her. Seeing Kinger's expression, the mysterious man could not help but reveal a bitter smile, but although this smile was bitter, it was also gentle. This girl was really cold. I know you are good at spatial power, but I am the one who stopped you from leaving. The mysterious man smiled softly. I will not help him. This is my promise to his father. You don't need to tell him what happened today. He still has to walk his own way. Interfering today has violated the promise. In the future, he will still be himself. I will not appear in front of him until he reaches a certain level. The man spoke slowly, and then he pointed his finger at the sky. The stars in the sky changed and a hole appeared. Go, I believe you can take good care of him. The man continued to speak. Kinger's eyes were cold, and then she turned her head. The power of space rolled her body again, wrapping her and dampened his figure in it. However, at this time, he turned his head and glanced at the mysterious strong man. He was still cold, but he said, "Thank you." As soon as the voice fell, a powerful spatial force fluctuated, and she and dampened disappeared directly. The mysterious strong man smiled bitterly when he saw this scene. This girl was really cold. Even the word thank you is cold. However, why didn't he feel disgusted by such coldness? On the contrary, he felt that she was a little cute. Perhaps in his heart, he had already regarded Kinger as a junior. Of course, even if it wasn't him, no one would be angry with Kinger, who is like a fairy. His eyes slowly turned, and the hearts of the people in the Dangwon Palace were shocked, and their faces turned pale. He said, "The promise to Qin Wentian's father?" This strong man really came for Qin Wentian. This person actually recognized Qin Wentian's father. I don't know what Luo he felt in his heart. Qin Wentian really had no background? Perhaps his background was so terrifying that the Dangwon Palace dared not imagine it. Luo he suddenly realized that she was not only wrong, but also very wrong. She almost had the hope of changing the fate of the Dangwon Palace. Do you know who he is? The figure was still so calm and composed, his body slowly floating in the air, his eyes looking down into the sky, revealing a contemptuous look that looked down on all living things. He was completely different from the one who faced Kinger at this moment. When facing Kinger, he was gentle like an elder. But at this moment, he was arrogant and looked down on the world. He stood with his hands behind his back, and the entire Dangwon Palace was not taken seriously by him at all. He asked, "Do you know who he is?" This he, of course, refers to Qin Wentian. Of course, they didn't know. They were vaguely guessing at this moment that perhaps he was the son of an old friend of this mysterious strong man. However, the next voice of this mysterious strong man made them tremble with fear, and they felt their whole bodies trembling. "He is my young master." The figure of this mysterious strong man was very light, so light that it seemed impossible to hear it if you didn't listen carefully, but this seemingly casual voice was like a bolt from the blue. Qin Wentian is his young master. What kind of identity is this? With such a respectful title of young master, you can imagine what kind of identity Qin Wentian's father is. Such a strong man, a terrifying existence that despises the entire Dangwon Palace. He stood there, arrogant, looking down on the world, overlooking all the people in the Dangwon Palace, but he said that Qin Wentian is his young master. Before that, Qin Wentian went to Dangwon Palace alone and was ignored by them. Even though he was gifted, he was still not taken seriously enough. Why? Because Qin Wentian did not have a strong background. They thought that they could take away everything from Qin Wentian, and a fallen genius was not a genius. As for Dangwon Palace, who dared to question it? But the reality was so thrilling. What happened in one day seemed as long as a lifetime, enough to make people remember it for the rest of their lives. Luo He's eyes were dull, staring blankly at the arrogant and powerful existence. He called Qin Wentian the young master. And she had the opportunity to make Qin Wentian her junior and the lover of her disciple. Not only did she ruin such an opportunity, but she also made Qin Wentian stand on the opposite side of her completely. No one could understand such a feeling. A sense of fear descended on the entire Dangwon Palace. Qin Wentian was so miserable today, no doubt because of the Dangwon Palace. So how would this arrogant person deal with Dangwon Palace? As if sensing their fear, the mysterious strong man looked up into the void, as if in his eyes, the Dangwon Palace did not exist at all. He was disdainful and looked down upon the Dangwon Palace. "I will not kill you." The mysterious strong man spoke again, as if to make everyone relieved. "But, if even a trace of what happened today is leaked, I can guarantee that the Dangwon Palace will be wiped out from now on, and will be completely removed from the Great Xia dynasty, clean and clear." The strong man spoke again, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Of course, they would not doubt the other party's strength. "As for your life, it is the road he should take, and I will not complete it for him. In the next period of time, you may have to spend it in torment, because you will be waiting for the revenge of the king." The man's body continued to soar into the air and descended into the stars. His eyes looked at the demon sword inserted in the center of the Dangwon Palace. "The demon sword will stay here. When he comes here again and pulls up the demon sword, it will be the day of judgment of the Dan King Palace, and his triumphant song will also be played." As the voice fell, the stars in the sky seemed to dissipate in an instant. When he looked up at the void again, the figure had disappeared. Only the arrogant figure could not be erased from his heart. The last voice that was left echoed in the Dan King Palace for a long time, and echoed in everyone's heart. When he comes here again and pulls up the demon sword, it will be the day of judgment of the Dan King Palace, and his triumphant song will also be played. Chapter 430, Dan Wang Palace Ceiling. Dan Wang Palace, one of the dominant forces in Daxia, the king of Wangzhou City, and a powerful force ruled by a strong man in the Xiangxiang realm. In the Daxia dynasty, this place is a holy place for alchemy, worshipped by countless people. The people in Dan Wang Palace are all high above, standing on the 99 steps, overlooking the existence of all living beings. When they walk in Wangzhou City, they look up, and it has always been others who look up at their figures from the ground. However, tonight, at this moment, the people who are still alive in Dan Wang Palace all look up, looking up at the sky, looking at the disappearing stars and the departing figures. The sun is falling, but they still look up like that, as if in a daze, their hearts are still beating. Everything that happened in Dan Wang Palace just now seems very short, but to them, it seems so long, long enough to leave a mark of a lifetime in their hearts. Even the master of the Dan Wang Palace, the Dan Wang, was confused at this moment, and his eyes were no longer so bright. He remembered how majestic and arrogant he was when he walked down from the vast palace. But at this moment, his brows were furrowed, his clothes were torn, and stained with traces of blood. The supreme existence of the Dan Wang Palace, today, knew what it meant to have someone out there. Qin Wentian left him with an unforgettable experience. As for the moment, those figures in the distance looked at this ancient palace, their hearts were full of doubts and shock. The demon sword still lay there, inserted upside down in the Dan Wang Palace, and the sword intent was pervasive. As for the towering palace, it had already been split into two by the demon sword. The continuous palace buildings were all destroyed and dilapidated, and even the stones on the ground were all shattered. This was not the famous overlord-level Holy Land of the Dan Wang Palace. It no longer had any sense of majesty, but only ruin. What happened just now? Everyone's heart was beating. They saw that the masters of the Dan Wang Palace, including the Dan King, looked dazed and looked up at the sky. Who had descended on the Dan Wang Palace when the stars covered the Dan Wang Palace? Who sealed the entire vast palace with the power of the stars? Where is Qin Wentian? At this moment, they were shocked to find that the figure of the big rock that Qin Wentian transformed into had disappeared. The big rock had a wingspan of 3,000 meters. Even if such a huge body fell, its body should still be there. It is absolutely impossible to disappear out of thin air. Even the cliff inside the Forbidden Land gate seems to have been destroyed. How about Mo Qingchen? Everyone had endless doubts in their hearts, but no one could answer them. Senior. At this time, the masters of the Hui family descended in front of the Dan Wang Palace and bowed slightly to the Dan King. This person was the Dan King, and they should be respectful. However, at this time, they only saw the Dan King turn his head back and glance at them casually. The look in his eyes was completely devoid of the spirit of excitement, just like an old man in his twilight years. Moreover, the eyes that swept past were cold. "Excuse me, Senior, what's wrong?" someone asked. "Get lost." With a loud shout, the man's face turned pale instantly. The Dan King waved his palm, and in an instant, a terrifying flame power descended on the other party. The cold light in the Dan King's eyes made him feel suffocated. Senior. The expressions of the people of the Hui family all changed slightly, and they didn't know where they had angered the Dan King. From today on, the Dan King Hall needs to be closed for rectification and cut off grievances with the outside world. No one is allowed to go to the Dan King Hall again. The deadline is indefinite. The Dan King's voice was cold, and he said, "Now, within one stick of incense, everyone leave." As soon as the voice fell, the Dan King stretched out his hand and waved, and suddenly a gust of wind swept over, and suffocating pressure came. The people of the dominant forces such as the Hui family, the Wang family, and the Haixing mansion all looked unhappy and full of questions. What happened that made the Dan King issue this order? The Dan King Palace was to be in seclusion collectively, and cut off all grievances with the outside world for an indefinite period of time. Such an order shocked countless people. They knew that this must be related to what happened after the stars enveloped the Dan King Palace, but they would never know what happened. Because the Dan King would not say it, and others did not dare to say it. The reason why the Dan King issued this order was simply because the words left by the strong man after he left were that today's events must not be disclosed to the outside world. Once disclosed, the Dan King Palace would be removed from the list. This means that all those who know about this matter must be firmly controlled and confined to the Dan King Palace. He had to issue such an order. He did not know who would flee the Dan King Palace out of panic and leak the secret. As the Dan King, he certainly could not allow such a thing to happen. The masters of the Dan Wang Palace certainly understood the reason why the Dan Wang issued this order. They had many thoughts just now. Some people did think of leaving. They could not resist and had no ability to resist after offending such a terrible person. It was like a huge rock pressing on them, although this huge rock did not directly crush them to death. But behind them, there was the existence of Qin Wentian, a monster, waiting to come to the Dan Wang Palace one day in the future to judge the hatred they had imposed on him. No one of them could even resist, and no one dared to chase Qin Wentian again. They could only wait, waiting for the doomsday to come one day. This was simply a dead end. The other party did not directly destroy the Dan Wang Palace, but let the entire Dan Wang Palace be shrouded in shadows. Everyone seemed to have a heavy burden in their hearts. And the person with the heaviest courage was Luo He. Feeling the cold eyes cast by everyone, Luo He felt cold all over. Was it really her fault? Of course not all of them. For the sake of the ancestors, anyone would be willing to sacrifice a Qin Wentian and a Mo Qingchen, but she was the leader in the open. It was she who aroused the flames of Qin Wentian's hatred, killed him in the Dan King Palace, and planted such a disaster. The Dan King also looked at Luo He. He wanted to punish Luo He, but now, what's the use of punishment? Everything they imposed on Qin Wentian, that crazy young man was willing to drag the sword for 100,000 miles at all costs. Could the young man who turned into a demon in the Dan King Palace forgive them for what they did to Mo Qingchen and him? This hatred can only be washed away by blood. Looking at the demon sword standing there, this demon sword is like the pillar of shame of the Dan King Palace. It will always stand here in the future, waiting for its owner to come and pull it up and destroy this ancient palace. What a cruel fact, just as cruel as what they did to Qin Wentian today. At that time, Qin Wentian was powerless to resist and could only fight with his life. Everyone also looked at the demon sword deeply, then turned around and left. How could they not leave when the King of Pills expelled them? However, no one could answer the doubts in their hearts. Zhuang Yi was also in the crowd. He had been watching everything Qin Wentian did. As the inheritor of the Kang King, he was really shocked today. Seeing Qin Wentian powerless, he was also very anxious. However, with the strong men of the celestial realm taking action, he was not even qualified to participate. If he tried to save him, he would be sending himself to death. At this moment, the wild figure of the demon was still echoing in his mind. Is he still there? Zhuang Yi had a feeling that Qin Wentian must still be alive, otherwise, the Dan King Palace would not be like this. Perhaps, behind that young man, there are still secrets hidden that he doesn't know. Soon, everyone left, flashing back with endless doubts. The Dan King Hall was still silent, dead silent. They all just looked at the Dan King, not daring to speak. Depression, only the atmosphere of depression. Without my order, no one is allowed to step out of the Dan King Hall. Dan King spoke slowly, then he raised his footsteps and walked towards the hall that was cut into two parts. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. In a moment of thought, these 4 words my father said to me before he died. Now, I really understand their meaning. What is a moment of thought? Dan King murmured, his back vicissitudes. In a moment of thought, the name of 1,000 years was destroyed. From the heyday to the dilapidated, it was just a moment of thought. Luo He's body trembled violently. This voice touched her so violently. All the cause and effect of this, isn't it her moment of thought that created it? Qingchen. At this moment, Luo He thought of the outstanding disciple Mo Qingchen, but she killed this disciple with her own hands. The crowd of the Zixing mansion walked away, all of them frowning, and saw a middle-aged man in a star robe in front of him saying, "What do you think of today's events? The Dan Wang Palace seems to have suffered a great loss. I suspect that Qin Wentian was rescued by someone." Another person responded, causing the person who had just asked the question to tremble slightly, and murmured, "To be able to rescue someone from the hands of the Dan King, and severely injure 2 celestial figures, and escape unscathed, what kind of strength is this, enough to kill many strong men in the Dan Wang Palace? Why didn't he?" The man just frowned and shook his head, unable to explain. If there really was such a person, why didn't he attack the people in the Dan Wang Palace? They couldn't figure it out. Maybe Qin Wentian fell. No matter what, There is not much life and death hatred between us and Qin Wentian. If he is really alive in the future, he must have strong supporters who are strong enough to compete with the Danyuan Palace. At that time, don't provoke him again. The man spoke slowly, and the others nodded. Indeed, if Qin Wentian is still alive, it is best not to provoke him. Not only Haixing Mansion, but all the forces today have this idea. Qin Wentian is dead, so he is dead. If he is still alive. What happened in the Danyuan Palace soon spread to Wangzhou City, spread throughout the entire Wangzhou, and even spread to the 9 states of Daxia at a very fast speed. A month later, Qin Wentian's deeds in the Danyuan Palace caused a sensation in Daxia, and were even woven into children's song and sung by countless people. At the bottom of the cliff, the demon sword howled, blood fed the demon sword, dragged the sword for 100,000 miles, and went up to the Dan King Palace alone. Love is hard to give up, hatred is hard to settle. Transformed into an ancient demon, the rock spreads its wings for 3,000 meters, and the sword breaks the Dan King Palace. Withered bones regenerate, the Dan King appears, life and death are determined by heaven. This love can shake the sky. Who is this boy? Qin Wentian, the top of the destiny list. Chapter 431, Green Charm appears. The legend of Qin Wentian spread in Daxia, but Qin Wentian himself disappeared. It is rumored that when he was in the Danyuan Palace, another fairy-like woman appeared and rescued him. As for the truth of this rumor, it is impossible to tell. Qin Wentian, life or death is unknown. Mo Qingcheng, life or death is unknown. Some people say that they may have fallen, while others say that Qin Wentian may still be alive, waiting for the day to step into the Danyuan Palace to avenge Mo Qingcheng. Time passed slowly, and on this day, a piece of news caused quite a stir in Yaozhou City. In the wilderness outside Yaozhou City, someone claimed to have seen a fairy-like figure. She was exhausted, but she was carrying an extremely large tapping figure on her back, flying in the air with difficulty. Even when walking, the fairy figure occasionally coughed up a wisp of blood, which was shocking and heartbreaking. When this news was conveyed to Yaozhou City, many people were slightly moved. Fairy, huge tapping figure? Could it be that the rumor about the Danyuan Palace was true? Some people even went outside Yaozhou City to investigate, but they could not find the fairy and the Dapan. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. It had been 3 months since Qin Wentian's shocking move in the Danyuan Palace. The forest and mountain area near Yaozhou City was boundless. Many adventurers came here, but they did not dare to go too deep, as there were too many dangers hidden in it. Today, deep in the mountains, on an ancient peak, a huge figure was seen lying there, like a small mountain. The eyes of this huge figure were sharp and cold, staring at the front, revealing a sense of sadness. If you get closer, you will be shocked to find that this huge creature is actually a Dapan figure. This Dapan was transformed by Qin Wentian. In the battle in the past, his vitality was greatly damaged. Even though he turned into big rock and his vitality was extremely strong, he still almost died. Fortunately, his blood power was too domineering, and he slowly recovered. After 3 months, he finally woke up, and the injuries in his body were gradually healing. Although he was alive, his heart was still cold. Qingcheng, is she gone? Every time he thought of this, he felt extremely heartbroken. His eyes were like sharp blades, and he wanted to kill the Dan King Palace again. But why did the elixir that Qingcheng turned into also disappear? After falling into coma that day, Qin Wentian knew nothing about what happened next. He thought he would die, but when he woke up, he found that he was lying on a delicate body like a fairy, and Qinger had been carrying him forward. In the distance, there was a breeze blowing, and a graceful figure flashed and came, and in a moment she landed in front of Dapan. In her hand, she was holding some herbs and handed them to Qin Wentian's mouth. Qin Wentian looked at Qinger and opened his mouth. Then Qinger fed the herbs into his mouth. Then, she walked to Qin Wentian's belly again and prepared to carry him on her back. Qinger. At this moment, Dapan uttered a voice, which made Qinger's expression stagnate. Then she slowly walked to the side of Qin Wentian's head and stood there quietly. She was still the same as before, not liking to talk. Qin Wentian whispered, "Don't carry me. I will recover in a few days." "But, what happened after I fainted that day?" "Qingcheng, she." Qinger turned around and looked at Qin Wentian, then shook her head and said crisply, "I don't know how she is." She really didn't know. She only knew that a powerful person appeared and told her not to tell Qin Wentian. She believed that what that person did was for Qin Wentian's good. As for Mo Qingcheng, She didn't know how she was at the bottom of the cliff. Qin Wentian was silent, turned his eyes, and looked into the distance again. King could sense Qin Wentian's sadness at the moment, and was speechless. The two of them were silent for a while. After a long time, King looked at Qin Wentian again, lowered her head, and whispered, "Perhaps, she is still alive." Qin Wentian's expression was slightly condensed, and his eyes looked at King again, but he did not speak, and his expression gradually dimmed. Perhaps, King was comforting him. "King, thank you," Qin Wentian whispered, causing King's body to tremble slightly. Then, she slowly sat on the ground and stayed by Qin Wentian's side. Before, she was always mysterious and would never show up unless there was something going on. However, this time, she did not leave and hide in the dark, but sat beside Qin Wentian. She could feel the sadness in Qin Wentian's heart. She witnessed everything Qin Wentian did in the Dangwon Palace that day. It seemed that she was really tired. After sitting for a long time, the night gradually fell. King actually closed her eyes and fell asleep quietly. Her body leaned slightly on Qin Wentian's huge head, her breathing was even, and she was so beautiful that it was dazzling. Qin Wentian sighed in his heart, and in his sad heart, he was moved again. Of course, he knew that King was injured, and the injury was not shallow, but she still carried him all the way from Wangzhou City to the forest mountain range outside Jiuzhou City. People are not plants, how can Qin Wentian not be grateful in his heart? The morning sun shines on the forest mountain range, making this forest full of vitality. On this day, Qin Wentian stood up and walked slowly towards the front. King followed him and walked with him. After a few days, Qin Wentian's speed gradually increased. After a few more days, Dapin was able to spread its wings, soar into the sky, and fly in the air. King sat on his back and looked at the scenery in the distance. At dusk, the sunset covered the sky, reflecting in the mountains and forests. In this forest, there are several strong men walking in the forest. They are adventurers who come to hunt monsters. At this time, one of them looked up at the red clouds in the sky. In an instant, his eyes froze there, as if he saw an incredible scene. On the top of an ancient peak in front, there is a huge rock. On the huge rock, a Dapin stands on it, looking at the sky. It is set against the morning glow in the sky, like a beautiful scene in a painting, so beautiful that it is breathtaking. What's more, next to Dapin, there is an unparalleled figure, who took off the veil to reveal the true face of the beautiful King. The beauty who does not care about worldly fireworks and the domineering ancient monster Dapin. This scene, the visual impact is too strong. What's wrong? The other people asked in a low voice. Following the man's gaze, they also looked at the mountain. Their eyes froze in an instant and were deeply attracted. At this moment, the fairy-like figure walked to the back of Dapin and sat down. Dapin spread its wings, and the 3,000-meter wings suddenly flapped. The wind blew, the mountains and forests whistled, and the figure of Dapin rushed straight into the sky, as if it was going to run towards the sunset in the sky. Dapin rushed into the clouds, whistling forward, with a terrifying speed. The wind hit King, but she just sat there quietly, looking at the scenery in the void. It's beautiful. King stretched out her hand, as if she wanted to catch a piece of red clouds, but found that it was just an illusion and could not be caught at all. You practiced the secret method, can't you transform into human again? King murmured, and the voice was directly transmitted to Qin Wentian's ears. The demon god sacrifice, the chanting of the demon gods in all directions, gave me such power, which is irreversible. Qin Wentian flew in the air and uttered a voice, but he didn't know what he felt in his heart. Although he was a demon, his power directly leaped, but since he was a human, how could he be willing to be a demon forever? There will always be a way. King's voice was crisp, and there seemed to be a thought in her beautiful eyes. What if I'm a demon? Since I'm a rock in the clouds, I'm the king of the sky. As a demon, I must also be the monarch of the sky. Qin Wentian's voice was full of arrogance, and the rock's wings flapped more fiercely, like a flash of lightning, galloping in the clouds. After a moment of silence, King continued, "But, I still want you to be a human." Qin Wentian's eyes trembled, and then he was silent again. The man and the demon continued to move forward, like lightning, and finally, a demon city appeared in the field of vision. Looking down from the clouds, it seemed that the demon city could be seen at a glance. In the Xianqi Palace, above the void, a strong wind suddenly blew, and a terrifying Dapin fell from the sky above the void, which made the people in the Xianqi Palace change their expressions. Feeling the powerful aura of the Dapin, they exclaimed, "That's Princess King." At this moment, their eyes suddenly saw Kinger on the back of the Dapin, and their nervous mood was restrained immediately, and their hearts were beating. Princess Kinger actually came back on such a powerful Dapin. Only to see a flash of figures, the Dapin whistled, and the wind rose. The Dapin's figure descended in the wide square area, and the huge ice swept around, which made people tremble with fear. At this moment, in the void, several figures walked in, and the one in the lead was an extremely beautiful woman. She stood there, and there was a sense of majesty without anger. At this moment, she looked at the Dapin bird with a gentle look in her eyes. Then her figure flashed and she landed beside Dapin. She looked at Qin Wentian and said, "My child, you have suffered a lot." Qin Wentian's expression flashed, and there was a look of doubt in his eyes, but he saw the beautiful woman said, "I am King Mei. Fairy King Mei." Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he said, "Hello, senior." Fairy King Mei stretched out her hand and gently stroked Qin Wentian's head. She sighed and looked at Kinger again, saying, "Kinger, are you okay?" Kinger shook her head gently and said nothing, but everyone in the Xianqi palace was trembling in their hearts. Fairy King Mei actually appeared. Why was she so gentle to this ancient monster Dapin bird? Who is this Dapin bird? The Xianqi palace is located in a remote city in the forest and mountains, and has very little contact with the outside world. Therefore, the news they know is relatively limited. Except for a few people such as Fairy King Mei, others do not know what happened in the Dangwon palace. Everything here is forbidden to be spread outside. Fairy King Mei glanced at everyone and spoke lightly. "Yes, Fairy." It was rare for everyone to see Fairy King Mei in person, and they all responded with great respect. How dare they disobey her orders? "Let's go." Fairy King Mei spoke to Qin Wentian and Kinger, and then turned and left. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432 Kinger, Princess? Fairy Queen Mei brought Qin Wentian and Kinger to a garden. Qin Wentian was now transformed into Big Rock, and his body was too big to enter any hall or house. This should be the demon god sacrifice. Fairy Queen Mei, who was walking in front, stopped, turned around, and stared at the figure of the Big Rock. Dapin nodded slightly. The magical power I obtained in the Suzaku formation of the ancient dynasty, the secret method of the great Xia ancient dynasty, the demon god sacrifice. This technique can borrow the power of the demon gods of the 8 directions, transform into an ancient demon, and increase my strength dramatically. Now my body, blood, and strength are all perfect, except that it is irreversible. I have heard of this secret technique before. It is indeed too overbearing. I didn't expect that you would break into the Dangwon palace alone and transform into an ancient demon. Fairy King Mei sighed. The great Xia ancient dynasty, its former strength is comparable to the overlord-level forces of the entire Jiaxiao combined, or even stronger, because the existence of the peak is enough to look down on the heroes. Since they said that this technique is irreversible, it is irreversible. My strength is limited, and there is nothing I can do. Kinger frowned slightly when she heard what Fairy King Mei said, but Qin Wentian's expression did not change. He just said calmly, "What's wrong with being the supreme ancient demon?" Fairy Queen Mei looked up at the void, as if she was lost in memories, and murmured, "You and Emperor Kang really miss each other in the past. He used to have no strong support, but he was unruly by nature and didn't like others to control him. He soared in the sky and no one could control him. Therefore, he was envied and offended many people. Although he later knew that he was alone and created the Kang Palace to compete with other forces, it was a pity that a generation of genius could not avoid death in the end. Although you and Emperor Kang have different experiences, you are both so unruly and outstanding. I don't want you to repeat his mistakes." Fairy Queen Mei spoke slowly. The fall of Emperor Kang was her pain. Qin Wentian was silent. He had long known that Fairy Queen Mei and Emperor Kang must have loved each other very much. Otherwise, in 3,000 years, so many grievances and hatreds would have been wiped out, but she still couldn't forget Emperor Kang. Although I am extremely powerful, I know that at my current level, I can no longer rely on absorbing external forces to improve. In the realm of celestial phenomena, I have reached a bottleneck and it is difficult to move forward. I can only place my hopes on future generations. You are the one chosen by Emperor Kang to inherit the throne. Since he has chosen you, I don't want you to become a demon forever. After all, I hope that in the future of Daksha, the King Palace can stand proud again. Perhaps this is my selfish desire. Fairy Queen Mei seemed to be talking to herself. She turned around and walked away. Kinger's expression flickered. She glanced at Qin Wentian and whispered, "I'll go and see." As she spoke, she also walked out and followed Fairy Queen Mei. Qin Wentian raised his head and looked into the void. His huge pupils revealed confusion, but the obsession with revenge was still burning like a flame. Buzz! The wind blew violently, and his figure soared into the sky. The rock spread its wings and disappeared in an instant, stepping into the clouds. Fairy Queen Mei and Quinger stopped, looked up at the rock that was soaring into the sky, and sighed in their hearts. This boy's talent is strong, and his obsession is terrible, both of which are better than that of Emperor Kang in the past. As a human, he is a great man, and as a demon, he is also the king of demons. Fairy Queen Mei sighed in a low voice, "It's a pity that I, Queen Mei, lived a few years ago and wanted to help him, but found that I was powerless. I'll try." Quinger spoke lightly, which made Fairy Queen Mei's eyes flash. He looked at Quinger, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. "You want to go find them?" Quinger did not look at Fairy Queen Mei, nor did he speak. "You know why I couldn't leave, it was because of this matter. Now you take the initiative to find them, how can they agree?" "Yes." Quinger spoke very little, still just two simple words, as if she was frugal with words, and it seemed that the words she said would definitely be done. "No, I don't agree." Fairy Queen Mei flatly refused. "Even if they have a way, they will definitely take you away from me. I will never allow it." "No." Quinger shook her head gently and looked up at the void, where there seemed to be a big rock whistling in the clouds. "I still want to watch him reign over Daksha." Kinger's cold voice seemed to reveal a sense of persistence. Fairy Queen Mei looked at her disciple and her heart was turbulent. She knew Quinger too well. She rarely spoke and cherished every word she said. Once she determined something, no one could change it, not even her master. But she also knew what kind of existence Quinger was. The sealing power in her body made her feel suffocated. As for asking Quinger to protect Qin Wentian, Fairy Queen Mei had selfish motives. Just like what she said to Qin Wentian just now, she hoped that the King Palace could rise again in Daksha. 3,000 years of faith and perseverance. For Fairy Queen Mei, Emperor Kang was above everything, including Qin Wentian, Quinger, and even herself. If he had not considered Emperor Kang more important than his own life, how could he have held on for 3,000 years and waited for that day to come? However, when the secret of Quinger was finally revealed, her people found this place, but she was reluctant to let Quinger leave. "Master, wait for me," Quinger whispered, and then her figure flashed and disappeared directly on the spot. Fairy Queen Mei's eyes froze, looking in the direction where Quinger left, and she didn't know what she felt in her heart. A few hundred miles outside Xian'ai City, there is a foggy land, as if it is an independent existence. Half a year ago, this place was still a corner of the monster forest like other areas. This fog probably appeared at that time. There were people or monsters who entered the fog, but found that there was nothing inside, but they could get lost in it, and they would come out after a long time. Over time, there were no more traces of people here, and monsters also avoided it. However, at this moment, a beautiful figure slowly descended from the sky and landed outside the fog. This figure was Quinger. She just stood outside the mist without stepping into it, and her eyes did not waver at all. A moment later, two lines of figures appeared one after another. These two lines of figures appeared in two rows, all dressed in white, and they were all quite beautiful women. They divided into two lines, came to Quinger, then knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, "Meet the princess." "I am not." Kinger's expression was still without any fluctuation, and she uttered a few words coldly. "Princess, please come in." There was a passage between the two lines of figures, facing Kinger's position. Quinger did not speak, and still stood there. Those figures did not stand up, and still knelt there, and the silence was a little scary. In the distance, two sharp lights were coming towards this side. It was a pair of eyes. It was a powerful demon beast, the Flame Rhino, who was watching the situation here, and was slightly shocked. But at this moment, a figure in white who was kneeling there suddenly turned his eyes away, and the figure flashed and disappeared. A moment later, a miserable roar was heard. The Flame Rhino with the peak strength of the Yuan mansion was wiped out in an instant. As for the figure in white, she knelt in the original place again, silently, without even a trace of dust on her body, as if she had never left her position and had been kneeling there. Shank, shan, shan. The sound of footsteps was heard, and several figures came out of the mist, an old man and two young men. Meet the princess. The old man bowed slightly to Qing'er, and the two young men also knelt on one knee, both showing respect. If these two young men were placed in the Great Xia dynasty, they would probably be able to stir up a terrible storm, but at this moment, they knelt there without any resentment. Princess, if you remove the seal, it will hurt yourself. The old man looked at Qing'er and said, I want a kind of skill, or secret technique. Qing'er looked at the old man in front of him, ignored his question, and said coldly, the demon god sacrifice can borrow the power of the demon gods of all directions, transform into an ancient demon, increase the power, and make the body, blood, and power perfect, but it is irreversible. I want to remove the skill. The old man raised his eyebrows, revealing a thoughtful look, and then whispered, Princess, remember, you must not open the seal again, otherwise, it will hurt your body too much. As for what the princess said, this secret technique can change the world, and its power must be terrible. It is difficult to remove it. It must be. Qing'er's voice seemed to be a little colder, which made the old man frown deeply. After thinking for a moment, he spoke again, in my knowledge, there is only one way to solve this technique. This method is a set of super magical powers that can cultivate another true body and copy the same self. The princess said that this person must be a human turned demon. If he practices this technique, he must cultivate himself. As for the ancient demon he transformed into, he will continue to exist in the world as an ancient demon and continue to practice. If he can really get it, it will be a pioneering work. But the princess has heard about the power of this technique and knows how precious it is. Even my clan is difficult to obtain it. If you want to get it, it may cause a world-shaking war. The old man spoke slowly. I want this method. Qing'er interrupted the other party's words, making the old man stare at her, and his heart was speechless. This princess who had been away for a long time probably didn't know how precious this technique was. She only replied to him with 4 words, I want this method. But if he wanted this method, how could he get it? At this moment, he was thinking, Princess Qing'er, for whom did you ask for this method? This person's luck is too good. I need to report to my clan through the space formation, and the clan leader will make the judgment. Moreover, I'm afraid that the princess must follow me in first, and the princess will talk to the clan leader in person. The old man bowed slightly, lowered his head, and said no more. Okay. Qing'er raised her foot and walked forward. There was still only one word, but she did not hesitate at all, which made the old man stunned. He raised his head and looked at Qing'er approaching. He could not help but be speechless and made way. Go and investigate this matter. For whom did the princess ask for the method? The old man sent a message to a woman in white. After Qing'er stepped into the mist, he waved his hand, and the figure of the woman in white flashed and left this place. P.S. I saw that there were a lot of rewards in the past 2 days, and fans such as the leader, grandmaster, and head of the sect appeared one after another. Thank you for your support for Wuhan. Wuhan can only continue to work hard and write good stories with heart. Chapter 433, As a demon, you should also be a king. The barren forest mountain range outside the monster mountain city is vast and boundless, full of dangers. Powerful monsters may appear at any time. Even in the monster mountain city, it is a city where strong people and monsters live together. Monsters, after entering the Xiangang realm, can transform into humans. Some monsters are willing to walk in the human world, but there are still monsters who still like the world of monsters. Qin Wentian used the monster god sacrifice to sacrifice his body to the monster god and transformed into perfect ancient monster body. It is irreversible and cannot be transformed into a human. At this moment, he is also in the monster world, in the vast forest. On the boulder, Dapin stood there, with sharp eyes, staring at the group of powerful monsters that were encircling and suppressing in front. Get out. Dapin stared at the earth demon bear, the leader. In Dapin's eyes, there was a supreme majesty, overlooking all living beings like a king. This earth demon bear is a bear king, a dominant monster beast within a radius of thousands of miles. When it saw Dapin bird appear in its territory, its dark pupils revealed a cruel coldness, as if it had a bloodthirsty breath. However, this Dapin was huge and had sharp eyes, like the ancient monster Yunpen, who could control the sky monster king of the 9 heavens, so it dared not move rashly. But seeing Dappen's contemptuous eyes and condescending voice, the demon bear let out a roar, and in an instant, the earth shook, and the surrounding monster beasts roared and rushed towards Dappen. Buzz! The wind blew violently, and the terrifying demonic energy raged. Dappen spread its wings and fanned out violently. In an instant, the bodies of the surrounding monster beasts were all slapped and flew away. The demon bear's pupils shrank, and feeling the power of Dappen, its body suddenly retreated, but saw Dappen's figure flash and disappear in an instant. The Pension technique, now used by a real Peng bird, was so terrifying that in an instant, the sharp claws directly tore the flesh on the back of the demon bear and penetrated into its body, lifting up the huge body. With a roar, the Peng rushed into the sky and suddenly threw it out. Bang! With a loud noise, the huge body of the demon bear hit a hill in the distance, breaking the mountain directly. The Peng let out a sharp roar and rolled forward, flying at a low altitude. The mountains and forests below trembled, and the monsters all prostrated themselves, looking up at the terrifying figure in the void, as if looking up at the king. Above the void, Qin Wentian looked down at the sky below. Wherever his eyes swept, no monster dared to look directly at his gaze. Buzz! The wind roared, and Dappen's figure landed on the top of a huge ancient peak. His eyes penetrated everything, looking down at the monsters in the air, and said coldly, "I am the king of the Wanli domain. All monsters can either get out of my territory or come here to worship. Now, go and give me my order." This voice rolled and spread with the wind to the distance, and all the monsters in the surrounding area crawled deeper. The jungle law that monsters abide by is more direct, and the strong is the king. Now this Dappen bird in the cloud wants to be the king of the Wanli monster domain, and all monsters need to come here to worship. Go. Dappen saw that the monsters still did not dare to get up, and roared. In an instant, the monsters trembled, the mountains and forests shook, and the monsters in this area left one after another to give the order of the ancient monster Dappen king. Dappen looked at the monsters, his eyes were still sharp. As a monster, he also wanted to be the king of monsters in this area. If I can't be a human in this life, then I will come to Wangzhou City and flatten the Dangwon Palace. In the area of 10,000 miles, monsters were galloping. The monsters soon learned that a cloud-bound rock had appeared in this territory, with the ability to overlook all monsters. Soon, many monsters came to pay homage. Seeing the rock standing on the top of the mountain, they could all feel its majesty and prostrated themselves on the ground to pay homage to the Monster King. This area was completely in turmoil. The powerful monsters that had once been kings in their respective territories also came here. Birds and beasts gathered together, and for a time, there was a monster festival. This scene reminded Qin Wentian of a scene in the dark forest outside the state of Chu in the past. At that time, an ancient monster statue appeared in the forest, and the monsters went to pay homage. Mo Qingchang took great risks to find him to inform him of what happened in the territory of the state of Chu. Now, it is still vivid in his mind. However, the grand scene at this moment is more spectacular than before, and the monsters are stronger and more numerous. But with so many monsters, the area around the mountain peak was unusually quiet. All the monsters were submissive and no one dared to move, all because the Dappen on the mountain peak had not spoken. Qin Wentian's eyes swept across the monsters around him. These monsters were extremely strictly hierarchical. There were many powerful monsters near the ancient peak where Dappen was. They were suspended in the air, slightly lowering their heads. Further down, there were some more monsters suspended in the air. As they went down layer by layer, their strength also decreased, which was actually very regular. Some of the monsters closest to the mountain peak were also some unruly and powerful monsters, with sharp eyes, staring at Dappen. Dappen turned his eyes and swept them with a cold light, causing the proud heads of those monsters to gradually lower, and they dared not look directly at him. Gradually, no monster dared to look directly into Dappen's eyes. They all surrendered and were extremely quiet. I want to unify the Wanli demon territory. If you don't want to, you can leave on your own. If you do, you can make me your king. Dappen's voice rolled and he spoke loudly to the vast area. All the monsters immediately bowed their heads and crawled, expressing their willingness to submit. The monsters that came today had this thought, hoping that a powerful monster king could lead them. Those monsters that didn't want to have it had already left and would not come here. Before, who is the master of this Wanli area? Dappen still spoke indifferently. Suddenly, in the area closest to him, one monster after another came forward. They were all very powerful monsters. The weakest monster's aura was also at the 5th level of Xiangang. Since he was the master of a demon territory, he naturally had to have the strength to intimidate other monsters. Okay, you 9 monsters will be the first batch of monster commanders under my command, and will be responsible for helping me to command all monsters. Since I want unification, I need absolute order. Can you do it? Dapin's voice was full of majesty. The 9 monsters bowed their heads, and one monster said in human language, "King, we will be able to complete your instructions. It's just that the 10,000 miles area commanded by your king is close to the monster mountain city. Therefore, it is chaotic and there is no king. We need a monster king to rule. As for the distant monster realm, and even the more distant monster realm, there are powerful monsters like the king, who often invade our territory. What should we do? Of you 9 people, 8 commanders will command all monsters, and the other commander must be familiar with this vast monster realm. Plan for me, and tell me the situation in the monster realm." Dapin stood on the top of the mountain and continued to speak. Every time he spoke, he was extremely majestic, especially his eyes, which were extremely fierce and filled with the intention of a king. He was like a true monarch of the sky, who could make all monsters submit involuntarily. It is because they can feel the majesty and power of Dapin that the monsters can obey orders like this, otherwise, the monsters are extremely violent creatures. A rectification of monsters began in this monster domain, and it was mighty. In this rectification, Qin Wentian led the monster domain with the strict requirements of the human sect. If you want to make these monsters powerful, you must first have the power of cohesion. 7 days later, the monster king Dapin ushered in the first storm. In the monster domain thousands of miles away, there is also a monster king. This monster is an extremely powerful red-winged earth dragon, a descendant of the 8 directions demon dragon. It has extremely terrifying power and red wings. It looks down on the sky and the earth. This monster is extremely tyrannical and cruel, and greedy for treasures. It is only because the place ruled by Dapin is close to the monster state city that it has no rule. But now, there are other monsters that dare to rule this place, so it sent powerful monsters in the territory to launch an invasion. The border between the 2 monster domains set off a bloody storm, and several terrifying monsters led the monsters to invade and kill. A powerful poisonous fang python is extremely terrifying, and anyone bitten by its fangs will die. However, at this moment, the battle area at the border was windy and there seemed to be a terrifying demonic aura in the distance. The monsters raised their heads, and then a group of monsters showed excitement. Their new king has come. As for the enemy, their huge pupils all shrank. After a moment, the big peng bird descended over this area, and its cold eyes swept the area below. Buzz! The strong wind swept past, and a stream of blood bloomed. The powerful poisonous fang python was cut into 2 pieces, and the blood was dripping, which stopped the battle of the monsters in an instant. If you invade my territory, you will be killed without mercy. The big peng bird was suspended in the air, with murderous intent and the power of the king spreading down, making the invading monsters tremble in their hearts. Then a powerful monster prostrated on the ground and said, "I am willing to surrender." Buzz! The wind blew again, and a terrifying figure passed through the void. The prostrating monster's head was separated. The big peng flew into the sky again and said coldly, "Those who slaughter my people will not be accepted. Kill them." As soon as this voice fell, the roar shook the sky in an instant. Those monsters felt their blood boiling. How could such a demon lord not be convinced? The big peng figure flashed again, and soon, it slaughtered all the powerful monsters on the other side, and then rushed into the clouds and said coldly, "Let your demon king come, I am waiting for its challenge." As soon as the voice fell, the big peng figure disappeared, but the prestige of the demon king Dapin was 10 times stronger. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Dapin stood on the top of the mountain. Above the sky, there was a beautiful figure standing there. It was Fairy King Mei. She looked at Dapin in the sky below, and her heart was slightly touched. She never thought that Qin Wentian would come to lead all the monsters in the body of Dapin. Perhaps, this is his spirit, or perhaps, this is his helplessness. As a monster, he should also be the king. If he wants revenge, he will lead all the monsters to go. Isn't it a character? Kinger hasn't returned yet, and I don't know how she is doing. Fairy King Mei sighed in her heart, a little worried about Kinger. However, at this moment, a strong wind rose, and Dapin soared into the sky, and in an instant, it landed in front of Fairy King Mei. "Senior King Mei." Dapin uttered a voice, and Fairy King Mei nodded slightly. Is there anything I can help you with? Help me find the traces of the people from the Zhuang family of Beijian City and the Beilu Academy of Guangzhou City. I will be ready to contact them at any time. Qin Wentian nodded slightly. Okay, leave it to me. Fairy King Yi agreed immediately. You should also pay attention. If you need anything, you can come to me. After that, she turned and left, and Qin Wentian returned to the top of the mountain again, waiting for the arrival of the Demon King from another area. Chapter 434 The man named Qin Wentian. On the top of the mountain, the Dapeng bird stood there, looking up at the sky, all day long, looking up at the sky, giving people the feeling that they can't look up. Many monsters often come here to worship the Demon King Dapeng. Looking at the Dapeng bird looking up at the sky, the monsters seem to be able to feel the king's loneliness. He is supreme, overlooking all the monsters, accepting their worship. He looks up at the sky, as if he wants to fly into the clouds and break through the sky one day. Dapeng spread his wings very low, and died by hitting the sky. If Dapeng could break through the sky, how heroic it would be. On this day, a strong wind suddenly rose, and in the distance, the vast demon power rolled in, but Dapeng still looked up at the sky, his eyes never moved, like a king who looked down on the world. In his eyes, there was only that sky, and he no longer took any ancient monsters into his eyes. Roar! An angry roar came out, and a terrifying figure appeared in front of the mountain, whose body was no smaller than Dapeng. Red wings, ferocious head, sharp tentacles, cold and cruel pupils, it was the king of another demon domain, the red-winged earth dragon. The descendant of the eight-direction demon god dragon, with the blood of the demon god, but even for it, it was the first time to see the real Dapeng bird in the clouds. It is you, who will be the king here. A cold voice came out of the mouth of the red-winged earth dragon. Its body was like a small mountain, and it was unknown how heavy it was. Dapeng slowly moved his eyes again and fell on the body of the red-winged earth dragon. The cold light in his eyes made the demons tremble. The several demon beasts following the red-winged earth dragon all felt the indifference and arrogance of the Dapeng demon king. When it came here, did it slaughter the demons in my territory? Qin Wentian asked lightly. Never. Below, a demon sitting under Qin Wentian responded, and the red-winged earth dragon roared, this king disdains. Dapeng stared at the other party and uttered a cold voice, submit, or die. A low roar came out of the red-winged earth dragon's mouth. Suddenly, with a roar, the world trembled wildly, as if the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The mountain where Qin Wentian was located seemed to be trembling wildly and could collapse at any time. A terrible earth force enveloped the world. Star monsters are different from humans. They are naturally good at the power of certain fields. This red-winged earth dragon is naturally good at the power of fire and earth attributes. It can absorb the star energy of the two types of martial stars above the 9 heavens without communicating with the martial stars. This is their unique talent. Moreover, this red-winged earth dragon is very powerful in both strength and speed, especially in strength. It can crush too many monsters of the same level. There are many powerful star monsters, all of whom have their own innate magical powers. As their strength increases, some corresponding innate magical powers also appear and can be used by them. Monsters rely on their talents much more than humans do. Therefore, powerful monster species, such as the eight-direction monster god and its blood relatives, can practice to a high level, while some monsters with weak talents are destined to be at the bottom, unless there is a great opportunity or a heaven-defying effort plus some luck. Dapeng stared at the red-winged earth dragon. There seemed to be a terrifying breath of the demon king permeating his body. It was the king's aura that dominated the world, as if there was the power of blood burning and roaring in his body. Dapeng's body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of kingly aura. That was the blood, going crazy. The huge pupils of the red-winged earth dragon shrank, and his expression was ugly. This Dapeng had such a strong blood, like a natural king. Is this the blood power contained in the cloud Dapeng itself? The aura of the king seemed to be even brighter. Dapeng's aura was rising wildly, breaking through a realm, and exuding the aura of the peak of Xiangang. With its wings spread, Dapeng slowly floated above the sky, looking down at the red-winged earth dragon with its eyes, and an unparalleled kingly pressure was crushing out. That kind of pressure was the pressure of the upper demon king on the lower demon beast, absolutely crushing. This aura made the red-winged earth dragon's body tremble violently, not only because of the opponent's strength, but more because of the sensitivity of the demon beast, which allowed it to clearly feel the opponent's dignity. This was a demon of a higher level than it, a natural king. Say it again, surrender, or die. Dapeng said coldly. His voice was like a thunderbolt that trembled directly in the red-winged earth dragon's mind. At this moment, it was in the same realm as Dapeng, but it clearly felt the pressure of the upper one, as if it should be humble. Looking at Dapeng's eyes, it seemed to see the Sky Monarch. Its eyes gradually dared not look directly at Dapeng, and its proud head gradually lowered. All the monsters below looked at the scene in front of them, and they were all shocked. I am willing to submit. Feeling the increasing pressure of the king, the red-winged earth dragon uttered a voice. When the voice fell, its pressure was released, as if it no longer had the king's spirit and had completely lost its temper. The monsters' hearts were throbbing, looking at the sky above. The big pang that exuded the monarch's will was still floating there, and the sharp eyes swept across, and no monster dared to look directly at its edge. As for the monsters in the Big Pang territory, their hearts were extremely excited, and the monster blood was rolling. This was their king, the real king. The king of the other domain came, and before the battle, he had already surrendered to their king's seat. What a spirit! Since you are the demon king of one domain, and you have entered my territory without killing a single demon, I will appoint you as my demon general, ranking above the 9 commanders. When I am not here, you will command all the demons for me. However, you must also abide by my rules. From now on, the demon beasts of the 2 domains will be unified, and no killing is allowed. The rules must be strictly divided. Are you willing to accept it? Dapeng's voice was cold, and the red-winged earth dragon nodded and said, the demon general obeys the king's order. I am not interested in this. This demon domain will be returned to you sooner or later. Now, go. Dapeng's voice was majestic and cold, which made the demons unpredictable, but they vaguely thought that the demon king Dapeng might have higher ambitions. His goal was that piece of cloud sky, the monarch of the sky. The red-winged earth dragon was appointed as a demon general and left this place to reorganize the demons in his domain. Dapeng returned to the top of the ancient peak and stood there, looking up at the sky, as if he would be like this forever. The demons below watched this scene and would never know the loneliness of their king. He was originally a human, but came to the world of monsters and became the king. As time passed, the autumn leaves dyed the forest red and yellow. In the forest and mountains, there were constantly fallen leaves, which looked lonely and desolate. The Monster Mountain area and the 2 regions now share the same master, the Monster King Dapeng. However, their king still stood in the lightning all day long, and his lonely figure seemed eternal. Whenever night fell, it could be found that the starlight above the sky fell on the body of the Monster King Dapeng. Those starlights were exceptionally bright, and in the dark night, the lonely figure was imprinted more clearly. Fairy King Mei never appeared again, and Kinger didn't know where she went. Qin Wentian could only think of making himself stronger. In the outside world, regarding Qin Wentian's disappearance, more people believed that he had fallen. The Danwon Palace had never come forward to talk about this matter, but his friends gradually became stronger and firmly believed that Qin Wentian was not dead. In the Zuanan Palace of Yaozhou City, on the ancient tower, a black-robed figure shrouded a charming body. The exquisite figure was perfectly outlined by the tight black robe. Bai Qing was returning from a secret training, but she learned that Qin Wentian might have fallen in the Danwon Palace. Upon hearing this news, she did not shed a single tear, but just stood there and looked into the distance for 7 days and 7 nights, without moving a single step. Qing girl. Behind Bai Qing, Bai Kiboksu's eyes were slightly red, and she called out, but Bai Qing seemed to have not heard it, and continued to stare into the distance. The wind blew, ruffling the clothes of the 2 women. Above the sky, a cold wind blew, Bai Qing's lips moved, and finally, a tear slid down the corner of her eye, only one drop. Brother Wentian, if you die, even if the devil dominates the world, what's the point? Bai Qing was heartbroken. She practiced so hard, even at the cost of hurting herself. Why? If you die, what's the point of burying the entire Danwon Palace? Bai Qing murmured, and then she raised her eyes and looked at the sky. Those eyes were no longer beautiful, but extremely dark and cold, as if they came from the eyes of the 9 netherworld. The terrifying power of the cold devil permeated her body. Bai Kiboksu felt cold all over and shivered. Her body retreated rapidly, and she couldn't stand beside Bai Qing. The devil's power lingered around Bai Qing, as if it had transformed into a more terrifying devil's will. Her figure trembled, soared into the sky, and went away into the distance. Kinger. Bai Kiboksu called out, but heard a voice behind her, let her go, she has cultivated magic in this life, so her evil thoughts are deeper. Whether it is a blessing or a curse depends on her luck. Outside the Yaotian city, in the vast forests and mountains, in the foggy land, one day, a group of figures finally walked out. The old man who had stepped into it in the past, as well as Kinger and others, all walked out. The foggy land was calm, but no one thought that in a land full of powerful people far away from this place, how big a storm would be set off. The great Nirvana immortal method was stolen by someone, triggering a raging flame of a terrifying force. It is unknown how many powerful people fell, and one by one, the forces of all sizes, such as the overlord-level sects and families of the Great Xia dynasty, were wiped out in the blink of an eye in this storm. No one knew that the initiator of this storm was just for someone in the Great Xia dynasty, far away. Kinger walked forward. Behind her, the old man stopped and shouted, "Princess!" Kinger paused and stopped. "Don't forget what the princess promised. I will lead the tribe to leave now." The old man bowed slightly. Kinger nodded gently, then continued to walk forward. Not long after, Kinger disappeared from sight. Beside the old man, a woman in white stood there respectfully, as if waiting for orders. "Are all the things you have found out true?" The old man asked calmly. "It's true. Since the princess wants this method, it must be Qin Wentian who escaped from the Dangwon palace. I don't know who saved him," the woman said calmly, causing the old man to raise his eyebrows, as if there was a hint of sharpness. "The surname is Qin. The man named Qin Yuanfeng should not be related." Chapter 435 Retreat. The foggy land outside the monster mountain city disappeared, as if it disappeared overnight, which made the passing monsters quite strange. However, this seemed to be just a very small matter. No one in the Great Xia Imperial City would know that this small matter in this remote area had caused too much trouble. Similarly, it would also change the history of Great Xia. In the monster domain, on the top of the mountain, Dapin still stood proudly in the sky, with a lone figure on the peak. This was the loneliness of the king. However, today, a figure flashed from a distance. A monster roared and wanted to intercept it. However, that figure was good at spatial power and could move in space, but even so, it was still intercepted by monsters. "Let it go!" Dapin uttered a voice indifferently. In an instant, all the monsters retreated and let the beautiful woman like an iceberg snow lotus go forward. She came to the side of the mountaintop, causing all the monsters to look up and be a little surprised. Their king recognized this human woman? Kinger's figure flashed and came to the top of the mountain, standing beside Qin Wentian. She took out a golden ancient page and a divine pattern ring and handed them to Qin Wentian. A clear voice sounded at the same time, "See if it works." Qin Wentian took the golden ancient page and felt the runes on it. His consciousness invaded it. In an instant, the runes flashed in his mind, and a set of ancient powerful skills and techniques were imprinted in his mind. His mind scanned it, and Qin Wentian's heart throbbed, and even his huge body couldn't help but tremble slightly. The great Nirvana immortal method, with a Nirvana technique, creates a true self, a completely identical true body. Qin Wentian's claws holding the golden ancient page also trembled slightly. A terrible light burst out in his eyes. His eyes slowly turned and looked at Kinger beside him. She looked ahead, still so calm and cold, as if it would always be like this. "Kinger, how did you get it?" Qin Wentian's voice trembled a little. "Such a terrifying technique can completely create another true self. This is too terrible. One immortal is immortal, and the two bodies can practice in different directions. The true body of Nirvana is exactly the same as the original body, but the road after that can be chosen by oneself, so as to practice in different directions. For a martial life cultivator, it is equivalent to having an extra life. Having two lives can survive, feel, and fight. Even if one body falls, it is still alive. This kind of magic formula is definitely not something that the Great Xia dynasty can possess. No wonder it is called the Immortal Method, the Great Nirvana Immortal Method. Kinger, where did you get it? She disappeared these days. Was it just for this? What price did she pay to get it? The divine pattern ring contains the treasures needed for cultivation. It should be able to shape a true self. Kinger did not respond to Qin Wentian's words, but just said lightly, "Take me back." Qin Wentian held the divine pattern ring tightly, and his sharp claws seemed to tear his flesh. The great Nirvana Immortal Method, which can shape the true self, requires treasures that he has never heard of, but just by hearing the name, he knew that the materials must be priceless. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded heavily. With this great Nirvana Immortal Method, not only can he restore his true self, but he can also have this Dapin's external incarnation, which can reach the sky and penetrate the earth. Such a perfect thing is like a surprise from heaven, but Qin Wentian is not as excited and happy as he imagined, but only heavy. Although Kinger is still cold and doesn't like to talk, this love is heavy and weighs on his heart. Kinger's figure flashed, and then she sat on Dapin. Dapin spread its wings, and the 3,000-meter-long wings covered the sky. The wind blew, and Dapin rushed straight into the sky. The voice rolled down, Red Wing Demon General, this place is temporarily handed over to you to command, and the 9 demon commanders will assist. As soon as the voice fell, Dapin rushed into the clouds, and Kinger sat quietly on Qin Wentian's back, as beautiful as a painting. Kinger, you should also remember this technique. If you get the materials in the future, you can also use it to shape the body of the true self. Qin Wentian whispered, and Kinger nodded gently. I have seen it, but, apart from you and me, only Master knows about this matter. There must not be a fourth person who knows the existence of the great Nirvana immortal method. Kinger solemnly instructed, and Qin Wentian naturally understood. Even if Kinger didn't say it, he knew what to do. If this immortal method was known to others, the turmoil it would cause would probably not only affect the great Xia dynasty. After that, even if the true body was condensed, Dapin and Qin Wentian must not appear at the same time. He could let people know that he had violated the demon god sacrifice and could transform into human, but he must not let people know that he not only violated the demon god sacrifice, but also created another true self. In the Fairy Pond Palace, Dapin and Kinger landed on the ground. Fairy Qingmei instantly appeared there. Looking at Dapin and Kinger, she smiled. Kinger had already told her the formula for reversing the demon god sacrifice, and she was relieved. Wentian, I have found the whereabouts of the people from the White Deer Academy and the Zhuang family. Fairy Qingmei looked at Dapin and said, Senior, I also need you to help me investigate the other forces of the Hidden One lineage. I will mark their locations on the map. In addition, I will rebuild my power and where the Zhuang should be located. Please advise me. Qin Wentian said to Fairy Qingmei, which made Fairy Qingmei's eyes flash with a strange light. It seems that Qin Wentian is ready. He has begun to plan to summon all the forces of the Kang King's Hidden One lineage. This matter still needs to be considered in the long run. Safety considerations need to be put first. After all, the combined power of the Hidden One clan is not as strong as that of a hegemonic force. Fairy Qingmei said, I understand. Therefore, the force I rebuild with the Hidden One clan will be a brand new force. It will not have any connection with the past. This needs to be concealed and carried out quietly. Qin Wentian nodded. It seems that you have already made a plan. If you want to decide where to locate the sect, you can consider the Xianqi Palace. It is the safest here. Fairy Qingmei suggested. Here, there are the 9 unique skills of Daxia. Senior, you can order people to pass them on to the White Deer Academy and the helmsmen of the clan, so that they can accumulate strength and develop. When they see the 9 unique skills of the Daxia dynasty, they will understand what I mean. Qin Wentian took out the Jiutian divine tablet and handed it to Fairy Qingmei. He trusted Fairy Qingmei without reservation. She would do this for King Kang. Fairy Qingmei looked at Qin Wentian, and a smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. You are more courageous than Emperor Kang in the past to pass on the 9 unique skills of Daxia to your subordinates. If this matter is spread, Beilu Academy and Zhuang family will be in danger. The people at the helm of Beilu Academy and Zhuang family will know how to act specifically. Why should we worry about it? If the senior considers betrayal, they dare to do so. Not only me, but also the senior will not let them go. Qin Wentian said casually, and Fairy Qingmei nodded. It was true. However, after talking with Qin Wentian today, it can be seen that after experiencing so many things, Qin Wentian's mentality is gradually changing, but the most persistent persistence in his heart has never wavered. I need to retreat, and I am afraid it is difficult to predict how long it will take for the time being. Qin Wentian whispered, the great Nirvana immortal method, using the Nirvana method to condense the body of the true self, is by no means easy to do. It takes a long time to shape a perfect body of the true self. Now that he has transformed into Big Rock, I am afraid that this time will take even longer. I'll help you guard it. Kinger whispered, causing Qin Wentian to look at her with his huge pupils. Seeing that Kinger was still cold, a gentle smile appeared in his eyes. Kinger, you also need to practice yourself. I will arrange everything. Fairy Qingmei shook her head and said, Wentian, you can practice in seclusion here. I will make sure that nothing from the outside world disturbs you. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. Kinger, let's go. Fairy King Mei said to Kinger. Kinger looked at Qin Wentian, then nodded gently, and left with Fairy King Mei. Soon, this area was completely sealed off and became extremely quiet, without any sound. Qin Wentian stretched out his claws and took out the golden ancient page again, the great Nirvana immortal method. A terrible edge flashed out from Dapin's eyes. His eyes looked at the sky, and I don't know how sharp it was. Alluring. Dapin murmured, and there seemed to be snowflakes falling in his pupils. Under the ancient tree, the beautiful girl smiled sweetly, and the world seemed to have lost its color. Qin Wentian, who turned into Dapin, began to retreat, but the passing time would not wait for him. In Daxia, big things still happened every day. As for Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng, they never appeared in Daxia again. People couldn't help but sigh. Did the pair of people who amazed Daxia disappear completely? Another year has passed. Many major events have happened this year, but the most talked about thing is still the rise of the young generation. In the last session of the Destiny list, there were many amazing people. They are constantly moving forward and surpassing their predecessors. Even those who have never entered the Destiny list have many rising figures, and there is a great momentum. The most dazzling person is still Hua Take-Su. He is only over 30 years old, but he has entered the 4th level of Xiangang realm and defeated many people in the 5th level of Xiangang. He is in his prime. It seems that no one among his peers can match him. He even constantly surpasses the strong men of the older generation. He is praised as the first person in the Daxia dynasty in 100 years. In the future, there is great hope that he can enter the Xiangxiang realm. In addition to Hua Take-Su, Chen Wang of the Chen family, Shi Potion of the Shi family, and Yu Yang Kuangsheng of the Yu Yang family are also very powerful, but the most eye-catching is the Wuxiang realm, a force that does not compete with the world. Not to mention that the Wuxiang realm has many children of powerful forces who have achieved success. Even some young people who are not children of powerful forces have achieved amazing success in the Wuxiang realm. Qin Zheng, Yun Mengai, Chu Meng, Fan Li and others have gradually emerged. When they are out, they often make enemies with some people of overlord-level forces, and kill them directly without mercy, and are wanted by many overlord-level forces. But the most eye-catching is Bai Qing of Zuan Hall. In the battle of the Destiny list in the past, Bai Qing's Wentian brother broke the hearts of many people. Now, her magic seems to have transformed and become stronger, like a demon walking out of the 9 nether purgatory, and like a ghost killer in the dark night. She hunted countless people in the dark from the Danwang Palace, Chen family, Wang family, Zhaixing Mansion, and other forces. She herself was ambushed several times and was seriously injured, but she managed to escape and continued to kill without fear of life or death. She became the thorn in the eyes of many overlord-level forces and was ordered to kill. And the young man who was still in seclusion in Xianqi Palace was completely unaware of all this. Chapter 436, Qin's House City is in turmoil again. In the Great Xia Dynasty, it has been 2 years and 9 months since the last battle of the Destiny ranking, which means that there are still 3 months before another battle of the Destiny ranking. However, now, there are subtle changes in the battle of the Destiny ranking. In the past, the battle of the Destiny ranking was held in the Great Xia Ancient Dynasty. The battle took place by beating drums, crossing the river of life and death, going up to the armor battle stage, entering the Suzaku formation, seizing the ancient luck, obtaining the secret method, and heading to the Great Xia Ancient Dynasty. However, now, the Suzaku formation is no longer the formation of the past. It is actually controlled by Qin Wentian's original ancient luck Suzaku Spirit Purgatory Suzaku. For this reason, the overlord-level forces in Qin's House City announced that the Battle of the Destiny ranking of the Great Xia Dynasty tonight will be held in the Qinshan Pavilion in Qin's House City. Moreover, because there is no ancient luck, the 36 overlord-level forces of the Great Xia Dynasty will all take out a treasure of extraordinary value to reward the 36 seats of the Destiny ranking as a reward. Therefore, after nearly 3 years, Qin's House City of the Great Xia Dynasty was once again in turmoil. Countless strong men and young talents entered Qin's House City. However, because of the glory of the previous Destiny list, although everyone was very excited about this Destiny list, they did not think it could surpass the previous one. The battle of the Destiny list more than 2 years ago was a heyday, and terrifying figures such as Qin Wentian, Chen Wang Siqiang emerged. At this time of great turmoil, Qin's House City was also particularly chaotic. Some strong men from the Danwang Palace, the Chen family, and the Hua family were hunted down one after another under the cover of night, which made people deeply feel the surge of the undercurrent. Finally, one day, a sensational battle took place in Qin's Hao City. After Bai Qing hunted down a strong man from the Hua family, he was intercepted by Hua Taixu. Although Bai Qing was powerful, he was not Hua Taixu's opponent after all. At this time, Yan Kuangshen, Chu Meng, Fan Li, Qin Zheng, Yun Mengai and others all appeared and joined forces to fight Hua Taixu. The geniuses of the two worlds destiny list had a shocking duel, but Hua Taixu is one world earlier and was the first on that destiny list, and his realm was higher. The strength of the realm can easily make up for the disadvantage in numbers, so even if many geniuses on the other side joined forces, they were still all severely injured by Hua Taixu, but in the end, Hua Taixu was poisoned. No one saw who poisoned, and no one knew where the poison came from. Because of this, it made people feel more terrified. There was a name that was about to come out. Mu Feng. These familiar names appeared in everyone's vision again after almost 3 years, when another destiny list was about to be held, and directly set off an uproar. The strong men of the Hua family and the Chen family arrived, but the strong men of the Zuanan Palace, the Ouyang family, and the Zhang family also came. The two sides could not reach an agreement at all, and a tragic battle broke out directly. The battle between the 5 overlord-level forces ended in a tragic ending, and each retreated. But the oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire Qin's Hao city, and the storm seemed to be ready to blow at any time. Moreover, from this duel, everyone could see a lot of things. The Ouyang family seemed to have a closer relationship with the Zhang family. This was obviously because of the upcoming wedding of Ouyang Kuangsheng and Jiang Ting. The two major forces helped Ouyang Kuangsheng. It can be seen that Ouyang Kuangsheng's status in these two families has reached a certain level. I am afraid that he is being trained as the successor of the Yang family. At the same time, this duel reminded people of a name. Whereas Qin Wentian, the first on the last destiny list. Bai Qing, Yan Kuangshen, Chu Meng, Fan Li, Qin Zheng, Yun Mengai, Mu Feng, these genius names, it seems that they are all because of the existence of Qin Wentian. They will stand together and fight side by side. If Qin Wentian is still there, what will the duel with Hua Taixu be like? The young man who had created more brilliant achievements than Hua Taixu, every time he thought of his duel with Hua Taixu, he would be overwhelmed with emotion. However, such a duel might be hard to see in this lifetime. Although some people said that Qin Wentian was still alive after turning into a big peng bird, and might appear again one day, as time passed, few people believed it. Most people thought that Qin Wentian might have really fallen in the Dangwon Palace, and his body was gone. Bai Qing, Yan Kuangshen, Fan Li and others would also think of Qin Wentian, especially after the battle with Hua Taixu. They would think of that flying figure. Every time they looked up at the sky, they could not help but ask themselves in their hearts, is he still there? In the vast forest demon domain far away from Qin's Hao city, there was a strong wind blowing above the void. In the misty clouds, the big peng spread its wings, and the 3,000-meter wings flashed, and in an instant, 10,000 meters. On the back of this steppen, a handsome young man stood there, with his hands behind his back, his eyes deep and bottomless, and he didn't reveal the slightest aura, but once you see him, you will probably never forget him. Dapan flew above the clouds, like a flash of lightning, across the vast territory, out of the vast mountains and forests, across the territory of Yaozhou City, and continued to fly. After a day, Dapan came to a city in the jurisdiction of the Haixing Mansion in Wangzhou City. This city is just a small city. 2 years ago, a force came. Although it was quite low-key, the strength it occasionally showed was still shocking. This force was the Beilu Academy that was expelled by the Haixing Mansion. They moved to this small city to settle down in order to avoid disaster and develop themselves. More than a year ago, Fairy Queen Mei came in person and brought the 9 unique skills of Daxia, which shocked the Patriarch and the elders of Beilu Academy. However, they also learned that Qin Wentian was not dead. The reason why they sent the 9 unique skills was that they certainly understood the meaning. This was an opportunity for development, but it was also a heavy courage. Over the past year, Beilu Academy has selected core disciples and cultivated them silently. At the same time, for the absolutely loyal older generation, they let them choose their own unique skills suitable for cultivation and develop quietly. As for the unique skills of Daxia that they practiced, they would never use them in front of others. Bailu Academy is always waiting for the arrival of the young man who once went to the Dangwon Palace alone. At this moment, the martial arts field of Bailu Academy is very lively. Many young people are learning from each other. Bailu Yi is also there. Now her strength is not weak, and she has reached the 9th level of Yuan Fu. Silently watching the young people in the academy practice, she couldn't help but think of the youth she used to be. At this moment, a strong wind seemed to blow. Everyone looked up and saw a terrifying big peng bird descending from the clouds, as if it was falling straight down from the sky. In an instant, the martial arts field was blown by a strong wind, and the crowd even couldn't stand steadily, covering their eyes. After a moment, when everything was calm, the figure of the big peng was seen floating above them. The huge figure seemed to cover the sky and the sun. The sharp eyes swept over, with the majestic demeanor of the king. Dappen. Seeing this big peng, everyone showed their sharpness. Their hearts were throbbing, and Bailu Yi's beautiful eyes were shining, staring at the figure of the big peng. He really turned into a peng. Is it irreversible? The strong wind flickered, and the strong men of Bailu Academy flashed one after another. The old figures of the major clans all appeared and looked at the big peng. Looking up slightly, they found that there was a young man standing on Dappen's back. He was blocked by the huge body and seemed inconspicuous. However, when they saw his temperament, they couldn't help but admire him. Why did Dappen bring him here? Who is this person? At this moment, Bailu Yi's figure slowly walked forward and came under Dappen. His body floated up and stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to touch Dappen's cheek. Dappen's sharp eyes remained the same, and he didn't stop him. Bailu Yi's soft palm gently stroked Dappen's cheek. Dappen didn't dodge and seemed particularly calm. Xiao Yi. A voice came out of Dappen's mouth, and Bailu Yi's palm trembled violently. Looking at the figure, her eyes were red, as if she couldn't help crying. Did he really become a demon beast? Are you okay? Bailu Yi said in a trembling voice. I'm fine. Dappen said again, and then he looked at the others with a sharp look. At this moment, on Dappen's back, the young man slowly walked to his head, looked at the people under him, and said, from today on, I need to take charge of Bailu Academy. The eyes of the people in Bailu Academy froze, and they all looked at the young man, and then looked at Dappen, but saw Dappen nodded slightly. From now on, seeing him is like seeing me, and his words are my words. The crowd was a little confused, wondering who this person was, and he actually let Qin Wentian, who had transformed into Dappen, hand over the power to him. My name is Jiutian. From today on, I can announce to everyone in Bailu Academy that you are all descendants of the 3,000-year-old King Kang. Moreover, I, Jiutian, will subdue the King's lineage and integrate it into a new force. From now on, you will have no relationship with Bailu Academy, and you must not expose the affairs of the King's lineage. I want a new overlord-level force to emerge in Daxia. The figure on Dappen spoke slowly, and his tone was extremely frivolous. He actually wanted to create the 37th overlord-level force, which was extremely ambitious. When the people of Bailu Academy saw that Dappen was just watching everything happen calmly, they immediately understood in their hearts that the King Fairy had sent Daxia's 9 unique skills before, and now, it was finally time to start the action. Bailu Academy would disappear from the long river of Daxia dynasty's history. This force, which had never caused much waves, would disappear with the wind. Select 3 of the strongest, come up and follow me. Jiutian spoke again, his tone still arrogant and domineering. The patriarch of Bailu Academy nodded, and soon, he selected 3 old men and stepped on the back of Dappen. The rest of you, go to Yaoshan City, the Fairy King's fairy palace. Remember, go in small pieces and wait for me there. The new force will be integrated in the Fairy Pond Palace. Jiutian left a voice again, and Dappen's wings flashed, and it flew into the sky in an instant, rushing into the clouds and disappearing. Everyone was shocked to see this scene. Bailu Yi's beautiful eyes revealed a deep sadness. All kinds of memories in the past seemed to be recalled in his mind again. However, he turned into Dappen, and it seemed that his mind was also changing. Can he go back to the past? Chapter 437, Bingling Sect and Xianli Kingdom. In the Great Xia Dynasty, the Dappen bird flew above the clouds, and within a few days, it crossed countless regions. The Dappen in the clouds wanted to be the king of the sky. His speed was so terrible that even the 9 heavens Yinglong could not compete with the Dappen in speed. After seeing the people from the White Deer Academy, Jiutian stepped into the Zong family's stationed place and brought Zong Yi and other 3 strong men on the Dappen. Jiutian was naturally Qin Wentian, but Dapin and Qin Wentian could not appear at the same time, so he changed his appearance with a secret method he got from Di Feng. The reason why he was named Jiutian was because the surname of King Kang was Di, which symbolized the inheritor of Di Kang. The word Yan was taken from the last character of Qin Wentian, and it also had the spirit of the emperor who is in the 9 heavens, and wanted to be the king of Daxia. As for the current Jiutian, he is exactly the same as the Qin Wentian of the past. He is not an external incarnation, but a real body. This is the powerful technique of the Great Nirvana Immortal Technique. Through the Nirvana of the Great Pang, the true self is transformed into the real body. Whether it is the star soul, realm, bloodline, or even personality and character, it is completely the original body, without any difference. The Emperor Yan who emerged from Nirvana was Qin Wentian before he turned into a Great Pang, but his cultivation had been raised to the 2nd level of the Xiangang realm. After practicing the Great Nirvana Immortal Technique, Qin Wentian also knew the horror of this technique. The technique of creating a true self and a non-external incarnation is so heaven-defying that it is no wonder that Kinger told him not to expose it. At this moment, he was thinking, Kinger, what did she pay to get such a heaven-defying immortal technique? It's a pity that the nirvana of the Great Nirvana Immortal Technique can only be achieved once, otherwise if you want to transform again, you will truly die. Standing on Dapin, Qin Wentian looked down and saw an ancient mountain towering into the clouds in front of him. He glanced at the map in his hand, and his mind moved slightly. Dapin went down from the sky. Jiutian and Dapin were both real bodies. Although they could practice and develop in different directions, their minds were connected. They were 2 people in 1 person. The wind was howling, and Dapin landed under the ancient mountain in an instant. Qin Wentian looked up and said, "You wait here, Dapin, follow me up." Qin Wentian said, and immediately walked towards the ancient mountain with Dapin. They did not fly in the air, but walked towards the ancient mountain step by step. The mountain road was rugged, but for a martial arts cultivator, there was no difficulty. Although Qin Wentian walked up, his speed was still not slow. 1 person and 1 demon, they soon arrived at the top of the ancient mountain. There was a simple house there. Outside the house, an old man in ragged clothes sat quietly on the ground, facing the sky below. Qin Wentian and Dapin stood beside the old man without speaking. The old man also sat there quietly, still closing his eyes, as if nothing had happened. After a long time, the old man's lips moved slightly and he said, "Since you are here, why don't you speak?" "My name is Jiutian." Qin Wentian took out a Kang Wang order and spoke slowly. The old man was silent again. After a moment, he opened his eyes and looked deeply at Qin Wentian and Dapin, and then stared at the Kang Wang order. Then he stood up and walked into the room. Not long after, he walked out again, but there seemed to be an extra package on his back. "I heard that the punishment lineage has undergone great changes in the past 1,000 years. Only 1 person is left, but he is still waiting here." Jiutian admires it, so he walked up the ancient mountain. Qin Wentian spoke slowly. "Walking up the mountain is respect. Although I am 1 person, I am also a lineage, passed down from generation to generation, until I hold the staff of thunder punishment in my hands. Now, I am willing to follow the young master of the Di family." The old man bowed slightly to Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian nodded gently, turned around, stepped on the back of the big rock, and said, "Let's go." The old man was still wearing coarse linen clothes and walked to the big rock. The big rock spread its wings and flew towards the sky below. In an instant, it landed under the ancient mountain. The people of Bailu Academy and the Zhuang family saw the old man. They didn't know each other's existence. At this moment, they couldn't help but look at him carefully. Seeing that the bag behind the old man was long, they heard the elders mention the Kangwang Palace passed down from generation to generation. Their expressions changed slightly. Zhuang Yi even said, "But the punishment lineage." The old man glanced at Zhuang Yi, and there seemed to be a flash of sharpness in his turbid eyes. He nodded gently and said, "The Jianmen lineage, it seems that the inheritance remains the same. Let's go." Qin Wentian's voice was still calm. Everyone stepped on the back of the big rock and then soared into the sky again. Although the people on the back appeared calm, they were quite frightened in their hearts. After Qin Wentian handed over the power to Jiutian, it seemed that Jiutian was ready to take charge of the Kangwang Palace on behalf of Qin Wentian. He had to integrate the major hidden veins of the former Kangwang Palace in the shortest time. The big rock soared into the sky again. Qin Wentian had asked Fairy King Mei to investigate the situation of the major hidden veins before, otherwise he would not know that the punishment lineage had undergone a major change. Now, he only needs to hold the Kangwang order and go to take over. Yaozhou City is located in a remote corner of Daxia. The terrain here is complex and the environment is harsh. There are many dangerous places surrounding Yaozhou City. Therefore, the people inside and outside Yaozhou City are strong in martial arts. They are more likely to grow in difficult environments. In the northern border outside Yaozhou City, there is a piece of ice and snow. This piece of ice and snow is extremely vast and is called the Arctic Ice Region. There are many dangerous places in it. However, people who like to practice ice and snow power regard this place as a paradise. The Bingling sect has a history of thousands of years in the Arctic Ice Region. The founders of the sect are several women with a group of people. Gradually, it has developed to the point where there are more than 10,000 people in the sect. However, because the Bingling sect has always been extremely low-key, it will never provoke other sects and forces, and it is not competitive with the world. It only cultivates its own strength. Therefore, although many forces are afraid of the Bingling sect, because of its sect philosophy, no powerful force has ever really taken action against the Bingling sect. In the vast snowy area, a series of ancient ice palaces stood there. Many women walked in the ice area. They were all wearing thin clothes, as if they were not afraid of the cold. "Senior sister, can you look up?" At this moment, a woman looked up at the sky, her beautiful eyes fixed, and she was surprised to see 8 figures falling from the sky above the clouds, heading towards the Bingling sect. The leader had an extraordinary temperament, and the 7 people behind him all exuded a strong temperament, giving people an invincible feeling. "Go and report to the sect." These women flashed, and after a moment, the figures in the void landed on an ice sculpture. Many figures appeared one after another, all of them were women. The Bingling sect, the practice of the law, is only suitable for women. "Who are you?" At this moment, a middle-aged beauty looked at Qin Wentian and others and asked, "Where is the Bingling sect's leader?" Zhuang Yi spoke lightly. His voice was calm, but it seemed to contain sharpness, as if there was a sword power that permeated the sky. "Sir, what do you want to see, Bing?" At this moment, a figure came from a distance. Qin Wentian and others looked into the distance and saw a woman in icy clothes walking towards them. The woman looked quite young, as if she was only about 30 years old. Her skin was as white as water, but she exuded a chill. "Emperor Kang." Qin Wentian moved his lips and transmitted the sound to the other party's ears. In an instant, Bing Yuqian's expression suddenly changed, and then he said, "Come with me." After saying that, she turned around, and Qin Wentian and the others followed her at a leisurely pace. Bing Yuqian led them to an ice sculpture, which was lifelike and turned out to be a beauty. "Is this Bingling, the founder of the Bingling sect?" Qin Wentian looked at the ice sculpture and said, "Well, the ancestor could not get over the death of King Kang, so she ordered her descendants to turn her dead body into an ice sculpture and place it here to remember this hatred. If one day, any descendant of King Kang comes, they will personally destroy it." From then on, the Bingling sect no longer believes in the ancestor Bingling, but follows the descendants of King Kang. Bing Yuqian said lightly. Qin Wentian took out the order of King Kang. Bing Yuqian glanced at it carefully, then bowed and said, "Bing Yuqian, meet the young master." The feelings of Senior Bingling for King Kang are witnessed by the heaven and earth. Qin Wentian said lightly, "This ice sculpture will not be destroyed, and will remain here forever. You choose the strongest 3 people from the Bingling sect and leave with me. Then hand over the affairs of the sect to people who can be trusted, and order the Bingling sect to disband and go to Yaozhou City in the vast forest demon domain outside Yaozhou City, Xianxi Palace, where Fairy King Mei is." Hearing about Fairy King Mei, Bing Yuqian's expression flashed a change, but then she nodded lightly, "I'll arrange it now." After waiting for a while, Bing Yuqian arranged everything properly, and then stood up with Qin Wentian and walked towards the void. When she stepped into the clouds, Bing Yuqian saw the Dapan bird in the clouds. Her pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a brilliant edge. However, she did not ask more questions. After stepping on the Dapan's back, Qin Wentian said, "My name is Jiutian. I believe you already know Dapan's identity." Qin Wentian, he is the real descendant of King Kang, but now he has turned into Dapan. Everything is handed over to me. He and I are no different. But you must remember that this matter must not be spread outside the sect. All the branches of King Kang should know it in their hearts." "Yes." Bing Yuqian nodded in response, and Qin Wentian did not continue to speak. This trip was very smooth. Bingling sect handed over power without saying a word. One of the reasons was their loyalty to King Kang, but it was also because the people around him were powerful. If it was like when he entered Wangzhou City alone and stepped into Beilu Academy, such a situation would not have happened. In the Great Xia Dynasty, there is a country called Xianli country. Although this country is not in Jiuzhou City, it also has a strong power, especially the Xianli family, the royal family of Xianli country, which is powerful and terrifying. This country was not Xianli country before, but 800 years ago, the Xianli family suppressed the imperial power and held it under their control. After a war, the country was seized. The Xianli family changed its name to Xianli country, and in the 800 years of history, it annexed the 3 surrounding countries, making the country more powerful. The Xianli royal family is also very powerful, recruiting strong people from all sides. There are many strong people in the Xiangang realm, and the power is developing more and more terrifyingly. Today, several uninvited guests came to Xianli country. After Qin Wentian and his friends arrived, they did not go directly to the royal family of Xianli country, but went to the ruins of the former Xianli family first. Looking at the family that was razed to the ground and completely disappeared, no one stayed. Qin Wentian seemed to have a faint coldness in his eyes. Some forces in the major hidden veins of King Kang have disappeared. Now, apart from the forces he has recovered, there is only the Xianli family that should have been here. However, the Xianli family did not seem to follow King Kang's will and wait here, but instead plotted to become stronger. The Xianli family became the Xianli kingdom. As for the ruins on the map in King Kang's order, no one was left, which means that they regarded King Kang's will as nothing. The inflated Xianli family has the idea of flying high on their own. Chapter 438 Strong Attitude. Zhuang Yi's eyes flashed, and there was a faint sword light shining. He whispered, "The Xianli family seems to have violated the will. How should we deal with it? For thousands of years, who can keep the promises they made? If you can all do this, King Kang would be pleased. The Xianli family is planning to develop. Although it is wrong, it is understandable. Uncle Zhuang, follow me to the Xianli palace. Others, don't show up for the time being. Let's go and see what attitude the Xianli family has towards the descendants of King Kang." Qin Wentian said slowly, and everyone behind him nodded, secretly thinking that although Jiutian was arrogant and frivolous, he was also quite open-minded. "Let's go." Raising his feet, Qin Wentian and others left this place and walked towards the direction of the Xianli palace. The Xianli kingdom's palace was majestic and vast. Standing outside the palace, there was a grand ancient road that led from the palace gate to the inside of the palace. Outside the city gate, there was a group of armored soldiers guarding it, which was majestic. Behind the palace gate, there was a watchtower as high as 100 meters. Standing on it, one could overlook everything around. At this moment, 2 figures were walking along this grand ancient road, heading towards the palace. Their seemingly slow steps soon reached the outside of the palace gate. "Stop." Seeing Qin Wentian and Zhuang Yi approaching, a soldier pointed a spear at Qin Wentian and Zhuang Yi. However, at the same time, the 2 figures flashed and disappeared like a gust of wind. They flew directly from the city gate. In the blink of an eye, they stepped into the palace and appeared on the ancient road inside the city gate, still walking slowly. On the watchtower, there was a flash of lightning, making a muffled thunder sound. In the palace, many guards suddenly flashed wildly and came towards this side. Qin Wentian and Zhuang Yi continued to walk forward. When many soldiers came, Zhuang Yi walked to Qin Wentian's side. A sword intent suddenly spread from his body. In an instant, a suffocating sword power enveloped everyone, and no one dared to act rashly. "Who are you two? This is the important place of the Xianli kingdom's palace. If there is anything, please inform us." A leader stood up and blocked the way of Qin Wentian and Zhuang Yi. "I want to see the Lord of Xianli kingdom," Qin Wentian said calmly. Zhuang Yi was still behind him. A terrible sword power fell on the leader. Cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead and his face was pale. So strong. As a leader of the palace, he has the 5th level of Xiangang realm. He is very powerful, but the sword intent on Zhuang Yi's body makes him feel suffocated. Watching Zhuang Yi step forward step by step, finally, this person flashed and ran away in an instant. Here, more and more strong people appeared, but no one dared to block the way of Qin Wentian and Zhuang Yi. Not long after, Qin Wentian stepped into the depths of the palace. In front of him, a line of figures appeared. The leader was a pair of young men and women. The man was handsome, wearing a golden crown and gorgeous clothes. The woman was beautiful, exuding a luxurious aura from head to toe. When she smiled, she was a bit charming, fascinating. Behind the two men, there was a line of strong men. The aura of them was wafting out, and they were all very powerful people. "Your Highness, why don't you kneel down?" An old man with cold eyes scolded Qin Wentian and the others with anger. When he spoke, he waved his hand, and a spear whistled and rushed towards Qin Wentian. Zhong Yi raised his hand and waved it, the sword light flashed, and the spear cracked. He said coldly, "Let the Lord of Xianli come to answer." "You are so arrogant." Another person said coldly, staring at Zhong Yi. Although this person has a strong cultivation, his tone is too big, and he actually asked the Lord to come. As for the prince, he was smiling all the time and said calmly, "You two must be guests from afar. Please tell me why you are here. That way, I can entertain you two. Are you the prince of Xianli Kingdom?" Qin Wentian looked at the young man and asked. "Yes." The young man also looked at Qin Wentian. He wanted to know the identities of these two uninvited guests and how dare they dare to break into the Xianli palace. "King Kang." A voice penetrated directly into the young man's eardrum. The young man's smiling eyes finally changed and his pupils contracted. But only for a moment, he returned to normal and said, "Please come in." After saying that, he made way, making everyone around him wonder why the prince was so polite all of a sudden. Qin Wentian and Zhong Yi did not hesitate and went forward directly. The young man saw the other party walking by him and then whispered, "Seal off the inside and outside of Xianli Gate. No one is allowed to enter." As he said that, he assigned some people to stay, and the others followed him forward. Qin Wentian and Zhong Yi were brought to a square in front of an ancient palace. It was quiet and suitable for doing something. At this moment, there were not many people following the Prince of Xianli country. There were only 3 people left. However, footsteps were heard in the distance, and soon some strong men came and landed here. They cast their eyes on the Prince of Xianli country with a puzzled look. "You actually know the secrets of King Kang in Xianli country." The Prince of Xianli country stared at Qin Wentian. His voice was a little cold. The expressions of the people around him all changed slightly, showing shock. The eyes staring at Qin Wentian and Zhong Yi all revealed a cold breath. "Everyone in Xianli country, listen to my order." Qin Wentian took out the Kang King order, stretched out his hand, and showed the Kang King order in front of everyone. Suddenly, the prince's expression changed slightly, but he seemed to have guessed something long ago. In just a moment, he returned to normal. The shock of others was even more obvious. This seemed to be the Kang King order. "Isn't my father here yet?" The prince ignored Qin Wentian's words and seemed to be talking to himself. "King Kang has been dead for many years, and someone dares to use his name. He really deserves to be killed." When the voice fell, there was a strong murderous intent in his eyes. Xianli country has been established for 800 years, but there is one thing that has always weighed on their minds. Over there is Emperor Kang. As the hidden lineage of King Kang, they were ordered to wait for the heir of King Kang, but as Xianli country gradually became stronger, they were bossy and were the masters of a country. How could they be willing to submit to the heir of a dead man? On this day, the heir of King Kang finally appeared. In this case, let him disappear forever. "How dare you!" Zhong Yi took a step forward, and a terrifying sword power roared. However, the moment he walked, the people behind the prince all took a step forward at the same time. They were all powerful masters and were obviously prepared. They all communicated with the prince through voice transmission. Are the others also planning to rebel against King Kang? Qin Wentian swept his eyes. For some reason, those people were at a higher level than Qin Wentian, but when they touched Qin Wentian's eyes, they actually felt a chill, as if those eyes could penetrate people's hearts. He used the word rebellion. If the Xianli family was like the Beilu Academy in the past, although they were unwilling to submit, they were still treated with courtesy, which was understandable. However, this prince who was used to power was not just unwilling to obey orders, but wanted to silence them. A dead person is also called rebellious. How funny. The charming woman beside the prince leaned on the prince and giggled. Her smiling eyes showed that she had no respect for King Kang at all, and even used the word dead to tease him, let alone surrender. "Shut up," the prince said calmly, but he did not use a scolding tone. Instead, he said calmly, "King Kang is a senior figure and must be respected. It's just that these people are using King Kang's reputation, which is hateful. Oh, I see. The woman was still giggling. The two of them did not take Qin Wentian and Zhong Yi seriously at all. Although Zhong Yi was very powerful, since he was here, it was impossible for him to leave his Xianli palace. Soon, more strong men came one after another. Those who knew the secret of Emperor Qing must have been invited here. Qin Wentian's perception spread out, and as expected, he found that this area was blocked. There was an ancient door outside, and there were strong men guarding it. At this moment, how could Qin Wentian not understand the situation? But he did not say anything, just stood there quietly waiting to see if those who knew the secret of Emperor Qing had the same attitude. At this moment, a majestic man appeared. This man wore a crown on his head. After seeing him, everyone bowed slightly and shouted, "Your Majesty." The middle-aged man nodded slightly, and his eyes instantly fell on Qin Wentian and Zhong Yi, with a sense of majesty without anger. Qin Wentian also stared at the other party without speaking. "Kneel down." Beside the middle-aged man, the two shouted loudly, took a step forward, and the violent breath burst out, crushing Qin Wentian's body, making Qin Wentian feel a terrifying force descending on him. If there are still people who recognize the Kangwang order, they should kneel down and worship the Kangwang in front of the Kangwang order. Qin Wentian once again offered the Kangwang order, but no one was willing to admit it. The square was silent and no one paid attention to the conspicuous Kangwang order. Even if some people might have the intention to respect the Kangwang, under the conditions at this moment, no one dared to stand up and oppose the king of Xianli Kingdom. Everything still depended on his attitude. "Show me the Kangwang order." The Lord of Xianli Kingdom spoke lightly. Qin Wentian waved his hand, and the Kangwang order fell into the other party's hands. Such a scene made the Lord of Xianli Kingdom stunned. He looked at Qin Wentian with a trace of fear. This person was able to become the Lord of Xianli Kingdom, and he was also a person with deep scheming. He saw that Qin Wentian was not confused at all at this moment, and even dared to give him the Kangwang order without hesitation. "Where did you get this order from? We still need to investigate. Moreover, your identity is unknown. Please stay in the palace for a while." The Lord of Xianli spoke calmly, staring at Qin Wentian closely, as if he wanted to see through him and see Qin Wentian's true and false. "The order of King Kang is here. I order you to kneel down within 10 breaths." Qin Wentian looked directly at the other party, standing with his hands behind his back. His cold voice was full of arrogance, which made the people around him look serious. They didn't know where this person got the confidence from. The charming woman chuckled again, as if she had heard something very funny. "Are you kidding?" The Lord of Xianli heard Qin Wentian's words, and his vigilance became stronger. "It's definitely not a joke. There are still 7 breaths." Qin Wentian spoke coldly. Everyone sneered, and the prince and the charming woman smiled even more wantonly, with mocking eyes. However, just when they thought Qin Wentian was a fool, a thumping sound suddenly came out, and someone actually knelt on one knee, saying, "I am willing to obey the will of King Kang, and I greet the young master." "Uncle, you." The prince looked at the man, and his expression suddenly changed. Puff, puff. Then, 6 or 7 people knelt on one knee one after another, saying loudly, "I greet the young master." This scene made the prince and the woman beside him stunned, revealing an expression of disbelief. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439 Punishment. The scene before them was beyond everyone's expectation, causing everyone's mind to be in chaos. Even the Lord of the Xianli Kingdom had a changed expression, and his eyes swept over those people who were kneeling on one knee, with a terrible cold light bursting out of his eyes. At this moment, he realized that it was reasonable for these people to betray him. He was the Lord of the Xianli Kingdom. In the past, his lineage was the strongest in the Xianli family, overwhelming his limbs. On weekdays, he was high in the clouds, so these people naturally did not dare to make trouble and served him respectfully. However, at this moment, someone appeared here holding the King order. For these people, it was undoubtedly a turning point, especially since he had just offended the person holding the King order. These people who surrendered were gambling. They were betting on the arrogance of the King's descendant who came here, and they had a strong basis. As long as the bet was right, it would not matter if the Xianli Kingdom surrendered to the King's inheritor, because the Xianli kingdom would be under their control. The leader of Xianli kingdom saw at a glance that these people who knelt down were two factions that were close to each other, and they were the most powerful factions after his faction. Their combined strength was not much weaker than that of his lineage. If the trump card of the descendant of King Kang was added, the strength would be enough. Presumably, these people had been communicating secretly just now, and then they decided to rebel this time. The leader of Xianli kingdom could see that, and how could Qin Wentian not see what these people were thinking? Now he was far from being as naive as before. However, no matter what means and thoughts these people had, they would have no meaning in the face of absolute power. 3 breaths. Qin Wentian spoke calmly, and the eyes of the people around him flickered, their minds turned rapidly, and they were struggling in their hearts. At this moment, they were facing a very difficult choice. This was no longer a choice of whether to surrender to the descendant of King Kang. If only this choice was too simple for them. At this moment, it was a choice of faction and team. In the last 3 breaths, 3 more people knelt down and chose their camps. The others still stood there, which meant that they always stood firmly on the side of the Lord of Xianli. You are all good. There was a hint of murderous intent in the voice of the Lord of Xianli, and the prince and the charming woman beside him could not laugh at this moment. They did not expect that the appearance of the descendant of Kang Wang would lead to conflicts within Xianli. The time has come. Qin Wentian's tone was cold. These people had not simply forgotten that they belonged to the lineage of Kang Wang, but also intended to kill him, seize the Kang Wang order, and end this path forever. Return the Kang Wang order to you. The Lord of Xianli threw the Kang Wang order out, but Qin Wentian did not take it. He stepped slightly, and the starlight burst out. His figure disappeared in an instant. At the moment he disappeared from the original place, a thunderbolt directly struck the place where he was just now. The real lightning and thunder, how swift and fierce! The thunderbolt actually burst out with blazing fire. If it hit, it would be enough to kill Qin Wentian on the spot. As for the Kang Wang order, it was destroyed by the lightning. However, for Qin Wentian now, the Kang Wang order is no longer so important. What needs to be done has almost been done, and the integration of the Kang Wang lineage is about to be completed. The Xianli king suddenly took action, obviously intending to kill the descendants of the Kang Wang first, and then deal with the traitors, but he did not expect Qin Wentian's reaction to be so swift. He raised his head and looked at Qin Wentian in the void. His eyes flashed with cold light, as if lightning rushed into Qin Wentian's mind. However, he saw Qin Wentian's body getting higher and higher, and Zhang Yi appeared behind him, floating in the void with him. What was that just now? The stars shifting. The Xianli king showed a thoughtful look. As for Zhang Yi, he did not feel strange. Qin Wentian once asked Fairy King Mei to bring the 9 unique skills of Daxia to the Zhuang family. Jiutian was Qin Wentian's spokesperson. There was no difference between them. Naturally, he might have practiced the 9 unique skills of Daxia. Rebels, there is no need to exist. Qin Wentian's figure was cold. Above the void and the clouds, a breath gradually spread down. Everyone looked up, and then they saw that one after another figure slowly fell from the sky. These people were not many, but they all had a strong breath. Each of them might be a powerful martial life cultivator of the 3rd level of the Xiangang realm, equivalent to the strongest group of people in his Xianli kingdom. The faces of the Xianli kingdom lord and others all changed. Sure enough, the descendants of King Kang had subdued so many powerful beings. When the Xianli kingdom was united, it might be possible to counter this force, but now the civil strife broke out again. Facing these people and the person who betrayed him, the Xianli kingdom lord knew that there was absolutely no chance of winning this battle. What happened between us is a family matter after all. If my lineage is destroyed, do you think that with the strength of these people, you will be in power? I'm afraid your status at that time will not be as good as it is now. How about I pretend that nothing happened just now? The Xianli kingdom lord was still calm. However, no one responded to him. Those people knew that once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. The power brought by Qin Wentian exceeded their expectations, but now, they must not turn back, otherwise, there is only one way to go. The strong man in the void descended, and the terrifying aura completely enveloped this space. Everyone saw that the old man in simple cloth took off the package on his back, then slowly untied it and took out a wooden stick from it. The moment he saw the wooden stick, the face of the Lord of Xianli instantly turned pale. Punishment stick, you are the punishment person of the punishment lineage. The Lord of Xianli looked very ugly. As a descendant of the Qin Wentian lineage, he certainly knew some of the secrets of the past. The punishment lineage was in charge of punishment in the Qin Wentian palace when Emperor Qin was still alive. It was the strongest lineage in the Qin Wentian palace and the loyal supporters of Emperor Qin. Sometimes, they were even more terrifying than Emperor Qin. Because they are in charge of punishment. Those who Emperor Qin does not punish, they punish. Those who Emperor Qin does not kill, they kill. In the Qin Palace, the Punishment Hall, and the Senluo Hell, they have authority second only to Emperor Qin in the Qin Palace, and even the direct descendants of King Qin, the descendants of the Emperor family, are afraid of them. Now, King Qin's various clans have been reorganized, and I am in charge of punishment. Today, since you have rebelled against King Qin and even dared to break King Qin's order, your crimes are extremely serious and you shall be put to death without mercy. However, I have considered that time has passed so long that I will not involve others. However, if you involve others in this matter, my punishment stick will surely punish your entire clan. The old man of punishment had a low voice with a terrifying aura of oppression. He looked at the Lord of Xianli and others and said, "Rebels, commit suicide. Otherwise, if there is a war, other members of the Xianli family will be involved, and then more people will inevitably be killed under the punishment stick. I wonder if this generation of old man of punishment still has the majesty of the past." The Lord of Xianli spoke slowly. His body was suspended in the air, confronting the old man of punishment. Thunder was rolling on his body, and there seemed to be terrifying thunder pythons all over his body. His power was terrible. Although there is only one person left in the punishment lineage, he is still able to handle punishment. The old man of punishment spoke lightly. He held the punishment stick tightly in his hand and then walked forward. With a simple step, he used the punishment stick to strike forward. It seemed that there was no power at all, as if it was just an ordinary stick stabbing forward. However, the Lord of Xianli Kingdom looked very solemn and did not dare to be careless. His body rushed out, and endless thunder pythons rushed out with a bang, as if to explode the void. The old man of punishment was instantly shrouded in the rolling thunder power, and his long hair and beard were all fluttering. The simple old man was actually so majestic at this moment. There seemed to be a layer of light curtain shining on his body, covering his body. The punishment stick was struck out, and a dark and boundless vortex appeared, as if it was a cold gap in hell. The dark light directly penetrated everything. In an instant, there was a scream, and the chest of the Lord of Xianli Kingdom exploded directly, bleeding. The lightning dissipated all over his body, and his body fell directly to the ground. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, a hole appeared on the body of the Xianli King. Staring at the void, he roared, "Well, you are worthy of being the old man who holds the punishment stick. Under the heavenly phenomena, there may be no rivals. I plead guilty." After saying that, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. A generation of kings had to commit suicide here. However, he also knew that he had no hope of survival. Only death could save his lineage. Otherwise, according to the iron law of the old man, he would never let him off easily. When someone in the King Palace violated the iron law of the punishment hall, it was useless for the King to plead for mercy. This was their duty and their belief. He slapped his palm on his head, and the thunder was overwhelming. With a loud bang, a generation of kings committed suicide on the spot. The people of the king's faction were ashen, and the prince and the charming woman beside him could no longer smile. Their pale faces revealed an extremely strong sense of fear. "Your Highness, I don't want to die." The charming woman looked at the prince, but the prince had no intention of paying attention to her at this moment. When the old man of punishment turned his eyes away, the threat of death enveloped everyone. "Your Highness, since you must die, you can save your clansmen. As for you, don't be too ruthless. After all, His Majesty and your blood relatives." An old man next to the prince looked at those who were kneeling on one knee and spoke resolutely. Then he slapped the charming woman's head directly with his palm, killing her on the spot, and then he committed suicide. The key choice is wrong, which means death. Everyone's eyes were sad, but they knew that they would die. Although they had a strong desire to survive, as long as they saw the eyes of the old man of punishment, they knew that there was no way out and they could only commit suicide one by one. Finally, the prince fell down, and there were corpses lying on the ground. Qin Wentian looked at the fallen bodies. His expression was still indifferent, without much sympathy. Now, his heart has become much harder. A general's success is built on the bones of thousands of soldiers. On the road to hegemony, there will probably be countless corpses. Chapter 440 Swallowing the Stars. Qin Wentian and his companions stayed in Xianli country for 7 days, reorganizing the Xianli Guo royal family and firmly grasping the imperial power. He did not directly ask Xianli country to go to Xianqi Palace as he did to Bingling sect and the Zhuang family, but only selected more than 10 strong men from Xianli Guo to follow him. The rest of the people still stayed in the Xianli Guo royal family to control the imperial power. The Xianli family has controlled Xianli country for 800 years, and its roots are deep and its power is growing. Although the people in power are from the Xianli family, there are many other strong men in Xianli country, as well as incomparably huge resources and wealth. How can they just give up these? Therefore, Qin Wentian only took away the strongest group of people, and at the same time, he left behind several strong men and the core figures of the Xianli family, who still guarded in Xianli country. Xianli country can become their backup force. Only this time, the resources Qin Wentian took away from Xianli Guo were extremely huge. Now, the forces controlled by Qin Wentian include Beilu Academy, Zhuang family, Bingling sect, Xianli kingdom and punishment elder. But all this is not over yet. Qin Wentian personally invited Fairy King Mei to lead people from all parties to personally go to the last force, the D family, to reorganize. The D family was almost completely exterminated in the battle that year, and only a few people escaped. The last order given to them by King Kang was to take charge of the King order, select the inheritor, and revive the Kang palace. However, I am afraid that King Kang himself never thought that thousands of years later, the few people who survived that year would develop again and become a powerful force. Then, their ideas diverged and they were divided into 2 major factions. One of them was the Dai faction, which adhered to the last order of King Kang and selected the successor. The other faction was the Diffing faction. They wanted to establish themselves as kings. They thought that since they were the blood of the D family, why didn't they take charge of the hidden veins themselves? However, the existence of the hidden veins was only marked by that map. After years of investigation, they only found Beilu Academy. Fairy Queen Mei and the powerful men of the hidden lineage came secretly and suppressed one of the lines with iron-blooded means. Even if it was the descendants of the emperor family, they were not soft-hearted when they should be killed. As for the person who executed the punishment, it was naturally still the elder of punishment. Fairy Queen Mei was of such status that everyone knew about her love affair with King Kang. Within 3 days, the emperor family lineage was thoroughly reorganized, many people were bleeding, and then they moved to the Xianqi palace. This matter did not even cause much waves in the Great Xia dynasty. No one noticed what was happening quietly here. Now, more eyes are focused on Qin's Hao City in the Great Xia dynasty. The storm there may subvert the future of the Great Xia dynasty. The collision of the 5 overlord-level forces caused by Hua Taixu and Bai Qing is not trivial. It has been many years since the Great Xia dynasty has had so many overlord-level forces involved in the same storm, and this storm may evolve into a terrible storm at any time. While the Kang Wang Yinzi lineage was reorganizing in the Xianqi palace, the battle for the destiny list in Qin's Hao City was getting closer and closer, with a sense of impending storm, and all major forces seemed to be accumulating strength. In recent days, Zhuang'an Palace, Yang family, and Zhang family have mobilized many strong men to descend on Qin's Hao City. The reason is that they may fight with the Chen family and Hua family at any time, so they must be fully prepared. After all, Qin's Hao City is the territory of the Chen family. At the same time, the young people of various forces are constantly rubbing and colliding, and even bloodshed often occurs. On this day, a young man named Jiutian stepped into Qin's Hao City alone. After nearly 3 years, Qin Wentian once again stepped into Qin's Hao City. In the past, he came with the Yang family, but now, he came alone to this ancient city, which was once the capital of the Great Xia dynasty. Outside the ancient dynasty, people still come to visit from time to time, as if they want to take a look at the style of the ancient dynasty. Qin Wentian stood there, looking at the ancient dynasty he had once stepped into, and there were many sighs in his heart. 3 years. 3 years ago, he was full of vigor and was determined to take charge of the White Deer Academy and compete for the top 3 on the destiny list. At the same time, in order to prevent Luo He from interfering in his affairs with King Chen, he must defeat Zhang Chen. On the destiny list, he was full of vigor, defeating all the heroes of Daxia along the way and taking the first place. However, what awaited him was a fierce battle. The spirit of the Purgatory Suzaku transformed into a formation spirit for him and activated the Suzaku ancient formation. But the nightmare was behind. The Danwon Palace recruited a son-in-law for King Cheng, and at the same time, it actually sacrificed King Cheng's life and bones. To this day, King Cheng's life and death are unknown. And he, transformed into Dapin, holding the demon sword, split the Danwon Palace. Looking back, it was like a dream. 3 years have passed in a flash. Now, he has recovered the King Wentian lineage, and the fairy King Mei is helping him to reorganize. There are many strong people around him. His other body, the Cloud Pang, sent him to Qin's house city, and then returned to the demon domain, continuing to be the king, rectifying the demons in the demon domain, ready to launch a war that might shock Daxia at any time. As for him, he once again came to Qin's house city, outside the ancient dynasty of Daxia. At this moment, a terrifying aura permeated the ancient dynasty of Daxia, and continued to extend to the periphery. The ancient purgatory formation has moved, hurry up. Everyone dodged, and the aura of this formation spread very quickly. Soon, it enveloped Qin Wentian, who did not move his body, and the purgatory sky in the void fell down. Yeah. A crisp and familiar voice came. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and then he saw a white shadow running quickly not far away, and instantly jumped into Qin Wentian's arms. Good guy. Qin Wentian sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that after changing his appearance, the little bastard still recognized him. Buzz! A gust of hot wind blew on his body. Qin Wentian looked forward and saw a looming shadow of the purgatory vermilion bird flying towards him. It was spinning around Qin Wentian, making a low humming sound, and occasionally arching its head towards Qin Wentian's arms. Purgatory. Qin Wentian was shocked. Wasn't the purgatory vermilion bird an incarnation of a formation spirit? This illusory figure must be the purgatory ancient Yun who is close to him in the past. Little guy. A crisp voice came, and Qin Wentian looked up, and then he saw a soft body in a fiery red dress running towards him. The exquisite figure was even more beautiful against the background of a fiery robe. That charming face made people feel as if their hearts were beating. When Ruahun saw the little bastard and the illusory Suzaku Guian rubbing against a strange young man, a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she asked tentatively, "Are you, junior brother?" Based on Ruahun's understanding of the little bastard, he would never be so intimate with a stranger. With this little guy's lustful personality, he would not touch any man except Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked at Ruahun, with a gentle smile in his eyes. Senior sister Ruahun was always smart, so it must be impossible to hide it from her. Of course, he also had absolute trust in the senior sister. Sister. Qin Wentian called out crisply, and then the lines on his face began to move and turned back to its original appearance, causing a strange light to flash in Ruahun's beautiful eyes. Then she folded her hands in front of her chest, supported her chin with one hand, looked at Qin Wentian with a smile and said, "You still remember to come to find your senior sister." Qin Wentian walked forward, looked at the beautiful figure, and gave Ruahun a hug. "Sister, you and master, how have you been these 2 years? It's boring, but fortunately I have this little guy by my side, so I can practice with peace of mind, and I won't collapse. But you, why did you come back so soon? Even if you can disguise yourself, you have to be careful of those forces in Qin's house city. After knowing that we all went out, they now have no time to take care of this formation. No one is monitoring it anymore." Qin Wentian and Ruahun walked forward and saw Master Mo Xiang again. Qin Wentian smiled. Mo Xiang was quite excited to see Qin Wentian. "Wentian, I feel relieved to see you are safe." "Teacher." Qin Wentian felt a warm current in his heart. Then Mo Xiang pulled him and said, "Come and sit down. Talk to the teacher about the changes in the outside world in the past 2 years. Have those big forces been chasing you? It's a long story." Qin Wentian sat down and sighed in his heart. Then he slowly told the teacher and Mo Xiang about the past 2 years. Even the things about King Wang Palace were not concealed, which made Ruahun and Mo Xiang in shock. After listening, they no longer had smiles on their faces, but were filled with some sadness. "King Cheng is a good girl. I hope she can be safe." Mo Xiang's eyes were slightly moist. Back then in the Emperor Star Academy, Gu Lao was King Cheng's grandfather, and he was Gu Lao's disciple. For the most beautiful woman in Chu State, Mo Xiang still had some feelings, especially after Mo King Cheng and Qin Wentian fell in love. Unexpectedly, it ended like this. "I hope so." Qin Wentian murmured. "Wentian, We have been preparing a big surprise for you in the past 2 years. At this time, Ruahun chuckled, as if deliberately changing the subject to avoid Qin Wentian from feeling sad. Qin Wentian also understood Ruahun's thoughts, so he smiled and asked, "What surprise?" "Little guy." Ruahun turned his eyes and looked at the little bastard. Then he saw the little guy making a babbling sound, and then jumped out of Qin Wentian's arms. He turned his head and looked at Qin Wentian, as if showing a smug look, raised his head, and then opened his little mouth and suddenly sucked. In an instant, above the void, the light of the stars flowed into the little guy's mouth, turning into a series of gorgeous lines. Soon, the stars kept dimming and were swallowed directly by the little guy. Even the purgatory ray spirit in the void turned into a beam of light and flew into the little bastard's mouth. Gradually, the little bastard's body changed and became larger. He grew wings of the infernal vermilion bird. A kingly golden armor appeared on his forehead. The vermilion bird spirit seemed to merge with it, madly devouring the void and the sky, wanting to swallow the whole sky into his mouth. Qin Wentian looked at this shocking scene and was extremely shocked. He had always felt that this little guy was extraordinary. He had refused to leave this place with him in the past. Could it be because of this reason? Could it be able to swallow the stars? Chapter 441 The Little Guy's Innate Ability. Okay, if you swallow it again, this formation will be gone. Ruahun interrupted the little guy, and the little bastard stopped. He turned his eyes and came to Qin Wentian in a swagger, making a babbling sound, as if showing off in front of Qin Wentian. Under Qin Wentian's surprised gaze, the little guy's eyes occasionally became particularly gentle, with flames burning in his eyes, his wings spread, and his head rubbed against him. "Little guy, you merged with purgatory," Qin Wentian said in surprise. "Yay!" The little guy's eyes became clear again, and he kept nodding his head, making Qin Wentian smile bitterly and shake his head. He really didn't know what kind of monster this little bastard was. "You are at this level now, your strength should be quite strong, right? Why can't you even speak or transform?" Qin Wentian said depressedly. He didn't pay much attention to this little guy at first, but when he swallowed the stars, the aura it exuded was clearly the momentum of the Xiangang realm. Unconsciously, this little guy who likes to stick to him and stay in the arms of a beautiful woman has become so powerful. When the little guy heard Qin Wentian's words, he immediately frowned, as if he was a little unhappy. He made a babbling sound again, as if he wanted to speak, but couldn't speak clearly. Seeing the little guy's demeanor, Qin Wentian suddenly had a strange idea. Could it be that the little guy is in the Xiangang realm, or is it still in the juvenile stage? If so, what realm should it be in its mature stage? Come on, grow up quickly. Qin Wentian drew a line on his palm, and a blood mark appeared in an instant. He asked, "You followed me the first time you saw me. Was it because my blood attracted you?" Qin Wentian had fed the little guy with his own blood more than once or twice. He also knew that he had a powerful demon bloodline, so he asked this question. The little bastard nodded his head heavily. Obviously, Qin Wentian's guess was correct, otherwise, how could this lustful guy stay with him as a man, and family would have no chance of hugging it more than a few times. A terrifying aura emanated from Qin Wentian's blood drops, as if his blood was boiling. Now that his blood power had been activated, it contained even more terrifying power. The little guy seemed to be able to sense it, and opened his mouth, allowing Qin Wentian's blood to drip into his mouth. He was very resistant the first time, but knowing that a few drops of Qin Wentian's blood would not affect anything, he gradually accepted this way to grow quickly. Not long after, the guy seemed to be full, and he swayed into Ruahun's arms and fell asleep, causing Qin Wentian to roll his eyes. This little bastard really knows how to enjoy himself. "Sister, when will this guy be able to swallow the stars?" Qin Wentian asked curiously. "Before you left, it was already able to swallow a little bit. You don't know, after you left, it almost swallowed a formation, and then it spit it out." Ruahun thought of how she was shocked and speechless when she saw the little guy's changes. "So powerful," Qin Wentian said in surprise. "Well, not only that, it can strengthen itself by devouring the astrological formation. That's how it broke through to the Xiangang realm. If it wasn't afraid that we would lose the formation to protect us, I suspect it would have digested the formation completely instead of spitting it out again." Ruahun rubbed the little guy's body, as if she was doting on him. These days, she and the little guy have a very deep relationship. Not only that, it also has innate magical powers. Mo Xiang beside him also laughed, and Qin Wentian's eyes lit up immediately. Some powerful monsters have their own innate magical powers, which he naturally knew. After more than a year of not seeing him, this little guy who followed him suddenly stepped into the Xiangang realm and transformed, which surprised him. What magical power? Qin Wentian asked curiously. Not very powerful, you wait for it to show you itself. Ruahun giggled, as if deliberately whetting his appetite. The three masters and apprentices sat together and chatted. It had been a long time since they had been so relaxed. The little guy slept for a long time before slowly opening his eyes. In an instant, he jumped from Ruahun's arms into Qin Wentian's arms and jumped up and down again. Come on, show me your innate magical powers. Qin Wentian rubbed the little guy's head. The little guy's eyes lit up, and he glanced back at Ruahun, then jumped into the void. The fiery red wings spread out, and the little guy made a slight sound. In an instant, its body actually underwent a transformation. Soon, a terrifying purgatory vermilion bird appeared in the void, which was exactly the same as Qin Wentian's purgatory vermilion bird ancient Yun before. This scene made Qin Wentian stand up and look at the void. He only saw the gentle eyes of the purgatory vermilion bird, which was clearly the purgatory before it turned into a formation spirit. However, soon, it flashed the eyes of the little guy again, and another sound was heard. The little guy's body changed again, turning into a ferocious and terrifying ancient monster. This was Qin Wentian's Star Soul monster, the Emperor monster. Transfiguration innate magical power. Qin Wentian murmured. Yes, the little guy's innate magical power is transformation, but it can't increase much combat power. It doesn't have the innate magical power of other monsters. Although it can be transformed into the purgatory vermilion bird, it can have the purgatory fire on its body, but it can't really exert the power of the purgatory fire. Ruahun smiled lightly. Although she said so, she was extremely shocked by the little guy's ability. She had never seen such a monster. Master, sister, now you don't have to be trapped here. I have ordered someone to pick you up. Let's go to Xianqi Palace first. Qin Wentian said to Ruahun and Mo Xiang. The two were not surprised by Qin Wentian's words. They already knew Qin Wentian's secret. The other party also had a Dapan body far away in Xianqi Palace, so he could give orders at any time. Little bastard, after Master and the others leave, you will quietly swallow this formation and take it away. Don't digest it. I don't want Purgatory to disappear. Qin Wentian looked into the void again. The little guy turned into the shape of Purgatory Vermilion Bird. Purgatory Vermilion Bird swooped down and landed on Qin Wentian's shoulder, making Qin Wentian smile. I promise you, I won't let you disappear. A few days later, several figures accidentally fell into the formation, and they didn't attract any attention at all. Now everyone in the outside world knows that none of Qin Wentian, Yang Kuangsheng and others are still in the formation, so how can they monitor the formation? These strange figures turned into monsters and took Mo Xiang and Ruo Huan away. Obviously, their original bodies were monsters. Although no one was monitoring the formation, for the sake of safety, the Big Peng Bird even came in person, just above the clouds, until they left Qin's Hao City. Mo Xiang and Ruo Huan were sent into the clouds, got on the back of the Big Peng Bird, saw another body of Qin Wentian, and left with a Big Peng Bird. As for the little bastard, it stayed in Qin's Hao City with Qin Wentian. That night, in Qin's Hao City, the formation of the ancient Great Xia dynasty disappeared magically overnight, and it caused a lot of waves in the early morning of the next day. Those overlord-level forces came to investigate the reason for the disappearance of the formation. Of course, they also wanted to see if the Great Xia dynasty had left any secrets. In addition to them, many people in Qin's Hao City stepped into this ancient dynasty that had experienced many storms. Si Qiang's power had long gone, and the Great Xia dynasty had no strong people guarding it. How could it not be turned upside down? However, nothing was left of the ancient dynasty, only many ruins. Among the ruins of the ancient dynasty, there was a man who attracted a lot of attention. He was handsome, energetic, with a pair of sharp eyebrows, and his whole body seemed to be filled with a sense of sharpness. However, what really attracted people's attention was not his appearance. There were too many young people with extraordinary temperament in Qin's Hao City. What surprised people was his mount. At this moment, the young man was standing in the void, and under his feet was a Dapan bird. This Dapan bird was 100 meters long, huge, with sharp claws like hooks, and its size seemed to contain lightning. It was suspended above the void, revealing the aura of the Sky Overlord. The appearance of this Dapan bird reminded people of the battle in the Dangwon Palace. Qin Wentian transformed into an ancient demon Dapan, holding a demon sword, and broke the Danyuan palace. Now, a Dapan bird appeared in Qin's house city. How could it not attract attention? It was just rumored that the ancient demon Dapan that Qin Wentian transformed into was majestic and terrible, like a sky monarch, with a wingspan of 3,000 meters, far from the Dapan in front of him. But even so, the appearance of the ancient demon Yunzhong Dapan here at this moment was also surprising, not to mention that this Dapan was controlled by a young man. Who is this young man? I saw one of the figures with sharp eyes, looking at Qin Wentian, staring at the Dapan bird, with cold rays flashing in their eyes. These people were the masters of the great Sun Chen family in Qin's house city. When they saw the Big Peng bird, they naturally thought of Qin Wentian. This boy not only destroyed the Dan Wang palace in Wang's house city, but also killed some masters of the Chen family. Get lost. A middle-aged man stared at Qin Wentian with a burning gaze, as if there was a touch of flame. One of his descendants was mistakenly killed in the Dan Wang palace. When he saw the Big Peng bird, he immediately had a flame of hatred. Qin Wentian glanced at the middle-aged man. He had a strong aura and had the cultivation of the third level of Xiangang. The people around him were all Xiangang masters. These people were just people who came to the ancient dynasty to investigate. It can be seen that the great Sun Chen family has a deep foundation, and there are many Xiangang masters in the family. Are you talking to me? Qin Wentian looked at the other party and sneered in his heart. Just by looking at the flames in the other party's eyes and feeling the hot air flow erupting from the other party's blood, he knew that the other party had practiced the Great Sun Qianqian Heart method, and naturally he was a master of the Great Sun Chen family. Take away his monster. When the other party saw Qin Wentian asking him back, a cold light flashed in his eyes and he issued an order. In an instant, the Chen family's strong men were filled with a tyrannical aura. No matter who this person was, it made no difference to his Dai Chen family. The middle-aged man's first sentence was to ask the other party to get out. In fact, he already had the idea of taking away the ancient monster Dapan. Chapter 442, showing off his strength again. The ancient demon Dapan, one of the legendary 8 demon gods, is the Dapan bird in the clouds. It is a demon that can communicate with gods. If it turns into a demon god, its wings will spread across 3,000 miles. It can lift the sun and the moon and shatter the stars with a flap. Dapan birds are rare and unusual. The Dapan bird that Qin Wentian turned into in the past also showed its tyrannical power in the Danwang Palace. Now, in this Qin's house city, another Dapan has appeared, and it is not a very strong Dapan. How can it not attract people's covetousness? At this moment, the middle-aged man of the Dari Chen family thought in his heart that this time he came to the Daxia ancient palace to explore and found nothing. If he could get a Dapan bird, it would be an unexpected surprise. As for this boy, he tortured his identity. If he was an ordinary person, he would kill him. Looking at the entire Daxia dynasty, there are really not many forces that their Dari Chen family can't afford to fend, but only a few people. If you don't agree with me, you will kill me and take my demon. This is what the Dai Chen family does. Qin Wentian looked at the other party and sneered. He still stood calmly on the back of Dapan, with his hands behind his back, not paying any attention to this group of people. Who told you not to know what's good for you? The middle-aged man waved his hand, and everyone rushed forward and surrounded Qin Wentian. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a hearty laugh was heard, and only one person laughed wildly, as expected of the Dai Chen family. You are still so rampant. You don't know what's good for you. What's the use of killing? If one day, your Dai Chen family will be defeated, I'm afraid you will be a rat crossing the street, and everyone will shout and beat you. You'd better pray that the Chen family can be strong forever. As soon as the voice fell, a group of figures descended not far away. The leader was wearing a purple robe, and the dark color seemed to contain purple lightning, giving people a sense of arrogance. This person was actually quite young, about 26 or 27, and his cultivation was indeed quite good, and he had reached the peak of the second level of Xiangang. As for the young people beside him, they were all young, but their temperament was extraordinary, which made many people look at them and couldn't help but praise them. These people were the influential figures who participated in the Destiny list last year. The purple-robed young man was Zhu Yang Kuangsheng from the Wu Yang family. The young people beside him were all friends of Wu Yang Kuangsheng. The fat man in white with a wretched smile was Fan Li, and the burly young man was Chu Mang. Now the strength of the three of them is already very powerful. Wu Yang Kuangsheng. The middle-aged man of the Chen family looked back, with a ray of fiery light in his eyes, as if it was about to burst out. Do you want to meddle in other people's business? The middle-aged man asked coldly. No, if you can rob other people's monsters, then, after you rob them, can I also rob yours? Yang Kuangsheng said with a smile. There were many strong people behind him, and the lineup was strong, surpassing the people of the Chen family. Walking in this Qin's house city, it is obvious that the Yang family dare not relax. After all, this is the territory of the Chen family. Yan Kuangshen, you are quite elegant. A sneer came, and not far away, a group of figures walked over. These people had sharp temperaments, like divine weapons, and they were the strong men of the Wang family in Bing's house city. Now Qin's house city is in a state of chaos, and all the major overlord-level forces have brought a strong lineup. Compared with the lineup 3 years ago, I don't know how much stronger it is. Every force has a terrifying force to guard Qin's house city, especially after the battle between the 5 major overlord-level forces. They all felt that a storm would come at any time and were ready. I came here to see, how can I be considered elegant? Yang Kuangsheng glanced at the people of the Wang family. Recently, the Wang family and the Dai Chen family have been very close. It seems that they are likely to join forces. This is not a good sign. The Dai Chen family and the Hua family have been together because of the last war. When facing the major forces, they often stand in the same camp. If the Wang family of Bing's house city is added, this force will be too terrible. The Chen family, the Wang family, and the Hua family are all one of the 9 great clans of Daxia. They have been passed down to this day and are still ranked in the top 9 of the overlord-level forces in Daxia. The Ouyang family, the Zhang family, and the Zuan'an palace are obviously not as strong as these 3 major forces. It's just a demon beast. The Chen family can take it if they want it. It's not a good thing for you, the Ouyang family, to intervene in it. The people of the Wang family sarcastically said. They naturally didn't like Yang Kuangshen. There has always been a grudge between the Wang family and Qin Wentian. In Beijian City, the people of the Wang family who went to Beijian Cliff were wiped out, and even Xianjia Wangju died under Qin Wentian's demon sword. In Danwang Palace, the Wang family once again lost a lot of people. For Qin Wentian, the Wang family hated him to the bone. Fortunately, Qin Wentian had not appeared for a long time, and he was afraid that he had died. But Yang Kuangsheng and his people were all good friends of Qin Wentian, and they were secretly targeting the forces that stood on the opposite side of Qin Wentian. It seems that many overlord-level forces in Daxia were divided into 2 factions because of Qin Wentian. Just a demon beast. Qin Wentian sneered. This Wang family member said it lightly. Hearing Qin Wentian sneer, the Wang family's strong men turned their eyes and looked at Qin Wentian. There was a hint of sneer in their eyes, and they said, could it be that you think I said something wrong? I laugh at the Wang family's shameless words and self-humiliation. Qin Wentian stood quietly with his hands behind his back, standing on Dapan. His words made all the Wang family members reveal a cold light, and there was a hint of murderous intent. It was fine that Yang Kuangsheng dared to provoke the Wang family, but this mere Xiangang realm martial life cultivator was so bold. Now, everyone knows what happened in Beijian City and Danwang Palace. It was a demon beast that turned into Big Rock, killing the people of the Wang family horribly. The Wang family, known as the dominant force, had no ability to resist, and did not even have the courage to deal with that big rock. Now the scar has healed and the pain has been forgotten. Qin Wentian seemed not to feel the coldness of the other party, and uttered a voice. How could the people around not understand that Qin Wentian was referring to Qin Wentian, who turned into an ancient demon? You got an ancient demon rock, so you want to compare yourself to the original Qin Wentian? You are so rampant. Do you know how to write the word death? The threat in the voice of the Wang family was not concealed at all. I don't want to compare myself to the top of the destiny list of the Danwang Palace, but at least, I don't take people like you who deceive the world and steal the name and rely on the shadow of my ancestors seriously. Qin Wentian sneered. I heard that Qin Wentian was famous in the old place of the great Xia dynasty. He was not destroyed in the face of the suppression of major forces. I didn't expect that I would suffer an unexpected disaster when I visited this place today. As soon as the voice fell, the big rock under him flew up and landed on a huge pillar, looking at the Chen family and the Wang family below. I am the 2nd level of the Xiangang realm. If the Chen family and the Wang family still have a trace of pride, you can choose anyone in the same realm to come and kill me. If I die, it means that I am incompetent. You can also take this ancient monster rock away. Of course, If you are used to attacking in groups, I don't care. Qin Wentian said loudly before the other party took action. His voice spread to all directions, so that everyone in the ancient Great Xia dynasty heard it, and immediately made the people of the Chen family and the Wang family look a little unhappy. This person was quite scheming. He was the first to speak and announce it to everyone. In this way, if they attacked and killed Qin Wentian directly, they would think that the Chen family and the Wang family had no one left. I, Liu Yang, also want to see how powerful the Chen and Wang families are. They are so arrogant that it must be easy to crush those of the same realm. Yang Kuangsheng spoke cheerfully, and led everyone to flash and descend on the void, with an attitude of watching the fun. The Chen family and the Wang family looked at each other, and then the middle-aged man of the Chen family smiled and said, "Since this stepping is valued by my Chen family, then, Chen Yuan, you go." The Chen family obviously did not want the Dappen bird to fall into the hands of others. Chen Yuan, who is over 50 years old this year, looks like a man in his 30s. He is energetic and has cultivated to the second level of Xiangang realm. He has been immersed in this realm for many years and has a stable realm. As the core descendant of the Great Sun Chen family, he has practiced the Great Sun Qianqian heart method and has a strong combat power. Although they didn't know who Qin Wentian was, with Chen Yuan's powerful fighting power, it would be easy to kill him. Chen Yuan took a step forward, and suddenly a violent and fiery meaning spread out, and a Wuming Xiangang bloomed out. This Wuming Xiangang was a group of red little people like flames, and the temperature on its body was so terrifying. Go! With a wave of his hand, the Wuming Xiangang rushed towards Qin Wentian. In an instant, a terrible high temperature filled the void, and it seemed that the scorching air directly penetrated into Qin Wentian's body. The Wuming Xiangang waved his fingers, and in an instant, a group of flames phantoms rushed directly towards Qin Wentian. Buzz! The violent flames pounced on Qin Wentian, covering his body and burning his body, but everyone saw that Qin Wentian was still floating there, not moving at all, ignoring the burning of the flames. As soon as he stepped on the ground, Qin Wentian's figure flashed and he came directly to the other side's Wuming Xiangang. He slapped forward without hesitation. Chen Yuan sneered. His Wuming Xiangang was forged by thousands of hammers and was extremely stable, comparable to a divine weapon. It was forged by the fire of the sun and the universe, and the temperature was extremely high. How could it have the flesh of Qin Wentian? Chen Yuan waved his palm, and Wuming Xiangang rolled down. The whole Wuming Xiangang seemed to have turned into an infinite fire of the universe, as if there was a terrible magma flame flowing and about to fall on Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's palm slapped out and was directly printed on Wuming Xiangang. In an instant, there was a loud bang, and Wuming Xiangang exploded and shattered. Puff! Chen Yuan's Wuming Xiangang was abolished, and his body was immediately severely injured, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, his body exploded back. But seeing Qin Wentian walking over, his steps were extremely graceful, like a great rock, descending in an instant, smiling and raising his hand, slapping out with a palm. Chen Yuan gathered all his strength, and flames gushed out to resist this blow, but when the two collided, Chen Yuan only felt that the other party's palm print contained infinite power. Boom! The sound of the bell seemed to ring directly in his heart. He looked at the smile in the corner of Qin Wentian's eyes, and his face showed horror. However, in an instant, his heart veins were shattered, and his eyes instantly became scattered and lightless. Qin Wentian took his divine pattern ring without hesitation, and his figure flashed back to the back of the great rock, smiling at the Chen family. This divine pattern ring is considered a trophy, and I will not accept your other things. If the Chen family or the Wang family wants to continue to teach, I will do my duty. Qin Wentian smiled at everyone, but it made the crowd quite frightened. Chen Yuan's strength was not weak, but he was easily killed, which shows how strong this person is. Chapter 443 Blood Curse. The Chen family and the Wang family also looked at Qin Wentian, revealing a sharp look. With such fighting power, he must be a famous person. Who is your master? The Chen family strongman asked coldly. My master is a man from the mountains and fields. In addition, I am stubborn and have not received even 1/10,000th of the master's true teachings. I dare not show off his reputation outside. At this moment, Qin Wentian still stood with his hands behind his back as before, but because he defeated Chen Yuan, everyone felt that this person was extraordinary. The Great Xia dynasty is vast and endless, and there are many strong people. In addition to the major overlord-level forces, There are also some hidden and reclusive cultivators with extremely strong strength. Even some of the powerful figures in the Xiangang list have left Great Xia, and some are still walking in the Great Xia dynasty. In addition, the Great Xia dynasty has gone through generations, and who knows how many hidden strong people there are. It's not strange that Qin Wentian said he was the descendant of a hidden cultivator. For example, Mu Feng was the disciple of the Poison King. Although the Poison King was not from a dominant force, who dared to look down on him? All his disciples were masters of poison, and it was difficult for the dominant forces to recruit them. Really? In that case, I'd like to see who your master is. The Chen family strongman waved his hand, and a group of strong men walked out at the same time, pressing Qin Wentian away. These people stood proudly in the void, standing in various directions, faintly surrounding Qin Wentian. A strong aura swept out and descended on Qin Wentian, majestic and terrifying, rolling towards Qin Wentian. Although there are many hermits in the Great Xia dynasty, if they are very famous, they must have practiced special skills and magical powers, which are their unique abilities, just like Mu Feng's poison, which can be easily recognized. As long as Qin Wentian is forced to use his unique power, they can know who his master is. Of course, the Chen family used this reason to encircle and suppress Qin Wentian. They knew that they would not be able to face Qin Wentian if they fought alone, and they were afraid of losing face, so they deliberately found a reason to attack together. Qin Wentian stood on the big rock and stared at the people in the void. 5 Xiangang Realm Level 2 Masters descended at the same time. For a moment, the pressure swept over. Boom! The terrifying gravity fell on his body, as if he was carrying an ancient mountain on his shoulders. One person stepped slightly and waved his hand. Suddenly, an ancient peak appeared and was held in his palm. This ancient mountain was actually Wuming Xiangang. Another person's pupils became extremely deep. In his eyes, there seemed to be a wisp of netherworld fire burning Qin Wentian's eyes. Another person walked out. When he stepped out, the void shook, and a will to destroy everything burst out, which was about to suppress Qin Wentian to the point of being unable to breathe. 5 Xiangang Realm Masters walked towards Qin Wentian at the same time. The strength of this pressure can be imagined. Qin Wentian smiled nonchalantly, standing proudly, looking at the 5 powerful men in the void, his expression normal. Boom! A huge flame palm print came down and hit Qin Wentian. At the same time, the gravitational pressure became stronger. The Wuming Xiangang ancient peak in the void descended and fell on Qin Wentian's head. If it hit, he would be destroyed on the spot. The 5 powerful men all used their magical powers, with fire dragons flying, palm prints annihilating the sky, and ancient peaks suppressing. For a moment, Qin Wentian was in the violent torrent, as if he could be destroyed at any time. Qin Wentian looked up, still smiling, and walked out in a chic manner, ignoring the violent attack, and rushed straight into the void. He clenched his fists slightly, and in an instant, it seemed that there was a flame burning in Qin Wentian's fists, like the power of blood, gushing out. This blood power seemed to be burning, making Qin Wentian's body seem to be shrouded in a terrifying aura, which made him look particularly strange. The palm print and the ancient peak fell, and Qin Wentian raised his hands and blasted them out, hitting them with both palms. His left hand blasted on the flame palm print, and his right hand directly hit the bottom of the ancient peak of Wuming Xiangang. Crack! A crisp sound came out, and the ancient peak seemed to have cracks. The cracks spread wildly, causing the owner of the Wuming Xiangang to spit out blood, his face suddenly pale, and he wanted to take back the Wuming Xiangang. Qin Wentian glanced at him, as if mocking his stupidity. He had just crushed the Wuming Xiangang of another person, and this person dared to crush him directly with the Wuming Xiangang. Isn't it looking for death? Bang! With a loud bang, the ancient peak Wuming Xiangang was directly shattered. The man's face was pale. A Wuming Xiangang was destroyed by a single blow. How terrible is such an attack power? Qin Wentian's current martial arts will of strength and demon martial arts will have already entered the second realm, not the first realm. How terrifying is the power? In addition, the power of blood has now opened up a kind of ability, which perfectly adds attack and defense. Even when his blood is burning and fully erupting, he can directly cross the realm. Moreover, the power of the divine essence is hidden in Qin Wentian's body. Although it is an ordinary attack, the attack power is so strong that even a third-level Xiangang realm expert may not be able to withstand it. How can Wuming Xiangang not be broken? At the moment when Qin Wentian shattered Wuming Xiangang, other attacks came one after another, but he sneered, waved his palm, and a dazzling sword light appeared, passing through the void, splitting everything. We can't attack with Wuming Xiangang anymore. The 5 people all had a thought. If they used Wuming Xiangang to attack Qin Wentian, they would be crushed by the opponent. The Great Sun Shining Technique. One person roared, and immediately 5 people were divided into 5 positions. The Great Sun Universe Heart Technique on their bodies was madly activated. In an instant, the 5 people all burst into extremely powerful brilliance, illuminating the void, and all stabbed towards Qin Wentian. For a moment, the terrible power seemed to burn Qin Wentian, who was covered by them. Qin Wentian snorted coldly, and saw his palm reaching out towards the strong man whose Wuming God-King was shattered by him. A terrifying golden claw appeared in the void, and suddenly grasped it, and actually directly grasped a God-King's second-level strongman in it. Destroy. Qin Wentian uttered a cold voice, and the golden claws rolled down directly, and the man was instantly wiped out, which made the other 4 people extremely frightened, but at this moment there was no way out. It seemed that the Great Sun blood was burning in their bodies, and they all moved closer to Qin Wentian, as if a round of scorching sun appeared directly on Qin Wentian's body, and wanted to burn and destroy Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian felt the terrifying hot energy in his body, as if his entire body was about to burn. The burning energy penetrated directly into his body, destroying his body bit by bit. At this moment, his blood became even more violent, and drops of blood seeped into his palms. The blood exuded a terrifying aura. Bang! 2 palm prints burst out from Qin Wentian's palms at the same time, hitting 2 of the strong men like lightning. The palm prints were too fast, and there was no time to dodge, but it seemed that they did not have much power. But when the 2 were hit, they instantly let out miserable cries, and then, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, their bodies seemed to have completely corroded their vitality, and they fell directly to the sky below. The other 2 looked horrified, and wanted to retreat, but how could Qin Wentian stop? 2 more drops of blood melted into his palm, and the blood-colored palm prints instantly descended and imprinted on their backs. Just like before, the 2 men were instantly destroyed. Qin Wentian's own blood was still boiling, and a hot current turned into flames, which emanated directly from his body. This was the fire power that the Great Sun Qianqian heart method forced into his body, but was forced out by his blood and failed to destroy his body. His figure flashed, and Qin Wentian was ready to collect the spoils, but he saw that the middle-aged man of the Chen family had already pounced on him. Qin Wentian smiled coldly at him, and a drop of blood melted into his palm again. His palm turned blood-colored and slowly stretched forward. The man's expression suddenly changed, and he retreated madly, not daring to confront him head-on. Qin Wentian smiled sarcastically, waved his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he confiscated all the divine pattern rings on the 5 people. He was seen flashing and returning to the back of the big rock. He stood casually, with his hands behind his back, with an indomitable spirit. This man is so strong. Everyone stared at Qin Wentian's figure. He easily killed 5 strong men of the same realm, and they were also the direct descendants of the Great Sun Chen family who practiced the Great Sun Qianqian heart method. This man's combat power is simply at the level of a demon. Moreover, he has not even blossomed his own Wuming Xiangang. Yang Kuangsheng and others also showed their extraordinary light, while the people of the Wang family looked a little gloomy. Obviously, they had misjudged this man. This man is very strong, and his master must be extraordinary. The one with the ugliest expression was naturally the Chen family warrior. He stared at Qin Wentian with a piercing gaze and said, "Did you just use the blood curse seal?" The blood curse seal was one of the 9 lost secret arts of Daksha. It used blood as a sacrifice to cast a curse. The flesh and blood of the person hit would corrode instantly and turn into dry bones. Although Qin Wentian's seal method was slightly different, it was very similar to the blood curse seal. This technique was extremely difficult to practice and had very high requirements for blood. "You don't need to know," Qin Wentian said indifferently. "Your Excellency killed a strong man from my Chen family. It was so rude. No matter who you learned from, I'm afraid that the people of my Chen family will have to learn a thing or two." The Chen family warrior was indifferent. While he was talking to someone beside him had already left, obviously notifying the family. "I have heard of the name of King Chen for a long time. He has been the second in 6 years. I missed the battle of the Destiny ranking 3 years ago. Now that I have entered the Xiangang, I am not suitable to compete in the Destiny ranking. In this case, I can only learn from the genius of the Chen family in this ancient dynasty." Qin Wentian waved his sleeves, and his figure flew into the air and landed on the top of an ancient giant pillar. Dapan floated beside him and overlooked the sky below. Yang Kuangsheng and others were full of footsteps, and they also landed on the giant pillar one after another, which made everyone's eyes show sharpness. It seems that there will be more excitement to watch today. This person actually ridiculed King Chen for being the second for 1,000 years. The news of the ancient dynasty spread quickly, and many strong people came one after another. Strong people such as the Shi family, the Qin League, and the Hui family came here one after another. For a time, it seemed that there was another storm in the ancient dynasty of Daxia, and the protagonist this time was a person who had never been heard of before, a young man with the surname D. It was heard that the unique skills he was good at were like the blood curse seal of the 9 unique skills of Daxia. Chapter 444, War breaks out. In the ancient dynasty of Daxia, the storm is rising again, and people from various overlord-level forces are coming. Now, in Qin's house city, the destiny list is coming, gathering powerful people from all sides, and countless heroes have come. Far more than the forces of the great Sun Chen family, the Shi family, and the Qin League in Qin's house city, the Hua Shi family, the Zhaixing mansion, and the Xian'an sect in Wang's house city have also arrived. In addition, all other forces in Jia's house city are here. At this moment, in the ancient dynasty of Daxia, there are constant sounds of wind whistling, and strong people are emerging. For a time, countless people are quite surprised. They never thought that a young man with the surname of Emperor could cause such a storm. However, when they think about it carefully, they understand that the arrival of these people is probably not just because of the young man with the surname of Emperor. There is already a trend of alliance or confrontation among the forces in the 9 states of Daxia. Some forces have even started a war. Now, any disturbance may cause a terrible storm. I heard that the ancient dynasty of Daxia was not only populated by the young man with the surname D, but also by the people of the Yang family. Their grievances with the Chen family were now extremely obvious. There are many powerful people, including the Chen family, the Hui family, the Wang family, and the Yang family. The Jiang family of the Yang family has also arrived. The Xian'an sect, the Beast King Palace, and the Fengming Valley of the Yao Zhao City have also arrived. Even the Jiutian Palace, King Guyan Pavilion, and Piaomio Peak of King Zhao City have all come. The crowd looked at the various forces in the void and felt a sense of shock. They had never thought that so many powerful people would be attracted. Although some forces did not have many people and only a few people came, it can also be seen how sensitive the situation in Daxia is now. A single move could affect the whole body. King Chen is here. At this time, someone stared at the direction of the Chen family, and saw the figure of King Chen coming to the Chen family. He did not come alone. There were several people beside him. Among them, the one walking with him was particularly conspicuous, with a terrifying aura. He looked quite young, but everyone knew that he had been famous for many years. He was a dazzling figure on the destiny list 3 times ago. 3 times, 9 years. 9 years ago, the most dazzling existence of the young generation of the Chen family, Chen Fan, took the 2nd place on the destiny list. Now his cultivation has entered the 5th level of the Xiangang realm, and his strength is overwhelming. Before King Chen entered the Xiangang, he had always been the pride of the Xiangang realm of the great Sun Chen family. He and King Chen are both the most powerful competitors for the future leader of the great Sun Chen family. Although this person is called Chen Fan, he is not ordinary at all. The light of the sun flowing in his eyes seems to be able to burn people. Chen Fan, King Chen. The 3rd level Xiangang man of the Chen family showed a touch of respect when he saw the 2 people coming. Although he was an elder, the status of these 2 people in the great Sun Chen family was extraordinary. They were all trained as future leaders. If one of them entered the realm of celestial phenomena first in the future, he would become one of the leaders of the Chen family. The 2 nodded slightly, but their eyes all looked at Qin Wentian with extremely sharp expressions. Chen Fan walked out and stood in the void, looking at the figure in front of him. "Is this the person who killed my Chen family?" Chen Fan said coldly. "That's right." The Chen family strongman nodded in response, and Chen Fan stepped forward and soon descended above Qin Wentian, as if he deliberately wanted to occupy a high position and look down at Qin Wentian from a high position. The light shone, and above his head, a round of Wuming Xiangang like a scorching sun appeared. Wuming Xiangang is the embodiment of the star soul. His 4th star soul is a scorching sun star soul on the 5th heaven. It has an extremely hot temperature. Each ray of light has a strong lethality. It is even more terrifying when it turns into Wuming Xiangang. Chen Fan raised his foot and stepped down into the air. In an instant, endless rays of light fell from the scorching sun Wuming Xiangang and pierced Qin Wentian's body. A suffocating burning force descended, piercing Qin Wentian's clothes and burning him. Qin Wentian's blood was surging, and his whole body was covered with a layer of halo. But Chen Fan continued to step forward, as if countless bright beams of light shot directly into Qin Wentian's body, causing Qin Wentian's skin to burn and his whole body to be branded red. He raised his head and looked at Chen Fan. This person has a strong cultivation base, the 5th level of Xiangang realm, which is 3 realms above him. The power of Wuming Xiangang is extremely terrifying and the destructive power is too strong. In addition, this person is a demonic figure at the same level as King Chen, and his combat power is unparalleled. The aura on his body continued to rise, but at this moment, Chen Fan waved his sleeves. Wuming Gang was retracted, staring at Qin Wentian and said coldly, "You are vulnerable, I don't even bother to kill you." After that, he turned around and returned to the place where the Chen family members were. It's not that he couldn't kill him, but this person provoked the Chen family. No one, Chen Wang, would kill him. If he killed the people of the Chen family, this person would have no way to survive in Qin's house city. The 5th level of Gang bullied the 2nd level of Gang, as if he had a brilliant record. Chen Fan of the Chen family, I really learned a lesson. Yang Kuangsheng revealed a hint of sarcasm, which made Chen Fan turn his eyes and sweep towards the people of the Yang family. These people protected Yang Kuangsheng very well. If I don't make a move, King Chen and his men will kill him. Do you, Yang Kuangsheng, want to come out and try? Chen Fan shouted coldly, causing Yang Kuangsheng to wave his purple robe and walk out. Try it if you want. In the past, King Chen has been famous for a long time and has been the 2nd in the destiny list for 1,000 years. It just so happens that now, I want to fight him. As he stepped forward, Chu Mang and Fan Li walked out separately, obviously worried about Yang Kuangsheng fighting alone. Although King Chen is only at the 2nd level of Xiangang now, his realm is extremely stable. He has stayed at the peak of the 2nd level of Xiangang for a long time and is very difficult to deal with. Humph, there are not so many people from my Chen family today. Which force is willing to take action? Chen Fan glanced at those people and naturally understood that although King Chen had an advantage in strength, he would suffer a great loss if he fought against so many people at the same time. Moreover, he knew that these people were Qin Wentian's former friends. They were very strong now, especially when they cooperated. Their power was terrible. I saw a few people walking out, and it was from the direction of the Wang family in Bingzhou City. Several figures walked out. Then, several people from the direction of the Hua family also walked out. For a moment, the situation was reversed. But at the same time, people from the Jiang family in Fengzhou City also walked out and stood with the Yang Kuangsheng and others. These forces are taking this opportunity to fight again, but this time, the Wang family really stood together with the Chen family and the Hua family. In this case, the Yang family will have no advantage and it will be miserable. Everyone thought in their hearts, as expected, the young man surnamed Di was just a trigger. Then, someone walked out from the direction of Zuan'an Hall. The leader was wearing a black robe, and suddenly a series of sharp eyes fell on her. By Qing, the nether god of killing, many people died in her hands. She was extremely dangerous and was the #1 person to be killed. The major forces surrounded a piece of space, and the strong men of the major forces walked out again in that piece of void. The last storm was caused by Hua Taixu, and this time, it was the young man surnamed Di. The terrible flames of heaven and earth burned on King Chen's body, and the martial destiny burst out directly. This time, he wanted these people to die. I'll deal with her first. King Chen pointed at Bai Qing and said, his figure flashed, and his palm seemed to turn into the arm of a magma giant, and suddenly grabbed forward. In the void, the flame giant crushed down, and for a moment, the temperature of that space seemed to be able to burn and evaporate people. The devil's power rolled on Bai Qing's body, and the sky seemed to be dimming. The light seemed to be unable to fall down. A terrifying magic knife appeared in her hand and chopped it directly. Brother Chu Mang. Family shouted, and immediately both of them sacrificed the star bow and arrow. The arrows of the two broke through the air at the same moment, like real lightning arrows, and fell directly in front of King Chen. However, The strong men of the Hui family and the Wang family crushed and killed them directly, and Yu Yang Kuangsheng and the strong men of the Jiang family met them head-on. The battle broke out in an instant, but Qin Wentian was still standing there, as if he had been forgotten. Those who temporarily participated in this storm were all strong men of the second and third levels of Xiangang realm. Those of the first level of Xiangang realm were not qualified, and those of the fourth level of Xiangang realm were still watching. I don't have time to wait for him here. At this moment, Qin Wentian smiled casually, and his figure flashed, heading towards the direction of the largest battle circle. Yang Kuangsheng was covered with purple thunder, the strong men of the Wang family were like divine weapons, and the strong men of the Hui family had superb magical powers. Be careful of that man, it's the blood curse seal. Someone saw Qin Wentian's blood condensed in his palm, and then his palm print turned bloody, and immediately reminded him. However, Qin Wentian's figure flashed, like a residual image, and his palm print was swung out. It was too late for one person to turn back to resist. The bloody palm print was directly imprinted on the forehead of a strong man of the Wang family, swallowing up the man's life in an instant. Go and kill him. The Wang family's strong man's face condensed, and suddenly a figure came out. This person seemed to be wearing a white magic armor, holding a dazzling spear, with a strong aura, and the cultivation level of the third level of Xiangang. Wang Jian is a very powerful person in the Wang family's Xiangang realm. He was once one of the top 10 on the Xianming list. Wang Jian came and shot out with a gun. Qin Wentian turned around suddenly. He saw that this gun was like a light spot, which seemed to penetrate everything and pierced his forehead. The whistling wind made people feel frightened. Qin Wentian raised his fist and punched angrily. The terrifying force deflected the spear, but Wang Jian was also a very powerful person. His palm was extremely stable, the spear rotated, and his figure flashed. Qin Wentian felt a gun shot at him, like white lightning. Buzz! The strong wind flashed past, and Qin Wentian retreated. At this moment, from the direction of Jiutian Palace, a man waved his hand slightly, and several people came out in an instant, rushing towards Qin Wentian. These people seemed to have terrifying thunder power. They punched out, and the thunder power gathered into a thunder bead, blocking Qin Wentian's retreat, with terrifying explosive power inside. The people from Jiutian Palace actually took action. Do they also want to stand on the same front with the Chen family and other forces? Everyone saw the thunder bead exploded, purple light flashed, Qin Wentian's retreat was blocked, and the lightning spear pierced into the thunder light, and was about to be sent in front of Qin Wentian. Chapter 445 Outside Qin's House City. The move by Jiutian Palace was quite unexpected. As the dominant power in King's House City, the most marginal place of Jia's House City in Daxia, Jiutian Palace was far less powerful than the Yang family and other forces. It was probably only listed at the end of the 36 dominant powers. It was of great significance for them to stand up at this time. Although they only attacked the young man surnamed D, they might still be considered to be standing on the opposite side of the Yang family and other forces. Of course, there was another possibility that they wanted to form an alliance with the Chen family and other forces. In King's House City, the edge of Daxia, it was said that the contradiction between Jiutian Palace and Qingyuan Pavilion was deepening, and there had been many confrontations. Perhaps, Jiutian Palace was looking for another way out. At this moment, the Jiutian Palace strongman attacked the young man surnamed D at the same moment, blocking his retreat. In addition, Wang Jian's shot almost killed the young man. Qin Wentian could indeed use Dao's Huanxingyi to leave, but he did not want to expose too many Daxia unique skills, otherwise, his true identity might be guessed by others. If he only used the unique skill of Blood Curse Seal from beginning to end, he would not arouse too much suspicion. He raised his palm and suddenly grabbed the spear. However, Wang Jian was not a good person. He spun his palm slightly, and it seemed that endless spears shot out at the same time. The strong will of martial arts burst out. The rapidly rotating spear wanted to devour everything, turning into a point of extreme killing light, and continued to kill. All of this was as fast as lightning. Qin Wentian's palm turned bloody again, and the power of destruction was pervasive, which made Wang Jian's expression condensed. At this moment, Qin Wentian loosened his hand holding the spear and slapped Wang Jian. At this moment, Wang Jian did not think about it at all, and his body retreated directly. Even if his spear could penetrate Qin Wentian's body as long as it was sent forward, the blood curse would also be printed on his head. Such a situation where both sides must die was not what he wanted to see. But Qin Wentian's threat did not disappear. Behind him, the strong men of Jiutian Palace compressed the power of thunder and lightning, turned it into thunder beads, and sent it towards his body. If he was hit, I am afraid that even the strongest body would be blown up by thunder. Bang! Qin Wentian stomped his foot heavily. All his previous methods, such as the demon god transformation, could not be used. He was restricted in the battle. This feeling was very unpleasant, but he had no choice. This step trampled the void, and the suffocating sword power directly pressed on the body of the Jiutian Palace strong man, causing the opponent's Wu Ming Xiangang to tremble. Qin Wentian's whole body suddenly burst out with a terrifying sword power. This brilliant sword intent seemed to sweep across the world and flatten everything. Many sword beams appeared in front of him. He slapped several palm prints in succession, and this monstrous sword intent turned into the light of the sword. The thunder beads burst out, and the terrifying thunder blasted on the sword curtain. The sword curtain shattered, and Qin Wentian's body flashed and retreated, as fast as the wind. The forces have encircled and suppressed Emperor like this, which is a great experience. Goodbye. Qin Wentian spoke loudly, and suddenly a big peng bird flew over. His footsteps landed directly on the back of the big peng. In an instant, the big peng spread its wings, and the two went away. Want to leave? Wang Jian and others snorted coldly, and ran away in pursuit. Let's go. Yang Kuangsheng shouted loudly, and the direction of the battle began to deviate, and they all moved away quickly. The other strong men of the Yang family wanted to chase, but they saw that the people of the Chen family stepped out one after another and blocked their retreat. Chen Fan sneered, since the battle is handed over to them, let them solve it themselves. The strong wind passed by, and more strong men left this place. Chen Wang, Bai Qing and others also began to move away. Fighting here, with strong men from both sides roaming around, it might be difficult to kill the opponent. In this case, just find a new place to fight happily. So, a gorgeous scene appeared in the sky above Qin's house city. A big rock was flying in the sky, as if leading the way in front, and strong men kept chasing behind. All of them were filled with terrible power. They are people from the major overlord level forces. King Chen, Wang Jian, and Bai Qing from Zuan'an Palace are also there. They are fighting again, but who is the person on the big rock? The people in the air below saw the grand scene in the void and wanted to chase after them. However, those people were very fast, and unless they were very powerful, they could not catch up at all. Although the little bastard's transformation into Big Rock did not enhance his combat effectiveness, his speed was still very fast. His wings flapped in the sky. Qin Wentian stood on the back of the big rock, with his hands behind his back, and a cold smile on his lips, as if he was showing some playfulness. Little guy, go outside Qin's house city, the farther the better. Qin Wentian said in a low voice, and then he actually sat cross-legged on the back of the big rock, ignoring the people chasing behind him. Such an action seemed to reveal a bit of provocation, which made Wang Jian and others chase him relentlessly. In the sky, the wind roared, and the crowd below was getting smaller and smaller. They were gradually moving away from the central area of Qin's house city. After a while, the gate of Qin's house city could already be seen. Dapin did not stop at all, and flew directly out of Qin's house city, and continued to gallop forward, crossing the ancient road, crossing the river, and came to the ancient peaks and mountains hundreds of miles outside Qin's house city. It's okay. Qin Wentian said in a low voice. Finally, Dapin swooped down and landed on a small hill between the peaks. He turned around and seemed to be waiting for the figure behind him. A stream of sharp light was swallowing and spitting out endlessly, and Wang Jian's figure was seen descending. There were actually two powerful people from the Wang family accompanying him. They all followed Wang Jian to chase and kill. After that, two powerful people from the Chen family and three people from the Jiutian Palace descended. The two people from the Chen family were also the strength of the third level of the Xiangang realm. Qin Wentian killed many people from the Chen family. They would never allow Qin Wentian to leave alive today, so they abandoned other battlefields and only chased Qin Wentian. After these people arrived, they deployed their troops and surrounded Qin Wentian in the air below. Wang Jian said, whoever kills this person will own the peng bird. What do you think? Okay. The Chen family's strong man nodded. Okay. Several people from the Jiutian Palace also nodded in agreement. Then, a monstrous aura burst out from their bodies and pressed down to the air below at the same time. Qin Wentian looked up and looked at the strong men in the void. A terrible cold light suddenly burst out from his expression. Today, everyone's Qin Wentian said indifferently, making everyone look strange. Qin Wentian's tone was so arrogant. With so many strong men, it would be easy to kill Qin Wentian. This person even dared to speak wildly and asked them all to stay. It was really shameless. If you run for a few more days, maybe we won't chase you, but now that we've come to this point, how can you survive? Wang Jian's terrifying aura burst out crazily, and Wu Ming's Xiangang rushed out of his body, which was an extremely sharp and dazzling spear, as if to destroy everything. The people of the Chen family were blazing with flames, and the sun's Qianqin energy burst out crazily, shining brightly. The strong men of Jiutian Palace were rolling with thunder, and thunder dragons were wrapped around their bodies, which were extremely powerful. They were seen walking down at the same time, stepping towards Qin Wentian, and the crushing power fell from the sky, not intending to give Qin Wentian any chance. Many of these people were at the third level of Xiangang, but they did not attack directly with Wu Ming's Xiangang, obviously wanting to kill Qin Wentian first. In another space, yellow sands rolled and mountains exploded. A great battle had already broken out tens of thousands of meters away from here. It was obvious that another wave of strong men were violently colliding. Qin Wentian clenched his fist slightly, and a light of hatred shone out. Suddenly, his body seemed to be on fire, as if his blood was rolling endlessly. A halo surrounded his body. In his pupils, the burning flame seemed to be cold. Suddenly, a huge sword appeared in Qin Wentian's hand. The sword was pitch black and made of extremely heavy star-black crystal stone. It was 10 meters long and weighed 100,000 pounds. It was unknown how heavy it was. What was amazing was that such a heavy giant sword was actually sharpened. The blade was flowing with a black luster, as if it could cut a person in half with one strike. The people walking down had a slightly condensed expression. No one in the Great Xia dynasty had ever heard of anyone using such a huge sword. Of course, this was exactly what Qin Wentian wanted to see. His martial arts will of strength and the martial arts will of demons could be reflected in the giant sword attack without being noticed that he was Qin Wentian. Buzz! Qin Wentian's body soared into the sky, and the 100,000 Jin giant sword seemed to be held in his hand casually, shining with light. He rushed towards the three masters of Jiutian Palace at an extremely fast speed. The three shouted coldly, and the thunder dragon burst out, releasing the power of endless thunder throughout the body. Jiutian Palace is almost gone, and you are still jumping around in Qin's house city. Qin Wentian's voice was filled with a terrible and domineering coldness. The giant sword in his hand rushed forward to kill, and an unparalleled sword power burst out from his body. The king's martial destiny Xiangang intention enveloped the three people opposite. Kill! Qin Wentian spat out a word, and the giant sword cut through the void. The three people felt the supreme power of the king and attacked at the same time. Suddenly, a thunder dragon roared and swallowed the giant sword. But at the same moment, the giant sword hummed endlessly, as if a terrifying black dragon appeared. Bang! The shock wave of nothingness directly shook one person's body, killing him directly. Qin Wentian's sword did not stop at all and swept out. The other two people's bodies exploded back, but they saw that the sword whistled continuously. They seemed to see a terrifying and boundless sharp sword wing, which swept directly across their throats, and blood flew out in an instant. In an instant, three strong men fell at the same time. The Chen family and Wang family strongmen who rushed up had already taken action, but seeing that the halo on Qin Wentian was even more dazzling and terrifying, he turned around and slashed with a sword, ignoring any attacks. The giant sword seemed to turn into a terrifying black dragon again, pressing down from the sky and biting everyone. The spear in Wang Jian's hand broke through the air and turned into a ray of light to kill the black dragon. The Chen family's strong men pushed the great sun universe to the extreme. They stared at Qin Wentian, but saw the other party's pupils that made them feel terrified. This person deliberately led them out of Qin's house city. At this moment, they understood the arrogant tone of "stay here" and what it meant. Void split. Qin Wentian's giant sword pressed forward, the kingly intention was terrible, and an invisible wave of destruction and nothingness strangled out. With a loud bang, the two Chen family strong men groaned, and then their hearts were shattered, spitting out blood and died, with eyes wide open. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446, Reversal of Situation. In a blink of an eye, 5 powerful men fell in succession and were killed on the spot. This situation shocked Wang Jian so much that he felt a chill all over his body. He was fooled. This person deliberately lured them here to kill them. Otherwise, if the powerful men from all parties were here, it would be impossible for Qin Wentian to kill them in front of everyone. But I am afraid that the people from the Chen family, the Wang family and other forces would never think of such an outcome. Among the crowds of both sides of the battle, they obviously have a great advantage, so they dared to intercept the people of the Yang family and let these people solve today's battle by themselves. What kind of magic weapon is this giant sword? Wang Jian stared at the giant sword in Qin Wentian's hand. This sword seemed to be extremely powerful and could kill people alive. You must know that the strong men in the Xiangang realm have the Wuming Xiangang, which is comparable to the magic weapon, and even more handy and powerful than the magic weapon. Therefore, unless the Xiangang strong men have very powerful magic weapons, they simply don't use them. The 4 Wuming Xiangang are much more powerful than the magic weapons and can be used at will. But the magic weapon of the young man surnamed Di seemed to be particularly powerful. In fact, Qin Wentian's giant sword was not a high-level magic weapon. He just asked the White Deer Academy to tailor a heavy and sharp magic weapon for him to exert his strength, so that people could not see how strong his strength was. Retreat. At this moment, Wang Jian shouted, and the 3 Wang family masters retreated one after another. However, Qin Wentian's expression was cold, and the Pension technique bloomed. In an instant, his body was like a big rock, and he instantly descended in front of a person. The giant sword blasted forward, still cracking the void, a magical power he created. This magical power integrates the nothingness shockwave of the second realm of the martial arts will of power into the third style of the Great Dream Halberd method he created at the beginning, breaking the void, and then stimulates it with the violent sword intent, and integrates it into the giant sword with the help of the kingly sword intent. In addition to his own extremely powerful strength, the shockwave emitted is unknown how strong it is. People of the 3rd level of Xiangang can be hit and their heart veins can be broken. The man was hit by the void crack, and there seemed to be a loud explosion in his body. Although there was a terrifying divine weapon brilliance on his body, he was still killed. In a blink of an eye, only Wang Jian and the last person were left. Both of them were horrified. They didn't expect that this person's fighting power was so terrible. The 2 fled quickly, but saw Qin Wentian use the Dao's Huanzing Yu when he flashed. The giant sword slapped one of them and killed him directly. The person in front was still running away, and only Wang Jian was left. "You can't get away." A cold voice sounded behind Wang Jian, causing Wang Jian to turn around suddenly. With a roar, many divine weapons and spears appeared in the void, all bursting out and stabbing Qin Wentian. Boom! Dao's Huanzing Yu was used, and Qin Wentian's body appeared directly in front of Wang Jian. A terrifying demonic aura permeated his palm, and the extremely brutal force blasted the giant sword out. Wang Jian's face was pale and stared at Qin Wentian. Is this the unique skill of Daxia, Dao's Huanzing Yi? In despair, Wang Jian was covered with a layer of armor brilliance, and his Wuming Xiangang blossomed wildly, blasting forward, sweeping everything with its sharpness. Wherever the giant sword passed, Wuming Xiangang was shaken apart and fell on the light curtain blasted out by Wang Jian's palm. A crisp sound of crack was heard, and the light curtain shattered. The black giant sword pierced into the opponent's body and killed him. The little guy flashed and had already collected the divine pattern rings from those who fell. Then he came to Qin Wentian's side and handed the divine pattern ring to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian patted the little guy's head and then walked forward. The battle there was very fierce. When Qin Wentian came to this battlefield, Bai Qing was fighting against King Chen with Yan Kuangshen. Chu Mang, Fan Li and others also had their own opponents. The melee was tragic. Seeing Qin Wentian appear with a huge black sword, everyone was stunned. There were the most powerful people chasing Qin Wentian just now. 7 or 8 people went to kill him first. However, at this moment, he actually came back here. What about those powerful people chasing him? Thinking of this, the crowd suddenly felt a chill in their hearts and shuddered. Among those people, there were many powerful people at the 3rd level of Xiangang. Qin Wentian came to the battlefield here safely, but there was no movement there. What does this mean? Although everyone didn't want to believe it, they still felt a little cold all over. Qin Wentian's eyes fell directly on King Chen, and then he walked out slowly. King Chen's strength is indeed powerful. He differentiated out the flame body and suppressed Bai Qing and Yuyan Kuangsheng. If Bai Qing and Yuyan Kuangsheng's attacks were not extremely domineering, they would probably die in the hands of King Chen. Moreover, judging from King Chen's aura, he would not be too far away from the third level of Xiangang. Although he was the runner-up for 1,000 years, King Chen was indeed very strong. It was no problem for him to kill someone at the third level of Xiangang with his fighting power. At this moment, Qin Wentian was thinking that if King Chen died, the Chen family of Dai would be heartbroken. King Chen, be careful. Someone noticed Qin Wentian walking towards King Chen and immediately warned him. Buzz! A strong wind swept by. The man who spoke was fighting and suddenly felt the whistling of the wind. He immediately knew the danger, but the people of the Ouyang family who were fighting with him were tightly restraining him, so he had no time to care about anything else. He could only swing out a huge and incomparable flaming palm print with his backhand. Bang! The black giant sword directly cut through the palm print and shattered it. The man was horrified and immediately turned his palms to slap Qin Wentian's black giant sword. The moment the giant sword and the palm print collided, a terrifying shock wave invaded his body. With a puff, blood spit out, and all the vitality in his body seemed to be destroyed. Behind him, the strong man of the Ouyang family punched out, landing directly on him, wiping out his last vitality. This man is so strong. Everyone felt even colder in their hearts. With such a person who could kill many Xiangang 3-level people intervening in the battle here, it would be a situation of crushing the withered and decaying, and it would be out of control. Gather! King Chen shouted, slapped his palm and retreated. Immediately, the strong men of the Chen family, Wang family and other allies began to retreat, ready to gather together, otherwise they would be killed one by the extra young man with the surname D. King Chen and others gathered together, and the violent airflow gave people suffocating pressure. Yang Kuangsheng and others surrounded and suppressed them, and inadvertently gathered together. They looked at Qin Wentian, and heard Yang Kuangsheng laugh and say, "Your Excellency is so strong, how about we join forces and make these people never come back?" "That's what I meant." Qin Wentian nodded. Although he wanted to recognize his brothers like Yang Kuangsheng, he knew that it was not the right time yet. This time, he appeared in the side of Daxia in the form of Emperor Tian. He would not stop until Daxia was turned upside down. She would never dare to forget the blood feud of King Chen. "Chu Mang, Fanel, you two control the overall situation." Yang Kuangsheng roared. Fanel and Chu Mang nodded. The two of them descended on both sides, and star arrows appeared. Now the two of them are more powerful. I don't know how terrible the arrows are. Killing people is like golden lightning. Even the frontal attack is very powerful, not to mention the unexpected arrows chasing and killing, which is enough to make people tremble. "Brother Emperor, how about you and I take the lead in the frontal attack?" Yang Kuangsheng looked at Qin Wentian and said. Qin Wentian was very powerful. If they joined forces to attack head-on, with Bai Qing, the so-called god of the netherworld, coordinating, Chu Mang and Fan Li tracking with arrows, and others assisting in the battle, the combat power they could exert would be amazing. Of course. Qin Wentian nodded, holding the black sword tightly in his hand. He and Yang Kuangsheng and others were on both sides, and all the strong men were blooming their martial arts heavenly gangs, suspended in the air, with terrible power. People on both sides seemed to dare not move rashly. At this moment, the strong men from both sides gathered together. Once they moved rashly, they would become targets of attack. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of arrows breaking through the air descended, and suddenly, a stream of star arrows came in an instant, with 9 arrows on both sides, and 18 arrows directly covering everyone. Moreover, after this round of arrows, there were still arrows that kept hitting, and King Chen and others immediately waved their hands to bombard the arrows. Qin Wentian and Yang Kuangsheng's bodies moved. Yang Kuangsheng's whole body burst out with a might of thunder and fire. A thunder sword was suspended above his head. The terrible lightning gathered together and compressed madly, making every ray of thunder contain the might of monstrous destruction. "Be careful, this is the Thunder God Slash." Chen Wang's expression was condensed. The Thunder God Slash was almost the strongest single attack among the 9 unique skills of Daxia. With one slash, even with Yang Kuangsheng's strength, he would probably drain half of the star energy of the Yuan Fu. It is conceivable how destructive this attack would be. Generally speaking, the magical spells that consume a huge amount of star energy must be very powerful. Not all magical spells can consume a large amount of star energy, but the Thunder God / can condense terrible star energy. Qin Wentian's blood seemed to be roaring. When he stepped on the ground, it seemed like he was crushing the Wuming Xiangang of others. The black sword was terrific and majestic, as if it was ready to cooperate with Yang Kuangsheng's attack at any time. Bang! The stars shifted, Yang Kuangsheng's body disappeared, and appeared in front of Chen Wang and the others. The Thunder God / slashed out directly, and the void seemed to be cut into two by thunder and fire. The Wuming Xiangang of several people was directly cut off, and the others retreated one after another. Qin Wentian arrived almost at the same moment, and the black giant sword sent out a void crack. A round of terrifying sword shockwaves swept through the space and tore everything apart. Cool. The destructive power caused by the two made Fan Li roar excitedly. The wind came with arrows, and the speed was so fast that one person was shot through the forehead by an arrow before he could dodge. Fan Li's arrows could change direction. Bang! 2 consecutive starlights bloomed. After Chu Mang shot the arrow, he used the star shift and slashed directly at the other side with an axe. In addition to him, there was Bai Qing, who also used the star shift to slash the Purgatory 9 killings in the crowd, and blood flew for a while. It was so tragic. The power that exploded in an instant almost made the crowd unable to react. It was too tragic. These people all knew the unique skill of Daxia, Dao's Huanxing Yi. The outcome of this battle was almost doomed from the beginning. King Chen and the 2 people of the Chen family were fine, because they were also good at Dao's Huanxing Yi. They dodged when the Thunder God / came, but this undoubtedly weakened the resistance of others. The gathered power was instantly disintegrated, and 3 people were directly killed and 3 others were injured. In the ancient Daxia dynasty, the strong men of the major overlord-level forces were still confronting each other, but at this time, a strong man of the Chen family froze his expression, and then his face was ugly. King Chen actually sent out a distress signal. Not good. This man turned around and was about to leave. The Ouyang family saw that the Chen family who had blocked them turned around and left, and they couldn't help but show their edge. Stop them. With a cold shout, the situation on both sides reversed instantly. The Chen family's alliance wanted to go to support, but the strong men of the Ouyang family's alliance blocked them. This scene made the onlookers look at the battle in a strange light. What happened over there? The strong men led by the Chen family and Wang Jian should have the advantage, right? Chapter 447 Crazy Chase. In the ancient dynasty, the situation was reversed. The Chen family's strong men were blocked and attacked frantically. They did not hesitate to break into pieces and break through in various directions. Then they quickly headed towards the outside of Qin's House City. In the mountainous area outside Qin's House City, the battle situation was already very clear. King Chen and others retreated step by step. At this moment, the strong men on their side were facing an absolute disadvantage. Go! King Chen turned around and fled back. The people around him flashed one after another. Qin Wentian and others naturally chased after him like lightning. Buzz! Starlight shone, and King Chen actually used the magical power of Dao's Huanxing Yi directly. His figure appeared in front of Qin Wentian. This man held a black sword and was very powerful. He killed many of his Chen family's strong men. If he hadn't come to support him just now, the situation would not have been so one-sided. Before leaving, he had to kill this boy. The moment he descended in front of Qin Wentian, he blasted out his magma-like palm print. The space seemed to turn into magma fire. Qin Wentian's body seemed to solidify and burn under the martial arts will. However, Qin Wentian's perception was so strong that he had already captured it the moment King Chen used Dao's Huanxing Yi. The palm print of his left hand turned blood-colored and blasted forward. The power of the curse seal revealed the power of destruction. King Chen's expression condensed, and the starlight burst out again. Because he was afraid of the blood curse seal, he didn't dare to touch it head-on, otherwise both sides would be injured and the gain would not outweigh the loss. But as soon as his figure appeared in another space, he heard a roar that cut through the space. A sky-breaking sword power enveloped his body. The black sword was thrown towards his body by Qin Wentian's palm, trying to split him into two. At the same time, Fan Li and Chu Mang's arrows also descended one after another, killing him instantly. King Chen's face was ashen, and Dao's Huanxing Yi was used again, fleeing to another direction. Leave him to me, Qin Wentian said, and rushed towards the direction of King Chen. Yang Kuangsheng seemed to be able to sense the confidence in Qin Wentian's voice. He nodded, and they continued to chase and kill. King Chen was good at the art of changing the stars, and his own combat power was extremely strong. Yang Kuangsheng believed that he could not compete with King Chen now. They continued to have an absolute advantage, but it was not easy to kill him. This young man with the surname D, he had faced many powerful people's pursuit before, but he escaped unscathed. Those people never appeared again. Perhaps, he could really bring doom to King Chen. Occupying two major positions, Yang Kuangsheng, Bai Qing and others continued to chase and kill the fleeing people, while Qin Wentian walked in the direction of King Chen's escape. The figure of the little guy descended under Qin Wentian, flapping his wings, flashing with gusts of wind, and his speed was extremely fast. Qin Wentian's perception firmly locked King Chen. Even for the current King Chen, the distance he can move in an instant using Dao's Huanxingyi is still limited. Dao's Huanxingyi is only a rapid movement magic, not a real space shift. It is impossible to escape from Qin Wentian's pursuit. However, when the two of them flashed rapidly, gradually moving away from the people on the other side, King Chen found that only Qin Wentian was chasing them. A cold and murderous light flashed in his pupils. He was still walking rapidly, but his expression was calm, without the slightest panic or tension. His lips were as sharp as a knife. Not long after, the two of them were already far away from the other side. King Chen's figure landed on a hill made of loess and turned his head to look at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's figure also stopped. King Chen's calm eyes were filled with irony. He put his hands behind his back casually, looked at Qin Wentian and said coldly, "I didn't expect that someone would really die of stupidity." In King Chen's view, Qin Wentian's pursuit alone was obviously a stupid and ignorant act of seeking death. His eyes at this moment were filled with undisguised contempt and irony. The blood of the sun in his body was erupting, and a blazing flame like the fire of magma was burning around him. The loess under his feet was directly burned to dust under the scorching temperature and evaporated in the void. It is conceivable how high the temperature of King Chen was at this moment. At the same moment, two flame giants separated from him. Although King Chen was arrogant, he was by no means ignorant. Qin Wentian was able to escape unscathed from the pursuit of many people, and he might even have killed his opponent. His strength must be extremely strong, but in a one-on-one battle, he would still have only one way to die. After killing you, I will kill those people today one by one, leaving no one behind. As King Chen finished speaking, his fourth Wuming Xiangang emerged, which was a magma giant. The magma fire on his body was flowing like liquid, as if it could disintegrate at any time. In addition, his martial arts will had the hardened flame martial arts will, so this Wuming Xiangang would have the ability to change. Go. King Chen pointed his finger at Qin Wentian, and suddenly, a group of fire giants walked towards Qin Wentian. The magma giant slapped his palm directly, and magma fire immediately flowed out of his body, like flowing hot liquid droplets, splashing towards Qin Wentian. Bai Qing and Yang Kuangsheng were both good at fighting and shifting the stars, so they could keep fighting with him and pin him down, but he was confident that there would be no problem killing the person in front of him. Qin Wentian's black giant sword swept past, turning into a sword curtain, resisting the magma fire, and then he stepped on the ground, and the terrifying sword power filled the air. His black sword came out to kill, and instantly pierced into the body of the magma giant, but the magma giant turned directly into liquid, and actually flowed towards his black sword, and continued to pounce on him. At the same time, the other two fire giants came to kill, slapping out terrifying hot palm prints. A cold smile flashed across Qin Wentian's eyes, and the power of the stars suddenly burst out. His figure disappeared, and in an instant, the great sword pierced directly into King Chen's body. King Chen's expression suddenly changed, and his body exploded backwards. The monstrous light of the sun emerged from his body, and a flame of burning the sky erupted from his body. Go! Qin Wentian clapped his hands, and the great sword broke through the air and killed King Chen. Bang! The stars turned, and King Chen's figure disappeared. At this moment, he was shocked. How could it be, Qin Wentian, how could he also practice the stars? At the moment when King Chen's figure flashed and appeared, a blood-colored palm print was printed on his body. King Chen's expression changed drastically, and the stars turned again, but it was useless. He had just stabilized his body, and Qin Wentian appeared again, still with the blood curse seal, revealing a monstrous blood-colored pressure. If it hits, It can directly turn a person into dry bones. Bang, bang, bang. Two figures kept flashing with the movement of the stars. Finally, King Chen felt that the yuan fu in his body was almost exhausted. This time, he flashed directly to the side of the Wuming Xiangang magma giant. He did not dodge anymore. The great Sun Qianqin palm print burst out, like burning mountains and boiling seas, and rushed towards the blood-colored palm print. Bang! The palm prints of the two collided with each other. King Chen instantly felt the flesh and blood of his arm corroding. The power of corrosion was extremely overbearing and could not be stopped at all. The blood curse seal was a very overbearing magical skill in the great Xia secret art. Similarly, his great sun bloodline power rushed into Qin Wentian's arm, but he clearly felt that the other party's body had an even more terrifying bloodline and sword power roaring, tearing his power apart. The magma giant turned into a piece of flaming magma and rushed towards Qin Wentian, trying to bury his body in the magma, but seeing the starlight burst out, Qin Wentian used Dao's Huanxingyi again, and the sound of the sword whistling rang out, and King Chen felt a sense of death crisis. Fortunately, he was prepared, and with a squeeze of his palm, it seemed as if he had crushed something, and the flames shot up into the sky, wrapping his body in it. The sword light slashed down, and the sword light that was about to cut on King Chen's neck was blocked by the flame light curtain, making a crisp sound, which made Qin Wentian's expression condense, and his body stepped back, staring at the terrible flame light curtain covering King Chen. King Chen may become the future leader of the great Sun Chen family. He has a life-saving item on him. This item is extremely precious. In the previous battle, King Chen was at a disadvantage but only sent a message to the Chen family without using this treasure. But now facing a life and death crisis, he had to use it. He stared at Qin Wentian. King Chen had a terrifying killing intent. He didn't expect to be oppressed to this extent. Who are you? King Chen stepped slightly and stared at Qin Wentian. This person is not only good at the blood curse seal, but also practiced the star shifting. Qin Wentian stared at the flames, and saw him suddenly turn around, directly control the Dapan, and leave this place. King Chen's expression flickered, and a flame soared into the sky. Then his body walked out and chased Qin Wentian. In the distance, a strong man of the Chen family who broke through the siege saw the fire in the void here, and his figure flashed towards this side. Not long after, Qin Wentian was blocked in a valley, and a strong middle-aged man with the 4th level of Xiangang realm appeared in front of him. King Chen. Chen Zhao's eyes froze as he looked at King Chen. King Chen was forced to use a life-saving item. Uncle Zhao, this man is good at the stars. He has a secret. Kill him. King Chen spoke coldly. Chen Zhao nodded and stepped towards Qin Wentian with the might of raging flames. Dapan suddenly soared into the sky and rushed madly towards the void. Where are you going? Chen Zhao and King Chen also rushed into the sky, unwilling to let go. This man was a monster and had a secret. He must be kept. The bodies of the 3 people and Dapan continued to rush into the void, gradually descending into the clouds. The clouds were filled with mist and the air was thin, blocking people's sight. However, Chen Zhao and King Chen's eyes were piercing, and the flames were burning. They stared at Qin Wentian and Dapan. Boom! Qin Wentian's body, a raging blood power suddenly erupted, and a heart-shaking demonic aura erupted wildly. His body seemed to have become taller, and a sense of dominance permeated from him. Chen Zhao frowned. He looked at the light curtain on King Chen, which was gradually weakening and would soon dissipate. He could not help but remind him, King Chen, this person is a bit weird. Why don't you leave first? King Chen shook his head slightly. In such a situation, he was still fleeing because of fear? He could not accept such a humiliation. Dapan seemed to be unaware of how high the sky was, and kept going into the void. The light curtain on King Chen dissipated more and more, which made Chen Zhao frown. The other party seemed to know that the light curtain on King Chen had a time limit and was deliberately consuming him. King Chen. Chen Zhao shouted again. King Chen frowned and found it difficult to accept. But when he felt that the light curtain had weakened, he could only stop. Boom! A breath of the 3rd level of Xiangang burst out from the figure above the void. Dapan stopped. Qin Wentian looked down at the sky, like the monarch of the sky, with blood in his body roaring and roaring like a demon. King Chen stared at this figure, which made him feel familiar. Suddenly, King Chen's face turned pale with horror, revealing an expression of disbelief. He had seen such temperament on the Suzaku battle stage of the Destiny list. Chapter 448 Death of King Chen. the handsome figure of Yao, the Dapan bird. There are also the blood curse seal and the star shift of the 9 great martial arts of Daksha. Although Qin Wentian was not good at the 9 great martial arts of Daksha before, he got the Jiutian divine steel. So, it is not surprising that he should be good at any of the 9 great martial arts of Daksha, just like Yang Kuangsheng and others. Thinking of this, King Chen looked up at the figure standing on the Dapan in the void. His heart was beating non-stop, and his face turned pale in an instant. It was him. It must be him. He did not fall in the Dangwon Palace. Now, he has transformed into another person and returned. His bloodline seems to be stronger, making him like the demon monarch, ruling the world. The explosion of his bloodline actually allowed him to break through the shackles of the realm and possess the powerful aura of the 3rd level of the Xiangang realm. Thinking of this person's ability to fight beyond his level, King Chen suddenly shouted to Chen Zhao, "It's Qin Wentian, Uncle Zhao, let's go." Qin Wentian. Chen Zhao's heart trembled when he heard this name. This name was too familiar. More than a year ago, every corner of Daksha was talking about Qin Wentian, the top of the destiny list, who went to the Dangwon Palace alone, holding the demon sword and transformed into an ancient demon. This person was actually Qin Wentian? An unparalleled sharp intention burst out, and the king's sword shone. It was Qin Wentian's Wuming Xiangang. Bang! The stars turned, and Qin Wentian disappeared holding the king's sword. Chen Zhao's expression changed drastically. He also used the stars and turned around and left. The two turned into starlight points in the void. Finally, a sword chant was heard, and blood fell in the void. A figure whizzed past, and Chen Zhao's body fell into the air. This person was a powerful person at the 4th level of Xiangang realm. If he fought Qin Wentian head-on, he might be able to fight for some time, but the first thing he thought of was to leave. As time passed, Qin Wentian's strong perception captured his every move, and the martial arts will of the sword sound burst out. When the sword sang, the sword cut his life. The moment Chen Zhao left, King Chen fled in the opposite direction, but was intercepted by the Big Peng bird. The Big Peng bird, which had never taken action before, was extremely fast and entangled him for a moment. During this moment, Qin Wentian was about to arrive, floating down from the void, and walked in front of King Chen, with a murderous intent in his eyes undisguised. "Qin Wentian, if you let me go today, I will convince my family that our grievances will be written off." Chen Wang looked at Qin Wentian and said. At this moment, the most important thing for him was to keep his life. He had been defeated by the opponent before, and he did not hesitate to use life-saving means. Because of this anger, and with the help of Chen Zhao, who was at the 4th level of Xiangang realm, he chased Qin Wentian all the way. However, he never thought that the opponent was Qin Wentian, and he had been retaining his true strength. It was too late to regret it at this moment. If he knew that this person was Qin Wentian, he would never chase him here. The sword intent was pervasive, and Qin Wentian did not respond to Chen Wang. He stepped slightly, and a suffocating pressure enveloped Chen Wang. Delay would lead to changes. Although he led Chen Wang and the others away from others, he must kill them early to avoid accidents. In this world, anything can happen. When he went to the Dangwon Palace in the past, who dared to think that he could split the Dangwon Palace in two with one sword? Therefore, he can be arrogant, but he will not underestimate the enemy. Bang! Starlight burst out, and the figure of King Chen suddenly appeared in front of Qin Wentian. The magma giant rushed out directly, turning into liquid magma and rushing towards Qin Wentian. King Chen was not a good person either. He was prepared for the worst when he spoke. Buzz! The wind hummed lightly, and Qin Wentian's sword flashed and the sword light fell directly on King Chen's throat. King Chen's body froze there, his hands covering his throat, and his eyes showed an unwilling look. He was unwilling. He was King Chen, the pride of the Chen family. He was unwilling. He might become the leader of the Chen family in the future. He had already obtained the ancient order, and he would have the opportunity to leave the great Xia dynasty and go to the Holy Land for trial. But now, the proud him was about to die. Recalling the past scenes, it was like a dream. Since hearing the name of Qin Wentian, his life seemed to have changed quietly, like a nightmare. I still remember the first time I met Qin Wentian. It should be at the Chen family. He looked at Qin Wentian from afar, who had entered the Chen family with the Yang family. This person challenged several young men of the Chen family and showed extraordinary strength. However, he did not even look at Qin Wentian at that time. He never thought that the weak young man would become his nightmare. After that, Qin Wentian began to show his edge in the destiny ranking and defeated him to take the first place. From then on, he, the king of Chen, lived in the shadow of Hua Taixu in the first few years, and lived in the shadow of Qin Wentian in the next few years, until this moment, he fell at the hands of Qin Wentian. Before he died, he suddenly remembered a sentence: "There are so many romantic figures in the great Xia dynasty, but how many people can stand at the top and look down on all the mountains?" King Chen closed his eyes, his body falling towards the sky. Qin Wentian flashed, waved his hand, and rolled King Chen's body over. Then he walked forward and rolled up Chen Zhao's body. Then he landed on the back of Dapan, soaring into the sky and heading into the distance. One day later, the battle situation of yesterday shocked Qin's house city. Most people, such as Zhu Yan Kuongshen, returned to their respective forces safely. However, the strong men of the Chen family, the Hua family, the Wang family and the Jiutian palace never went back. The battle between the overlord-level forces would be better if both sides were very tragic, but the annihilation of one side made the atmosphere particularly solemn. Before the battle for the fate list began, it seemed as if a suffocating storm was suppressed. In particular, among the people who disappeared from the Chen family of Dari, there was an extremely conspicuous person, King Chen. Chen Wang, the Xianjiao of the Dari Chen family, disappeared and never returned. It is said that he sent out a distress signal before he disappeared. After that, the Chen family broke through to look for him, but they never found him again, and even their body was not seen. This also included Chen Zhao, a Xiangang realm level 4 strongman who went to look for Chen Wang, who never returned. Although Chen Wang's brilliance was suppressed by Hua Taixu and Qin Wentian, he was still the second in the destiny list for 2 sessions. He was undoubtedly a Xianjiao figure. It was very easy for him to challenge higher-level people. He was one of the future leaders of the Chen family. His disappearance would brew a storm. Now, forces such as the Ouyang family have closed their doors and are even dispatching strong men from their families to deal with possible events. They have been closely watched by the Chen family. I am afraid that the Chen family is already discussing how to act. In the Chen family, in a magnificent hall, many figures gathered here. The leader had a majestic appearance, but his eyes were gloomy. "Have you checked it out?" this person asked. "Not yet. I'm keeping an eye on all the people who participated in the battle that day, ready to hunt them at any time." Chen Fan responded from below. "Yes." The leader nodded slightly. It was clear that King Chen had fallen. There was no doubt about that, but who did it must be found out. Now that King Chen is dead, we should select qualified younger generations to train vigorously. In addition, the order on King Chen must be taken back at all costs. Yes. Everyone nodded. Obviously, they also understood the importance of the ancient order lost from King Chen. They must not lose it. I didn't expect that such a thing would happen not long after King Chen was given the ancient order. It seems that they might be targeting the ancient order. Otherwise, who can kill King Chen and Chen Zhao? Someone said, causing many people to nod slightly. Perhaps this dispute was a conspiracy against the ancient order. If so, it would be even more troublesome. First, prepare to control the people who participated in this matter yesterday. We will know after examining a few more people. If there is really someone targeting the ancient order, we must find out which force it is. This ancient order is not something they can swallow. The leader issued a death order. The people from the Ouyang family, Zhuanyin Palace, Jiang family and other forces have been staying indoors for the past few days. They never thought that King Chen would die. Moreover, the Chen family seemed to have used terrifying power to monitor their actions, as if they were really angry. At this time, they had to be extremely careful. However, the Chen family did not dare to easily launch a full-scale war. They also knew that once such a battle was launched, it would lead to terrible consequences. No one dared not to be cautious. For Qin Wentian, he did not know about the things in Qin's house city. At this time, he was sorting out the resources in the divine pattern ring he got. The most of them were of course meteorites. The practice of martial life monks was to accumulate meteorites. The higher the realm, the more terrifying the number of meteorites needed. Yesterday, he killed many Xiangang strongmen and got the meteorites that surprised him. At the same time, there were many other magical powers and treasures, but for him, there were not many of them. At this time, in Qin Wentian's palm, an ancient order appeared. On this ancient order, there was a very mysterious aura, which seemed to be extraordinary. This order was obtained from King Qin. Qin Wentian didn't know what it was used for, but King Qin placed the ancient order in the best position in the divine patterned ring. It was surrounded by extremely precious treasures. From the position, it can be seen that King Qin valued this ancient order. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered. He was no longer a rookie. He had experienced many things over the years. He could obviously feel the extraordinariness of this ancient order. He tried to invade it with his consciousness, but Qin Wentian found that he couldn't invade it at all. He was blocked by a mysterious force. King Qin attaches so much importance to it. If there's a chance, I will catch a strong man from the Qin family and ask him. Qin Wentian put away the ancient order, then stood up, his figure flickered, and he flickered towards Qin's house city again. The lines on his face began to wriggle, and he changed his face again. The little bastard also turned into a demon lion, which was not so conspicuous. After the battle yesterday, Qin's house city still didn't know what the situation was. Naturally, he had to be more careful. Chapter 449, The Tragic Situation of Xuanyang Palace. Qin's house city, where the Xuanyang Palace is located, seems to be shrouded in a depressing atmosphere. In a courtyard, many powerful people are all there. What's the situation outside? A middle-aged woman asked, and a person below immediately responded, the Qin family has surrounded this place and has mobilized terrifying forces, which are constantly gathering. This force is probably coming to kill us. Master, does the Qin family really want to start a sect war for the sake of King Qin? The woman asked. In the Great Xia dynasty, the major forces have been constantly rubbing against each other, especially a war broke out some time ago, but a real sect war has never happened. A sect war is a battle that will not stop until one side is destroyed. No one dares to start it easily, even if the side with the advantage does not dare to start it easily. For example, although the Qin family of Dari is much stronger than the Xuanyang Palace, once he launches a sect war against the Xuanyang Palace, the Xuanyang Palace will also fight back. At that time, the Jiutian palace strongmen will sneak into the Great Xia dynasty and hunt down the Qin family, which is enough to seriously injure the Qin family, unless the Qin family is sure to wipe out the Jiutian palace in one breath. However, the overlord-level forces have strong men in the Tianxiang realm. It is not easy to kill them all. If they fail to kill them, the revenge of the Tianxiang realm strongmen will be terrible. Therefore, although the disputes between the Ouyang family, the Qin family, the Hui family, and the Xuanyang palace are very fierce, in fact, both sides are still restrained. For example, yesterday, the major forces competed, but only let the strong men of the third and fourth levels of the Tiangang realm to solve the battle. The stronger people did not really intervene at the beginning, just because they did not want to trigger a sect war. As for King Qin's request for help and even his death, no one expected it. After all, the geniuses of a family or sect all have some means of survival. They will never die when facing a strong person of the same realm or even one or two realms higher than themselves. However, King Qin did die. Now, the Dai Qin family seems to be taking revenge at all costs. I am also surprised, Bai Qing, what happened yesterday? Who killed King Qin? The leading woman looked at Bai Qing and asked. Bai Qing shook her head slightly and said, I don't know how King Qin died. I only know that the young man surnamed D went to hunt him down. Although the young man surnamed D is quite powerful, he is at the second level of Xiangang after all. Even if he is strong enough to defeat King Qin, it is absolutely impossible to kill him. Moreover, Chen Xiao, who is at the fourth level of Xiangang, is also dead. This is definitely not something he can do. I am afraid there is another hidden reason. The leading woman said in a low voice. In fact, the people of the Qin family also thought so, but no one knew the specific situation, so they had to start from the Xuanyang palace. After all, the Ouyang family and the Zhang family had a close relationship, and it would be more difficult to move them. Have you gone to ask for help? The leading woman asked again. Well, the Ouyang family should have known the situation here. Now that we have a common enemy, I believe the Ouyang family will understand. The person below spoke slowly, but as he spoke, a vast power spread from the outside world, and then only a voice was heard coming here. Xuanyang Palace, hand over the people who participated in the battle yesterday, otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. This voice was extremely cold and revealed a terrible killing intention, which made the leading woman frown and said, people of Xiangang level 3 and below, sneak away from here, You will die if you participate in the battle, and people of Xiangang level 4 and above, follow me to fight." The woman was also very decisive and gave the order directly. "Master, this matter was caused by me, I will not leave." Bai Qing shook her head. "It has come to this point. It is not about finding out who is at fault. For our Xuanyang Palace, preserving strength and growing stronger in the future is the most important thing, especially now that the Great Xia dynasty is in a state of turmoil. A sect war may break out at any time. Kinger, as the future candidate for the leader of the Xuanyang Palace, you must go even if you can participate in the war." The woman's eyes were deep, and her palm gently stroked Bai Qing's long hair. Her tone was very firm, which made Bai Qing's eyes slightly red. She looked at her and said, "Master, don't say anything more. If you are so stubborn and unyielding, and I have wasted my years of hard work in cultivating you, then don't call me master anymore." The woman scolded, causing Bai Qing to stop talking. Thinking of the selflessness of master for her over the years, as if she were treating her own daughter, Bai Qing was even more heartbroken. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed to master 3 times. The ground was shaking slightly. Then she turned around resolutely and flashed away. Her body gradually turned into the netherworld, extremely illusory. The battle outside had already broken out. The Chen family's strong men broke in. Seeing Bai Qing's departure, someone asked, "Do you want to escort Bai Qing to break through?" "No, Kinger has the Dark Knight Star Soul and the Netherworld Star Soul. It's not easy to catch her. If you follow her, it will be counterproductive. Let's go meet the Chen family," the woman said, and then walked out. In an instant, she landed on the void outside, staring at the figures standing in the void in front of her. A fierce battle was taking place below. The Chen family's strong men were killing their way into the Xuanyang Palace. "Chen family, are you going to go to war with the Xuanyang Palace?" Master Bai Qing looked at the people coming from the opposite side in a loud voice. When she scanned the lineup of the Chen family, her heart skipped a beat. She knew that today might be the doom of the Xuanyang Palace. It seemed that coming to Qin's house city was a mistake. Of course, before that, no one would have thought that such a situation would happen. "Hand over the people who participated in the battle yesterday. I will pretend that this incident never happened." The Chen family strongmen spoke indifferently. Master Bai Qing snorted coldly. If the disciples of Xuanyang Palace were handed over to die, would our Xuanyang Palace still be able to gain a foothold in Daxia? From then on, it would be an infamy for all eternity. The Chen family did not hesitate to start a sect war to come here to ask for people. "I am afraid that you have already given the Holy Emperor order to King Chen," Master Bai Qing said lightly. In an instant, the expressions of the people around her all froze, revealing sharpness, and the eyes of the Chen family strongmen also became sharp, stabbing at each other like a sharp blade. It seems that what I expected was correct. The Chen family is only granted 3 Holy Emperor orders every 100 years. It seems that King Chen got one of the 3 Holy Emperor orders in this 100 years. Now, King Chen is missing and the Holy Emperor order has also been lost. Master Bai Qing spoke coldly, and the Chen family's strongmen scolded, "Shut up, since you know, it seems that Xuanyang Palace is a big suspect. If you don't surrender, you will be killed without mercy. The Xuanyang Palace's strongmen, listen to my order, there is no need to fight to the death, all break through and return to Yaozhou City." Master Bai Qing said, and immediately the Xuanyang Palace's strongmen began to break through and no longer fight to the death. "Xuanyang Palace Bai Qing, you must capture him." The Chen family's strongman said loudly. "King Chen fell, so Xuanyang Palace must also lose a genius." In the direction where Bai Qing broke through, the sky seemed to be dim and turned into night. A figure like the netherworld walked in the night, almost turning into a shadow and blending into the night. Bang! I saw several Chen family masters descending into the darkness, with raging flames erupting from their bodies. The power of the great sun was blooming, burning the mountains and boiling the seas, and the palms were slapping wildly, trying to force Bai Qing to take action. A cool breeze blew, and a cold chill like the netherworld suddenly bloomed. Then a magic knife bloomed in the darkness, instantly killing a Chen family master, but Bai Qing's figure also appeared, running wildly into the distance. "You can't get away." In the void, a hot figure walked in the void, and the light of the great sun descended on Bai Qing, illuminating her body. Bang, bang, bang. The stars turned, and Bai Qing's figure flashed a very long distance in an instant. When she and Qin Wentian were trapped in the ancient palace of Daxia, she naturally practiced the stars. Humph! How could the Qin family masters let her go? They also used the stars to chase her, running wildly in Qin's house city. In another place in Qin's house city, in fact, the Ouyang family and the Zhang family did intend to help Zuan'an Temple. Now that the Qin family has torn their faces and wants to start a sect war, they must form an alliance. However, on their way to rescue, they were blocked by the Hui family and the Wang family. Although the other party did not want to start a sect war like the Qin family, they could still block the Ouyang family and others for a period of time. This period of time was enough to lead to the tragic situation of Zuan'an Temple. Qin Wentian did not expect that killing Chen Wang and obtaining the ancient order would cause a disaster. He returned to Qin's house city again and came to a restaurant to drink, and heard people around him whispering, "It's too miserable. I didn't expect the Chen family to be so cruel. But since they have decided to start a war, the Chen family has already disregarded everything. Poor women in Zuan'an Temple." A table of people whispered, which made Qin Wentian tense all over. "Zuan'an Temple, something happened? I heard that Bai Qing actually escaped from the Chen family's encirclement, but she was also injured. Now, the whole city of Qinzhou is hunting her down, but I think Bai Qing might fall into the trap." Well, outside the Qinshan gate, Master Bai Qing's body was left hanging upside down. Bai Qing had to go collect the body by herself. It would be difficult for Bai Qing not to go back. These people murmured, and when the sound fell, Qin Wentian felt cold all over. His eyes suddenly turned and looked at the person who spoke. An extremely cold breath suddenly enveloped the other person, making the person who spoke look horrified, and said, "Senior, we are talking nonsense, please don't blame us." They thought that this person was a strong man from the Chen family, and was angry because of their words. "What happened to the people from Zuan'an Palace?" Qin Wentian asked. Several people looked at each other, their eyes flickered. It seemed that Qin Wentian was not a member of the Chen family. This morning, the Chen family surrounded Zuan'an Palace and killed everyone. Although Zuan'an Palace tried its best to break through, not many escaped. Bai Qing's master was also surrounded and killed. His body was hung upside down outside the Qinshan gate. Bai Qing was asked to collect the body. One person trembled and spoke, especially under the pressure of Qin Wentian, which made them more cautious. Just for the death of King Chen, the Chen family killed everyone and insulted Zuan'an Palace to lure Bai Qing back. Qin Wentian was extremely cold. Not only for King Chen, but also for an ancient order on King Chen. "I heard that it is called the Holy Emperor Order." Those people responded respectfully, which made Qin Wentian tremble in his heart. The Holy Emperor Order must be that ancient order. Catcha! Qin Wentian clenched his fists and trembled slightly. Thinking of the tragic situation of Bai Qing's master, he felt a strong sense of guilt. This matter was caused by him. Although he did not expect that killing King Chen would cause such a strong reaction from the Chen family, his actions led to the tragic situation in Zuan'an Palace, and also caused Master Bai Qing to be insulted. He felt very uncomfortable. Bai Qing's master must have loved Bai Qing very much. Now, he has died, and he is still insulted by the Chen family. Chen family. Qin Wentian's eyes were red, and the coldness on his body oppressed the people who were speaking in front of him to kneel on the ground, trembling all over. At this moment, Qin Wentian's eyes were too scary, and he might kill them in anger. Buzz! But at this moment, Qin Wentian rushed out of the restaurant directly, which made those people take a deep breath, but their bodies were still trembling slightly, secretly guessing the identity of the person. Chapter 450, Falling into Trap. Qin Wentian's figure flashed rapidly in Qin's house city. Not long after, he arrived at the Qinshan gate. He saw that the strong gathered here, and the Chen family guarded here. On the pillar of Qinshan gate, a cold corpse was hung upside down. The scorching sun was shining down, and the corpse was exposed in the scorching sun. In front of the corpse, there was an ancient road. There was no one on this road. It seemed to be waiting for someone to step on this road and fall into the trap. Qin Wentian saw the exposed corpse, and it seemed that a terrible flame was burning in his body. The Chen family was too cold-blooded. Even if it was a life-and-death feud, there was no such insult. The great Xia dynasty staged many killings every day, but once dead, it was considered the end. This practice was simply infuriating to both humans and gods. For that ancient order, the Holy Emperor Order? Qin Wentian looked at the corpse and showed a strong sense of guilt. Standing in the crowd in the distance, he clenched his fists and bowed slightly to the dead body. "Senior, my actions have implicated Zuan'an Palace, but the Qin family will repay this hatred with blood. Qin Wentian's heart was cold. He turned around and left resolutely. The cold light in his eyes was terrifying. Now, he must stop King from coming here. The actions of the Qin family alarmed all the forces in Qin's house city, but when they heard that the Holy Emperor order was lost, they vaguely understood. No wonder the Qin family was so angry. It turned out that not only King Qin fell, but the Holy Emperor order was also given to King Qin, and it was lost with his fall. Now, the Qin family is willing to defend Jiutian Palace to death and get the Holy Emperor order back. When Qin's house city happened, Jiutian Palace far away and Yaozhou city also knew about it. The angry Jiutian Palace masters came out and went to Qin's house city. The Qin family has gone too far. This is not just to start a sect war, but to fight to the death. In this matter, the Dai Qin family did too much. Even if the corpses of Jiutian Palace filled up Qin's house city, they could not tolerate such a cruel insult. Qin Wentian went to look for Bai Qing, but it was too late. He learned that the corpse of his master who had been so kind to him was hung upside down outside the kitchen gate. With Bai Qing's character, how could she bury it? Although Bai Qing was called the netherworld killing god, she was only like that to her enemies. Now she was cold-hearted and had a cold heart, especially when the news of Qin Wentian's death came from the Danyuan Palace. She was even more disheartened and wanted revenge. She could be an enemy of Daxia, but when the people closest to her suffered such a misfortune, her heart was extremely painful. Bai Qing had already walked to the ancient road outside the kitchen gate. Of course, it was not just Bai Qing, but also Yang Kuangsheng and others accompanied her. Although the Yang family did not want Yang Kuangsheng to get involved, they also knew that once the Holy Emperor order was involved, the Qin family would do whatever it took. They did not choose the Yang family because it was easier to deal with the Jiutian Palace. Otherwise, in the territory of Qin's house city, if the Qin family wanted to use the same terrifying force to deal with the Yang family as they did with the Jiutian Palace, it would be no problem. However, the Yang family could not stop the stubborn Yang Kuangsheng. He was determined to come with Bai Qing, and no one could stop him. The people of the Yang family and the Jiang family could only accompany him to Qinshan Gate. The ancient road outside Qinshan Gate was shrouded in a depressing atmosphere. Bai Qing walked forward all the way, and no one stopped her until she came to the body of her master. Bai Qing knelt on the ground and kowtowed to her master, with tears in her eyes. "Master, I am unfilial and have failed your expectations, making you sacrifice for me in vain. But the Qin family treats you like this, so I have to come." Bai Qing looked at the figure in the air and knelt there and said. Of course, she knew that her master would never want her to come here to fall into a trap, but the Qin family did this. If she didn't come, she would not be worthy of being a disciple. Knowing that there might be a dead end ahead, she had to come. Standing up, Bai Qing's figure flashed and went to the corpse to bring her master down. However, almost at the same time as she stepped, a figure descended beside her master's body and stepped into the air. The power of this step seemed to have a terrifying flame power falling on Bai Qing, causing Bai Qing to groan. The figure in the air was Chen Fan. Above his head, the scorching sun was suspended, and the light was falling down. How terrible was his power! Who killed King Chen? Chen Fan asked in a cold voice, looking down at Bai Qing. Bai Qing stared at Chen Fan. The magic power was rolling above the sky. She continued to step into the void. A magic knife appeared in her palm. The world was rolling. Bai Qing was cold all over. The void seemed to turn into night. She flashed and disappeared in an instant. She chopped and killed with a knife. Chen Fan snorted coldly and stepped back to the original place. The endless scorching sun fell into the void, stinging people's eyes. When Bai Qing's body appeared in front of him, she felt that her body was about to burn. Chen Fan pointed to kill. The endless scorching sunlight gathered and pointed at Bai Qing. Puff! The magic knife broke. Chen Fan slapped Bai Qing with a palm, causing Bai Qing to spit out blood. He spoke again indifferently. "King Chen, who killed him?" Yang Kuangsheng and others flashed and appeared beside Bai Qing. Jiang Ting hugged Bai Qing's body. The group looked at Chen Fan with cold expressions. "Let me tell you, there was a battle outside Qin's house city. The two sides fought fiercely. Many people from your Chen family went to hunt down the young man surnamed Di, but they all died in his hands. That man then returned to deal with King Chen, but King Chen was defeated and chased away by him. As for how he died, no one knows." Fan Li's expression was cold, and he said, "The Chen family of Dari is so unbearable. The disciples of the sect are incompetent and killed by others, but they retaliate against others in such a way that angers the heavens and the people. It's really admirable. The young man surnamed D has the second level of Yang cultivation. How could King Chen be defeated by him, let alone kill him? Chen Fan didn't believe Fan Li's words. Even if King Chen was defeated, he couldn't die. This is the fact. If you don't believe it, why ask it? Yang Kuangsheng said indifferently. HMPH, then, I will leave Bai Qing here, and replace her master, hanging upside down here, until someone tells the truth, or the Holy Emperor's order appears again. Chen Fan's voice was cold, and then he waved his hand, and in an instant a violent flame fell on Master Bai Qing. In an instant, the other's body burned up, and soon it turned into ashes in the extremely hot flame. Puff! Bai Qing spat out a mouthful of blood when she saw this scene, and her face turned pale. Master! Tears slid down, and Bai Qing thought of every bit of Master's love for her. In the past, she left Chu alone and came to the power of the great Xia dynasty. She encountered countless dangers, and occasionally obtained the Chaos Heaven demonic art. When she was practicing, she almost went crazy and her body exploded. She also met a villain who wanted to insult her. At this time, it was Master who saved her life and took her to the Zuan'an Palace to practice. After entering Zuan'an Palace, Master taught her carefully. She encountered many difficulties in practicing magic. Every time her body could not bear it, Master would help her to dredge the meridians in her body. At the same time, he would go to the Monster Mountain range to collect precious ancient medicinal materials for her, and give her daily medicinal baths to nourish her body and activate her meridians. Gradually, she succeeded in practicing magic and was able to control it freely. When Bai Qing knew what her father had done to Qin Wentian, her heart was ashen and cold. After experiencing all kinds of sinister human hearts, she was very indifferent to people, but Master did not mind at all and loved her like his own daughter. For Bai Qing, the position of Master in her heart made up for the motherly love she had never had, and even surpassed her father's. But now, he died because of her, his body hanging upside down, suffering such humiliation, and now, there is no body left, burned to ashes. Bai Qing's body landed on the ground, lowered her head, knelt on the ground, tears kept falling, and she was in great pain. My disciples unfilial. Bai Qing kowtowed, as if her heart was about to break. When she raised her eyes, her black hair was flying, and the devil's power was overwhelming. The whole world seemed to darken and turn into night. Her body stood up and looked at Chen Fan in the void. Her eyes were full of terrible devilish intent. The flying black hair seemed to reveal a cold breath, so that people in the distance could clearly feel Bai Qing's pain at the moment. Qin Wentian, who was in the distance, ran over and saw Bai Qing's back. The back was full of endless desolation. At this moment, he could certainly understand Bai Qing's mood, which was probably the same as his mood when he was in the Dangwon Palace. After all, it was too late. Kinger, I'm sorry. Qin Wentian sighed in his heart, and the feeling of self-blame and guilt became stronger. Although he had not expected all this, after all, everything here was caused by his killing of King Chen. The last incident was witnessed by the people of Qin's Hao City. It was the grudge between the two sides that led to the subsequent collision outside Qin's Hao City. King Chen died, and no one knows who did it. If the Chen family thinks it was us who did it, we will admit it. Just come and take our lives, but use such means to insult the seniors of Zuan'an Hall. I, Yang Kuangshen, swear that as long as I am in the Ouyang family, the Ouyang family will be the enemy of the Chen family forever. Yang Kuangsheng stared at Chen Fan with a cold voice. Then, you will also stay in Qin's Hao City. Chen Fan glanced at Yang Kuangshen, his eyes sharp and murderous. No one can stop the Chen family. This matter will not end until the Holy Emperor's order appears. Chen Fan said coldly. Who knows if you deliberately lured our people to the battle that day? Zuan'an Palace participated in it and deserved to die. A strong man from the Wang family stood up. On that day, the Wang family also suffered a lot of losses. You are so determined just because a few of you died. Then what about our fallen people? Another person walked out. This person stared at Bai Qing and said, this woman must be captured in order to find out what happened that day. Yang Kuangsheng's eyes swept over the person who spoke. He looked like a young man in his 30s, but Yang Kuangsheng knew that this person was not young anymore. He was an outstanding figure from the Zhao family of Jiutian Palace, Zhao Han. The Jiutian Palace dares to get involved in this matter. It seems that you think that by tying up the Chen family, You have the qualifications to have an equal dialogue with us. The Jiuxian Palace will regret it. Yang Kuangsheng stared at Xiaohan. The Jiuxian Palace is almost at the bottom of the 36 Overlord-level forces. If it weren't for the Xiangxiang who is about to die of old age, I'm afraid it would be removed from the list of Overlord-level forces. Don't talk about it so far, today's matter is not over yet. Chen Fan said coldly, and the strong men and people from all forces oppressed by Qing who is in front of them. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.